Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. So it's really about having a high level of mental focus and harmony with nature? Sounds like it's all about achieving a state of oneness. Exactly. Tsunoda nodded. Do you think you can optimize Sage Mode training? Maybe even create a method to reach that kind of state? I don't know yet. Kaito admitted with a smile. But I'm sure it's possible. Nothing stopped me so far. With the right mindset and effort, I'll figure it out. Great. I'm counting on you. Tsunoda said excitedly. I'll let you know once I'm ready. And yeah, after the war, I'll sign a contract with the slugs and visit Shikatsu Forest. Kaito assured her. Perfect. I'll be waiting. Tsunoda grinned eagerly, already imagining rubbing her Sage Mode skills in Jiraiya's face. Oh, right, I need to retrieve the Sharingan from Danzō. Kaito said this as he teleported directly to where Danzō and his men had died. By this point, the toxic mist had cleared, revealing a pile of corpses lying on the ground, their bodies tinged with purple from the poison. Kaito walked straight over to Danzō's corpse. Instead of touching it immediately, he sensed something and raised an eyebrow. Oh? Danzō, you old fox. Even in death, you're still trying to pull something sneaky, huh? He had detected a 4-symbol seal partially activated inside Danzō's body. If anyone were to tamper with Danzō's corpse, the seal would trigger immediately, drawing in both the body and anyone nearby into its confines, sealing them together. Unfortunately for Danzō, his schemes were no match for Kaito's caution. His plan was doomed to fail. Damn, that old bastard was sinister to the end. Need me to help? At that moment, Tsunoda arrived. Hearing Kaito's words, she used her observation haki and mental sensing abilities to check Danzō's corpse from a distance. She quickly spotted the issue and scowled. That bastard. He really was a piece of work. No need. Kaito said, waving her off. This is a small issue. I can handle it easily. Kaito stomped lightly on the ground, and a series of sealing techniques spread from beneath his feet, flowing over to Danzō's corpse. In no time, the seal inside Danzō was completely unraveled. With the danger neutralized, Kaito peeled back the bandages covering Danzō's right eye and reached into the socket. He plucked out a dimly glowing Mangekyō Sharingan. What? That's a Mangekyō Sharingan? How is that possible? Where did he get one? Tsunoda was shocked. A Mangekyō Sharingan was a rare treasure, even among the Uchiha. It was hard to imagine Danzō of all people having one. It's likely from my uncle's father, Kagami Uchiha. Kaito said, his expression turning grim. He took out a vial of antidote and poured it over the Sharingan, using his spiritual energy to guide the antidote into the eye, purging it of any residual toxins. Once that was done, he used his spiritual power and ocular energy to stabilize and nourish the eye, ensuring it wouldn't deteriorate further. Finally, he placed the Sharingan in a specialized tube filled with life-preserving nutrient fluid. At this time, Danzō had yet to form a true alliance with Orochimaru. He hadn't implanted Hashirama cells into his body or covered his arm with Sharingan. The only Sharingan he possessed was this one in his right eye, which he had sealed most of the time to conserve his chakra. Not a bad strategy. Kaito thought. But ironically, it's the reason he couldn't use this eye in his final moments. If Danzō had managed to use this eye, whether for Izanagi or its unique Mangekyō ability, he might have escaped death or at least tried. Based on its faint energy signature, this Mangekyō Sharingan likely had a Genjutsu-based ability. Kaito's aunt, Jissy, had once told him about Kagami Uchiha's Mangekyō abilities. Both were Genjutsu-based. One could rewrite unfavorable events within the past minute, with a cool-down period of 10 days. The other could rewrite events within the past year, but the cool-down period was an astounding 10 years. The eye in Kaito's possession was the one capable of rewriting events from the past minute. However, its chakra reserves were nearly depleted, leaving it on the brink of blindness. It was clear that either Kagami had overused it in his time, or Danzō had drained it recklessly over the years. No wonder Danzō sought Shijui's Mangekyō in the original timeline. This one would have been useless by then. As for the idea of merging Kagami's Mangekyō with Shijui's to create an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Kaito scoffed. As if it's that easy. For one, Danzo wasn't an Uchiha. His body structure alone disqualified him. Even if he were an Uchiha, simply pairing any two Mangekyō eyes wouldn't guarantee an eternal upgrade. There were other stringent requirements that had to be met. Tsunade frowned. Kagami Uchiha. Wasn't he one of Danzo's comrades? He supposedly died heroically, didn't he? So why is his Mangekyō in Danzo's possession? Don't tell me. Tsunade trailed off, her mind jumping to the worst possible conclusion. You guessed it. Kaido confirmed with a nod. While the truth behind Kagami's death is shrouded in mystery, my mother always suspected that Danzo and the third Hokage conspired to have him killed. Kagami's existence was an obstacle for them. He stood in the way of their plans to suppress the Uchiha. After the second Hokage's death, Kagami's presence was also a potential threat to their political control. So, during a secret mission, Kagami died. Conveniently, his body was never brought back. Suspicious, isn't it? My mother became even more certain of this theory after contracting with me and learning about events from the past and future. Now, with this Mangekyō as evidence, it seems her suspicions were right. But where is the other eye? If it's still intact, that would be a major win, whether for research or for the Uchiha's future. Kinda resolved to search for the other eye in Danzo's root base, but he knew he had to act fast. Tsunade gasped. Wait. Didn't Danzo place curse seals of absolute subjugation on all the root members? Now that he's dead, those seals will vanish. If you want to raid the root base, you need to hurry. Otherwise, the root members might report Danzo's death to the third Hokage. You're right. Kinda realized. Without wasting another second, he placed his hand on Danzo's head and used his immense mental energy to forcibly probe his memories. In just over 10 minutes, he extracted everything of value from Danzo's mind while deleting irrelevant clutter. This included information about the root's operations, the location of the other Mangekyō, and even several pairs of Sharingan that Danzo had secretly collected over the years. Done. Kaito said, standing up. He stored Danzo's body in his time-space dimension, a frozen stasis where time stood still. He planned to use it as evidence against the third Hokage in the future, or for other purposes. After all, Danzo's memories had revealed enough dirt on him, the third Hokage, and their inner circle to ruin their reputations permanently. I need to get back to the village and wipe out the root base, Kaido declared. He created a shadow clone to finish gathering the remaining items and accompanied Tsunade and the others back to camp. I'll be back in time for tomorrow's battle, he promised before teleporting away. Chapter 109, Everything is Tobirama's fault. What? You really found the whereabouts of another Mangekyō Sharingan from Danzo's memories? Tsunade asked as soon as Kaido's main body left, turning to his shadow clone for answers. Yep. The shadow clone nodded firmly. Not just that Mangekyō Sharingan, but there are also 7 or 8 other Sharingan, a mountain of jutsu scrolls. And a part of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's body. What? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Her chakra flared uncontrollably, sending waves of pressure through the room. Her hair fluttered despite no wind, and her brows furrowed as she roared, that bastard actually desecrated my grandfather's body? What the hell is he trying to do? Kaido's shadow clone had already retreated a safe distance before her outburst. He stabilized himself with chakra and then calmly replied, what else could it be for? Obviously to study the first Hokage's wood style. He wanted to recreate it and make it his own. And by the way, it wasn't just Danzo's idea, Hiruzen was involved too. Actually, according to Danzo's memories, even the second Hokage experimented on this back in the day. What? Yeah. The shadow clone shrugged. When he realized it wasn't feasible, he abandoned the project. But then Danzo and Hiruzen picked it back up. Honestly, you've got to give it to Tobirama, nothing was off limits for that guy. He was the ultimate forbidden jutsu pioneer. Are you kidding me? Tsunade's jaw dropped. My granduncle? How could he do something so despicable? This is a disgrace to my granduncle's memory. The shadow clone shrugged again. Oh, come on. Tobirama invented Edo Tensei, the ultimate jutsu for desecrating the dead. Is it really surprising he tried something like this? These researchers always have flexible morals. Look at Orochimaru, for instance. Same energy. Tsunade was at a loss for words. Well, damn. You're not wrong. Finally, she sighed heavily. Forget it. I'll leave this mess for Grandma Mido to sort out. I'm done with it. It was a family matter for the older generation. As a junior, she couldn't say much. But Danzo and Hiruzen, those two bastards, if they dared to go that far, there was no way she'd let them off the hook. Oh, right. Danzo's already dead. That just leaves Hiruzen. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, Kaido's main body returned home from the front lines. Huh? Kaido, you're back already? Did your plan work out? Coincidentally, Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido were both at home. Kaito nodded confidently in response to Naori's question. Yep, it went perfectly. Just now, we poisoned Danzo and wiped out his allied ninja forces on the front lines, the 4 entire clans, plus a bunch of his root agents. On top of that, I personally took out Hanzo and over 2,000 rain ninja. Everything went smoothly. And I found this on Danzo. Kaido took out a test tube containing a Mangekyō Sharingan and handed it to his mother. I checked it over and confirmed it with Danzo's memories. This is Kagami Uchiha's right eye. What? Naori's eyes widened as she quickly took the tube and examined the Sharingan inside with her spiritual power. Her expression darkened. It really is Kagami's Mangekyō. Her face turned grim, her eyes gleaming with cold fury. Unbelievable. I've always suspected Kagami was killed by Danzo and his crew, but we never had solid proof. Well, now we do. Good. Very good. Excellent. Beside her, Uzumaki Mido sighed and shook her head. Ah. Obirama originally brought Kagami into his fold to ease tensions between the Uchiha and the village, to make him a bridge for unity. It was supposed to pave the way for the Uchiha to integrate into Hidden Leaf Village seamlessly. Who would have thought your disciples would betray him in the shadows? Turns out, Obirama misjudged his own disciples from the start. So, what's next? Kaido and Naori exchanged a glance. Naori spoke first. We'll definitely settle this with Hiruzen and Danzo eventually, but not right now. For now, let's focus on finishing the war on the front lines and building up Kaido's merits. With Hanzo and 2,000 Rain Ninja gone, Kaido will gain immense prestige and recognition. But we can't let our guard down. If I'm not mistaken, once Hiruzen hears about this, he'll try to pull you back from the front lines to sideline you and prevent you from earning more merit or gaining more influence. Also, since Danzo is dead, his remaining root agents will have noticed by now. That means Hiruzen probably already knows as well. As she spoke, Naori activated her observation haki, extending her senses to cover the entirety of Hidden Leaf Village. Soon, she locked onto the Hokage's office and the root headquarters, analyzing the situation carefully. She then turned to Kaido and said, as expected, the root base is in chaos. The ninja there realize that their cursed tongue eradication seal has disappeared, and now they're divided into 3 groups. One group is planning to head to the front lines to confirm Danzo's fate. Another group is staying back at the base, waiting for results. And the last group has gone straight to report the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. She paused, narrowing her eyes. The third group is already in the Hokage's office, informing him of the developments. So, Naori turned her gaze to Kaido. I'm guessing you've uncovered something interesting in Danzo's memories, and you're planning to raid the root base, aren't you? Nobody knew Kaito better than his mother, Naori Uchiha. She could tell immediately what was on his mind. After all, if she were in his shoes, she wouldn't miss such an opportunity either. Kaito nodded firmly. Yeah. From Danzo's memories, I found the location of the other Mangekyō Sharingan. I also know where he's hidden 8 other Sharingan pairs, Hashirama cells, and some other items. I'm planning to take everything. On top of that, Danzo's got mountains of incriminating evidence against himself and Hiruzen stored away. It's the perfect chance to retrieve it all and use it to bring Hiruzen down. 8 pairs of Sharingan? Naori frowned, her voice laced with anger. So that means at least 8 Uchihas were murdered by him. That bastard deserves to die. Finally, they could confirm the fate of the 8 missing Uchiha whose bodies had mysteriously disappeared. No doubt about it, he's scum. Kaido agreed. At this, Uzumaki Mido clenched her fists, her face darkening. And to think that Danzo and Hiruzen still have some of Hashirama's cells. What exactly were they planning? Mido was livid. Those were her husband's cells. Kaido hesitated for a moment before explaining. They were trying to restart the wood-style experiments. Based on Danzo's memories, they conducted a small-scale experiment years ago. They secretly abducted a few Senju clan members to run tests, but it failed. After that, Hiruzen decided to shelve the project for the time being. But Danzo didn't want to give up. He kept everything intact, planning to resume the experiments after your death, Lady Mido. He even intended for the Senju descendants to volunteer for the project, sacrificing themselves for the experiments. Even Tsunade and Nawaki were on his radar. Hearing this, Mido's hair began to float as if charged with electricity. She was so furious that the roof could have been blown off if not for her suppressing most of her chakra. That's it. Enough. Mido's voice trembled with rage. I'll kill Hiruzen and Danzo myself. Oh, Danzo's already dead? She corrected herself. Fine, I'll bring him back with Edo Tensei and kill him again. Over and over. Kaido quickly continued, Luckily, your lifespan has been extended because of us, and we've even managed to prevent the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. That's forced Danzō and Hiruzen to postpone their plans time and time again. But make no mistake, Danzō never abandoned his ultimate goal, to implant Hashirama cells into himself, gain control of wood style, and secure the Hokage seat. As for Danzō and Hiruzen, they were never fully on the same page. Behind the scenes, they each had their own agendas. Humphrey. Mito scoffed coldly. I always knew Danzō coveted the Hokage title. But trying to control Hashirama's power? Ridiculous. Even Obirama failed at mastering wood style. What made Danzō think he could succeed? Her expression turned bitter as she muttered, you know, this is all Obirama's fault. If he hadn't started those wood style experiments, none of this would have happened. His students learned all the wrong lessons from him. Apart from Akimaki Torafu and Kagami Uchiha, the other four were nothing but trouble. And if it weren't for them, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't be in this mess. Mito's frustration boiled over, and she muttered about dragging Obirama out of the Pure Land to make him witness the chaos his students had caused. Prepare yourselves, she said sharply, regaining her composure. We might not be able to wait until the war ends. We'll have to dethrone Hiruzen and hold him accountable now. Danzō and the ninja forces from the four clans have already been wiped out on the front lines. Hiruzen won't sit idly by. We must seize the initiative and control the narrative before he has a chance to act. Mito turned her piercing gaze to Kaido. You said Danzō left behind evidence of his and Hiruzen's crimes, right? Retrieve it immediately and give me a copy. I'll mobilize the Senju and Uzumaki clans to start stirring things up. The Uchiha should follow suit when the time comes. Also, if possible, try to bring the other major clans, like the Hyuga and the Inoshikacho trio, into this. We need absolute unity. If we're going to act, let's do it swiftly. The sooner we remove Hiruzen, the less damage Hidden Leaf Village will suffer. When it's time to be decisive, we must act without hesitation. Chapter 110, Raiding the Root Headquarters. I agree with that. Naori Uchiha nodded in agreement after hearing Uzumaki Mito's suggestion. While the timing isn't perfect, with your current reputation and achievements, Kaido, it's still unlikely you can become Hokage just yet. But there's no need for us to rush to choose a new Hokage right now. We can stall until this war is over. For now, after you've raided the road headquarters, hand over the evidence to us and head back to the front lines. Leave the affairs in the village to us. Understood? Kaito smiled and nodded. All right, it's settled. I'll be on my way. With that, Kaito vanished from sight, teleporting away instantly. The next moment, he appeared in a dense forest near the root headquarters. With a crackling sound, Kaito transformed into a bolt of lightning, flashing toward the entrance of the base. Who was there? The slight noise, of course, alerted the root ninja guarding the entrance. They turned immediately toward the sound. Sharingan, ensnaring illusion. By then, Kaido's eyes had already activated the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. With a simple flick of Genjutsu, he dragged the root ninjas into a vivid illusion. He then created more than a dozen shadow clones, ordering them to infiltrate the base. Meanwhile, Kaido himself approached the entranced root ninjas. Using a unique jutsu, he implanted a new tongue curse seal into them. This version of the seal, far more refined and covert than Danzo's, ensured they couldn't disclose any information about Kaido. The seal remained invisible unless triggered by specific means, making it nearly undetectable. While there was still a slight risk of exposure if someone probed too deeply, Kaido deemed it acceptable. Once the seals were implanted, he knocked the ninjas unconscious. Focusing his thoughts, he teleported again using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, locking onto a shadow clone as his coordinate. With his mastery of the Flying Thunder God nearing perfection, he could effortlessly use his clones as teleportation points or inscribe new marks in passing with ease. Who's there? We're under attack. Kill the intruder. Kaido's brazen infiltration didn't go unnoticed for long. Soon, root ninjas within the base rushed to confront the clones. Without hesitation, Kaido's clones subdued them one by one, using the same Genjutsu to control them. The main body then implanted new tongue curse seals before rendering them unconscious. In just a few minutes, Kaido had subdued and controlled every root ninja within the base. He then began systematically raiding the base, relying on Danzo's memories to locate valuable resources and information. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a root squad leader arrived to meet the third Hokage. What's the matter? Did Danzo send you? The third Hokage frowned slightly, puzzled by the unexpected visit. It seemed odd. Danzo was on the front lines and usually relied on messenger hawks or root ninjas to communicate. If this was from Danzo, the messenger would have made that clear. The squad leader bowed respectfully. Hokage-sama, this isn't about orders from Danzo-sama. I believe something might have happened to him. What? The third Hokage's expression shifted to shock. What do you mean something happened to him? Explain yourself. The root ninja reported, Hokage-sama, you're aware that Danzō-sama applied the tongue curse seal on all root members. It prevents us from revealing any of his secrets, and it's marked on our tongues. But just over an hour ago, every root member in the village had their tongue curse seals lifted. There's only one explanation for this, Danzō-sama is dead. What? The third Hokage's face twisted in disbelief. Dead? That's impossible. He's the commander of the front lines. Look at this, Hokage-sama. The root ninja opened his mouth, showing his unmarked tongue. You're saying Danzō is dead? How could this happen? He's no ordinary shinobi. Unless... The third Hokage's mind raced. Danzō had recently sent word that the Uchiha and 2 allied clans had fallen into a trap he devised with Hanzo. The plan was supposed to eliminate the Uchiha clansmen, Kaido's team, Tsunade, and many others in one fell swoop. Now, before any good news could arrive, he was hearing this. Could Danzō and Hanzo's plan have failed? What exactly is happening at the front lines? A sense of dread crept into the third Hokage's heart. He realized the situation was spiraling out of control. The third Hokage examined the root ninja's tongue and body closely. It was confirmed, the tongue curse seal on his ninja had indeed been automatically lifted. Additionally, the ninja's identity as a member of Root was genuine. This is bad. Something major is happening. The third's heart sank, weighed down by dread. But he couldn't afford to show his panic. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he said to the root ninja, don't overthink it. The removal of the seal doesn't necessarily mean Danzō has been killed. There could have been some unforeseen circumstance. For now, our priority is to stabilize Root and its members. I'll also send people to the front lines to confirm Danzō's situation. Meanwhile, take me to the Root headquarters. We need to ensure order is maintained and that any sensitive information stored there is secured. The third Hokage then summoned an Anbu squad leader and instructed him to inform a superior officer to assemble an entire Anbu unit to accompany him to the Root base. The third knew Danzō well enough to be sure that the base would hold not only incriminating evidence but also a trove of valuable resources. He had to secure those immediately. If they fell into the wrong hands, it could lead to a disaster. Yes, sir. The Root ninja had no objections. After all, loyalty to the village was their second highest creed. The first? Absolute loyalty to Danzō. But with Danzō seemingly gone, loyalty to the Hokage naturally became their top priority. The third Hokage acted swiftly. In just under half an hour, he and his team reached the Root base. Unfortunately for him, Kaito was much faster. Armed with Danzō's memories, breaking through the seals and traps guarding the Root base was child's play for Kaito. In less than 10 minutes, using his shadow clones, Kaito raided the base thoroughly. He retrieved an array of resources, jutsu scrolls, Sharingan, Hashirama cells, and more. To add insult to injury, Kaito took the time to restore the traps and seals he had disarmed, making them even more complex and fortified than before. This would significantly delay the third Hokage's ability to uncover what had been taken. By the time the third Hokage arrived at the base, Kaito was long gone. Kaito had already returned to hand over the incriminating evidence and information to Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha. All the dirt on them is here. Kaito gestured to the pile of documents and materials before them. How you handle it is up to you. The third Hokage must have already arrived at the Root base and will soon realize everything is gone. To buy us some time, I made sure to reinforce the traps and seals I broke. It'll probably take him 2 or 3 days to get through them. That's the time I bought you. Make good use of it. Oh? Both Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha's eyes lit up. They gave Kaito a thumbs up. Smart move. You've thought this through. With 2 or 3 days, we'll have enough time to sway public opinion and set things in motion. By the time the third Hokage figures out what's happened, it'll be too late. Kaito then pulled out several test tubes. These are Kagami Uchiha's other Mangekyō Sharingan, along with 8 other Sharingan. Should I keep them, or do you want to hold onto them? Curious, Naori Uchiha examined the test tubes before looking at Kaito. What are you planning to do with these Sharingan? I have some ideas. Kaito said confidently. I want to study Kagami Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan and see if I can uncover a method for mastering Mangekyō Jutsu. If it works, we could even learn his unique abilities without awakening our own Mangekyō Sharingan. What? Both Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha froze mid-action, their eyes wide in shock. Is that even possible? Kaito scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Not sure yet, but there's a good chance. If it works, even without awakening a Mangekyō, I'll be able to master its abilities. Plus, other Uchiha clan members might be able to learn additional Mangekyō jutsu as well. His confidence in his natural talent and abilities was unshakable. HSS. Naori Uchiha took a deep breath, handing Kagami Uchiha's Sharingan back to Kaido. If you're confident, give it a shot. If you fail, no harm done. This kind of breakthrough would be extraordinary, after all. I've dabbled in this in the past but only managed to slightly reduce the strain of using my Mangekyō abilities. But if you succeed, the Uchiha clan's strength will skyrocket in no time. Even if it's only for those who've awakened Mangekyō or Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it would still be a massive boost. Success or not, this was an opportunity that could reshape the Uchiha clan's future. Chapter 111, Reviving the First Hokage Just to be Laborer? If you can figure out how to develop a dojutsu that doesn't rely on the Sharingan, that would be even better. Go for it, I'm rooting for you. Uzumaki Mido said with an encouraging smile. Kaito scratched his head awkwardly and waved his hand dismissively. I'll try, but I don't think it's likely. See, since it's a dojutsu, it naturally requires ocular power. No Sharingan means no ocular power. Although, the Byakugan does have some level of ocular power. Maybe it could work with that. Who knows? Naori Uchiha rolled her eyes at Uzumaki Mido and teased, you wish. As if it'd be that easy. Then she turned to Kaido and added, even if you could actually create something like that, you're not giving it to anyone, especially not the Hyuga clan. If they could use it too, their power would skyrocket. Unless, of course, they're willing to submit to you entirely and make a contract. Otherwise, no free rides. Got it. Kaido chuckled and nodded. I'm on the same page. This kind of thing will only happen after I become Hokage and take control of the village. As for the Hyuga clan's main and branch house system and their cursed seal practices, those are going to change. There's no way I'd allow such a system to persist, enslaving people while operating outside the Hokage's authority. When the time comes, they'll have three choices: reform, face annihilation, or... Kaito smirked. Well, no third option, really. That's true. Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido both nodded in agreement. Oh, right. Mido suddenly asked with a knowing smile. Didn't you snag some of Hashirama's cells from Danzo's root base? Why haven't you handed them over to me yet? Or, are you planning to use them yourself? Trying to gain wood-style powers, huh? Kaito scratched the back of his head and explained, I do plan to research Hashirama's cells, but it's not just for wood-style. The main goal is to study his sage body. Of course, I'm not planning on doing human experiments casually. Even if I were, I wouldn't use people from the Senju or the Hidden Leaf village. Plus, the results of this research would benefit the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans immensely. Oh? Mido raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Go on. What kind of benefits are we talking about? Kaito nodded and continued, when we made our contract, I shared a lot of information about the past and future with you, including the origins of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans. You know we all share a common bloodline. My hypothesis is that for the Uchiha to awaken the Rinnegan, they need the sage body, or at least part of Indra or Hagoromo's chakra, as a catalyst. That's why Madara only awakened the Rinnegan after fusing with Hashirama's flesh. Of course, this also ties into the fact that Madara was Indra's reincarnation and Hashirama was Azura's. Basically, the sage body, and the Azura chakra it contains, are key components. Down the line, when our clans intermarry, the Senju and Uzumaki clans will need the results of this research too. And if I succeed, we could enable all future Senju and Uzumaki clan members to develop sage bodies and wood-style abilities artificially. Isn't that something worth aiming for? Imagine it, if all three clans had sage bodies and wood-style powers. How strong would we become? You've really got a knack for painting a pretty picture. Mido said with a deep breath, massaging her temples as if she had a headache. If this really works, I wouldn't even be able to refuse. Compared to that, studying my husband's cells is a small matter. Are you sure you can pull this off? You're saying you won't need any Senju or Uzumaki clan members to help with the research? She asked seriously. Pretty much. Kaito nodded confidently. Unless I'm at the stage where I've cracked the essence of the sage body and wood style. After that, I might need a few people to run compatibility tests and adjust the formulas, but it'd only involve small, harmless samples. Kaido was confident in his medical skills and talent. With his current abilities, he already had a good chance of succeeding. Not to mention, his skills were improving every day, breakthroughs and epiphanies weren't out of the question. He was even considering bringing Orochimaru into a contract to help him with the research. And if I could kidnap Vegapunk from the One Piece world, that'd be perfect? Kaido added, half joking. Too bad that wasn't realistic right now. Vegapunk was under heavy surveillance by the world government. Still, the Vinsmokes might be worth a shot. Even Caesar Clown could be useful, though he was nowhere near Vegapunk's level. Brain fruit is just too op. Kaito muttered wistfully. Is that so? Uzumaki Mido murmured, sinking into thought for a moment. Then she raised her head, looking directly at Kaito. Alright. I agree to this. I'll arrange for people to cooperate with your research moving forward, but promise me, you won't abuse this, and you won't let me down. By the way, Kaito, do you think it's possible to bring Hashirama back to life in the future? Mido's voice softened as she thought about the prospect. With the potential to live far into the future and Kaito's plans to unite the ninja world under true peace, she couldn't help but hope for a way to reunite with Hashirama and enjoy a long, happy life together. Besides, with powerful threats from the Otsutsuki clan and even the pirate world looming in the future, Kaito would need strong allies by his side. Hashirama seemed like the perfect candidate for the job. After all, resurrection wasn't impossible in the ninja world. If it were, the likes of Orochimaru wouldn't have bothered pursuing it. Even Naori Uchiha chuckled at Mido's sentimentality. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. She teased. But honestly, reviving Hashirama could be a good move. It'd be a big help for Kaito. As for bringing back her own husband, Naori hadn't even considered it. It wasn't feasible. Her husband's body had been completely incinerated during battle, leaving nothing behind. Thank you, Lady Mido, for your support, Kaito said earnestly before responding to her question. As for reviving the first Hokage? Once I awaken the Rinnegan, or if I can get my hands on Madara's Rinnegan, it's definitely possible. As long as I can address the risks of using the Elder Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Jutsu, Judo Art of Rin Rebirth, it won't be a problem at all. With the first Hokage's strength and talent, if I nurture him with my methods, he'll shine even brighter in the future. He'll be a massive help. Not just the first Hokage, I'd also bring back the second Hokage. His genius is wasted if it's not put to work in research. Kaito's eyes sparkled with excitement. Maybe once I become Hokage, I'll learn Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, and use it to bring them both back temporarily. One can help Lady Mido with reforestation and engineering projects. The other can focus on research. It'd be perfect? By now, Kaito's imagination was running wild, his eyes practically glowing. As for combat? He didn't really need the first Hokage for that. Even Yamato's wood style would be enough for construction and real estate development, so imagine what Hashirama could do. Once Kaito became Hokage, he planned to completely rebuild Hidden Leaf Village, reform its systems, and modernize its infrastructure. With Hashirama around, they could save so much money and effort. Uzumaki Mido. Naori Uchiha. So, you're planning to resurrect the first and second Hokage just to use them as laborers, working day and night for you? Mido asked, laughing. You're really something else, kid. Well, Hashirama, sure. He's easygoing and kind-hearted. Once you're Hokage, he wouldn't mind helping out since you wouldn't harm Hidden Leaf Village. But Tobirama? That's a whole different story. If you revive him, forget about him helping you. You'll be lucky if he doesn't cause trouble. Are you sure you still want to go through with it? Mido wasn't joking. Tobirama's distrust and hostility toward the Uchiha were well documented. He'd definitely stir up problems if given the chance. Why not? Kaito shrugged, completely unfazed. With my current strength, I don't need to fear the second Hokage. Beating him wouldn't even be hard. Besides, you, my mother, and the first Hokage would be around. You'd all make sure he doesn't cause any trouble, right? If he's not completely stubborn and short-sighted, he'll understand that I'm the best candidate for Hokage at that time. Sighing, Kaito shook his head. Honestly, I don't even want to be Hokage if I can help it. It's too much responsibility and too many tasks. I'd rather spend my days happily training and enjoying life without burdens. But to reform Hidden Leaf Village quickly, unite the ninja world, and contract more allies from the pirate world, I have to take that position. Still, once things settle down, I plan to strip most administrative duties away from the Hokage's role. I'll establish a dedicated governance department to handle all that boring paperwork. Hidden Leaf Village's political structure needs a complete overhaul. The way it is now is a total mess. A village with barely 1 million people, and the Hokage has to deal with everything? Even trivial matters like petty thefts or disputes? It's ridiculous. If that doesn't change, then even if I had 1,000 shadow clones handling tasks daily, I'd still be overwhelmed after uniting the ninja world. Just think about Naruto in the original timeline. After becoming Hokage, he was worked to the bone. He couldn't even spend time with his family, let alone train. It was completely backward. Well, Mido and Naori exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Mido added thoughtfully, but the reason it's like this is because the Hokage refuses to delegate power. They want complete control. Tobirama was like this, and so was Hiruzen. Not everyone is like you, willing to give up some of their authority. Chapter 112, Recruiting Orochimaru. So, they've completely lost sight of what's important. Kaido shook his head with a chuckle. As long as you hold absolute power, what's the point of clinging to these trivial, meaningless rights? Isn't that just looking for trouble? Fists are power. That's the true essence of authority. As long as my strength is overwhelming, even if I delegate all the Hokage's powers to others, I wouldn't worry about losing control or being sidelined. And I wouldn't have to worry about anyone daring to act recklessly behind my back. Because the power in my fists can take their lives at any moment. Honestly, the Naruto of the future was really foolish in this regard. He actually let himself get tied down by all the endless, tedious affairs of the village. He neglected his family, failed to take care of the village properly, and of course, had no energy left to deal with other villages or bigger plans. Kaito suspected this might have been a deliberate scheme by other ninja villages. They probably wanted Naruto to stay so bogged down in these mundane responsibilities that he wouldn't have the time or energy to unify the ninja world or launch any invasions with his unmatched power. Just maybe that's only a conspiracy theory. Either way, Kaido wasn't going to be some overworked, frustrated tool like that. Wow, you really have a clear perspective on the essence of power. Uzumaki Mido said, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Kaido was right. Back in the day, her husband, Hashirama, had delegated all the administrative work to Tobirama and distributed authority among the various clans. Even so, no one dared to defy him or treat him like a figurehead. After all, Hashirama was invincible back then. Since you've got it all figured out, I won't say much more. Do what you think is best. If possible, it'd be great to revive Hashirama and Tobirama ahead of time. Let them handle some of the hard work and make up for all the trouble they left behind when they died so early. Especially Tobirama, work him to the bone. It's not like he'll get tired anyway, given the pseudo-immortality of Edo Tensei. Let him work 24 out of 7 for all I care. Mido said with a completely serious expression. Kaido and Naori Uchiha were both dumbfounded. What kind of grudge was this? But they liked it. Alright, it's settled then. Kaito said with a sly grin. Since things are wrapped up here, I'll head back to the front lines. Next up, we're attacking Hidden Rain Village. Maybe even clashing with Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village. I've got to lend a hand. The village matters are in your hands. I'm off. With that, Kaito vanished from Hidden Leaf Village in a flash. Alright, let's get started. Naori Uchiha said, exchanging a knowing smile with Mido. Sure. First, we'll gather people to organize these, copy and compile them into manuals, and get the village buzzing about it. Agreed. I'll call in help from the Senju and Uzumaki clans too. At the Hidden Leaf Village front line camp, Kaido reappeared in his tent. A quick sensory sweep told him that Tsunade, his shadow clones, and the allied clan ninja forces hadn't returned yet. Well, with the distance, it'll still take them a few hours to get back. Might as well go see Orochimaru. It's time we had a little chat. With that thought, Kaido locked onto Orochimaru's location. Surprisingly, Orochimaru was in an underground lab right beneath his tent. In the next moment, Kaido teleported into Orochimaru's tent. His sudden appearance startled the white snake Orochimaru had left there for security. Kaido smiled faintly at the snake, which promptly vanished in a puff of white smoke. He walked to the entrance of the underground lab and used Earth Style to bypass several layers of seals and barriers, finally entering a dimly lit lab. Slick. Orochimaru was waiting, eyes sharp and wary. He gave a fake smile, licking his lips before speaking. My, Kaido-kun, what an unexpected visit. I didn't think you'd show up here. Shouldn't you be walking right into the trap that Danzō and Hanzo so carefully laid for you by now? Indeed, Orochimaru knew about Danzo's plan to wipe out the Uchiha and the allied clans. He had even tipped off Tsunade about it. Of course, Tsunade and the others had already been aware, but they appreciated Orochimaru's gesture. It seemed that at this point, Orochimaru still had some sense of camaraderie. Ha! Kaido chuckled. Well, since I'm standing here now, it's obvious Danzo and Hanzo are both dead. By the way, thanks for the heads up earlier. Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply. He was stunned. How long had it been? Including travel time, it hadn't even been half a day. The battle was already over? He doubted as the battle didn't even last more than an hour. Danzo and Hanzo were that weak? Or was it Tsunade and the Uchiha who were underestimated? Orochimaru composed himself quickly and smirked. I doubt my intel was that valuable, You clearly knew about Danzo's plans beforehand. Not true. Kaido replied. Results aren't everything, intent matters too. You showed goodwill, and that's enough for my thanks. It proves you were on our side. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. So Danzo and Hanzo are dead? What about their forces? All dead. Kaito said flatly. All of them. Orochimaru's eyes widened. Danzo had nearly 1,000 men, and Hanzo had over 2,000. How did you? We didn't lose anyone. Kaito said with a grin. Not a single fatality. Only a handful were lightly injured. Orochimaru gasped audibly. Impressive, Kaido-kun. By the way, did you make a stop at Danzo's root base? Of course. Kaito said, smiling knowingly. Care to guess what I found? Orochimaru's mind raced. He knew Danzo's death would trigger all the seals on his subordinates, rendering the base vulnerable. Let me guess, plans to move against the Hokage? You're sharp. Kaito said. This internal conflict will end soon. Once the front line stabilizes, I'll return to Hidden Leaf Village as the 4th Hokage. And I want you to lead Hidden Leaf Village's new research division. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. We'll fund research into jutsu, forbidden techniques, Genkai, and even advanced technology. Even human experimentation, within limits, will be allowed. Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up with excitement. By the time Kaido finished speaking, he was grinning from ear to ear. I'm very interested. Orochimaru said, his tone practically oozing enthusiasm. I must say, Kaido-kun, you're truly visionary. Unlike my old teacher, who's stingy, overly cautious, and afraid of his own shadow. I'm thoroughly satisfied with this offer. In fact, I can't wait for you to become Hokage already. Honestly, I'm itching to step into my role as head of the research division. At this point, any thoughts of war or loyalty to his old teacher had completely evaporated from Orochimaru's mind. What war? What teacher? None of that mattered anymore. The promise of the research division had utterly captivated him. Orochimaru was a total science geek at this moment. Chapter 113, Contracting Orochimaru. At this moment, Kaito noticed through his talent that Orochimaru's favorability toward him had skyrocketed to 67 points. It was clear, Orochimaru was extremely satisfied with what he'd been offered. Compared to before, this was a significant improvement. No rush. Kaito smiled and shook his head. This is only the first benefit. There are still more to come. Your second benefit, Kaito continued, is that I can provide you with enough high-grade nutritional pills every month to sustain your training. Additionally, I can teach you a partial version of a lifespan-enhancing technique. By consistently practicing it, you can extend your lifespan, improve your constitution, and purify your bloodline. The reason Kaito offered such an enticing condition was simple: he needed to increase Orochimaru's favorability quickly and bind him to his cause. Without offering something Orochimaru deeply desired, this would be impossible. At this point, Orochimaru still had remnants of his humanity and bottom line, but only just. Ordinary offerings would fail to move him. Fortunately, the partial version of this technique had its limits. At best, it could extend his lifespan by 10 to 20 years, improve his constitution by 60 to 70%, and enhance his bloodline to a similar extent. But for Orochimaru, this was already incredibly appealing. What? A technique that can extend life? Improve constitution? Purify bloodline? Is this for real? As expected, Orochimaru's eyes lit up when he heard this, his excitement barely contained. This was it, exactly what he had been searching for. Perhaps this technique wasn't perfect, but Orochimaru never sought a fully developed method of immortality. What he needed was a foothold, a starting point. Though he didn't fully understand the specifics of the technique, the mere fact that it could extend life, improve constitution, and purify bloodline convinced him it was the foothold he'd been searching for. If he could decipher the principles behind these effects, there was a strong chance he could create a true method of immortality. The process might be arduous and even ultimately unattainable, but it was a start. Of course, all this depended on whether Kaido was telling the truth. Is it really worth offering me such a high price just to win me over? Orochimaru asked himself. The answer was no. Kaito must have other motives and demands. But Orochimaru wasn't afraid of additional conditions. As long as he could achieve his goals, he was willing to pay any price. It's absolutely true. Kaido affirmed with a nod. However, there is a condition. If you agree to it, the technique is yours. You can test its effects yourself once you've obtained it. So, what's your choice? Hiss. Ho. Orochimaru took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and studied his emotions. Then, he asked seriously, what exactly is that condition? As long as it wasn't excessively harsh, he was willing to accept it. Kaido responded immediately, "It's not so much a condition, think of it as a trade, or maybe even a gamble. Here's the deal, after you get all the perks I promised, you'll need to agree to one condition. Oh, and you'll also have to sign a contract if you meet its hidden requirement. This contract's got strings attached. You won't be able to hurt me or do anything that could mess with me, not even by accident." Hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply. This condition wasn't simple at all. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Orochimaru thought to himself with a sigh. Kaido continued, "But in return, once you sign the contract, you'll receive the complete version of the technique. With proper nutrition, this technique could extend your lifespan by up to 200 years, quadruple your constitution, and significantly enhance your bloodline purification. Moreover, you'll gain even greater benefits, ones that you'll only discover after signing the contract. In short, this is a high-stakes gamble. If you trust me, you'll reap rewards beyond your imagination. But if you lose, you might lose your freedom entirely. If you don't want to take the gamble, that's fine too. I'll still honor the research department head position, funding, and resources I promised earlier. Even high-grade nutritional pills will still be supplied monthly. But you won't get even half of the technique. So, what's your choice?" Kaido finished with a light smile, looking at Orochimaru expectantly. "Ho." Orochimaru was silent for a long while before finally exhaling deeply. He looked at Kaido with a wry smile. "You've really given me a tough choice. Greater benefits than the complete technique?" Orochimaru mused. "It seems you've already signed this mysterious contract with people like the Uchiha, the Senju, Tsunade, Nawaki, and others. No wonder the Uchiha clan and the others have achieved such remarkable growth in just over 3 years. It's clear now. The real secret behind their progress is you, Kaido." Orochimaru shook his head. "We all underestimated you. Even my teacher and Danzo couldn't see the depths of your plans. You've hidden yourself well." "Hey, I'm flattered," Kaido replied with a faint smile. "No." Orochimaru shook his head. "I only pieced it together because you were willing to talk to me and make this offer. Otherwise, I might never have realized it until you chose to reveal it yourself." Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Kaido, noticing his hesitation, chuckled playfully. "You don't need to think about it for too long. After all, you might not even meet the hidden condition. If you don't meet it, you'll never have the chance to sign the contract. Keep in mind, the opportunity to sign this contract is extremely rare. Not everyone meets the requirements. And even if someone meets the requirements, it doesn't guarantee I'll offer them the contract. Whether or not I agree to the contract depends entirely on my will. Without sufficient talent, even meeting the requirements won't be enough to convince me. Furthermore, as I contract more people over time, the talent standard will only get higher." Hearing this, Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. "Is that so? Then what if I accept your conditions, get half the technique, but then never meet the hidden requirement? Wouldn't he be getting the technique for free?" He doubted Kaido would allow such a loophole. Kaido paused briefly, realizing the flaw in his earlier proposal. After some thought, he smiled. "In that case, you'll owe me 3 favors. You'll need to complete 3 research tasks within your abilities for me in the future. How about that?" Other than research, Kaido couldn't think of anything else from Orochimaru that he'd value. "Interesting. It seems you have great faith in my research abilities. Fine, I accept," Orochimaru said with a pleased expression, his gaze toward Kaito softening noticeably. Clearly, Kaito understood him well. At this moment, Kaito noticed that Orochimaru's favorability toward him had increased again, now reaching 69 points. That was a pretty decent number. "Alright then. I'll teach you half of the life force jutsu now." As he spoke, Kaito raised his hand and pointed toward Orochimaru's forehead from a distance. Orochimaru, looking slightly confused, suddenly felt a surge of information rushing into his mind, almost as if lightning struck his sea of consciousness. Soon after, Orochimaru began absorbing the specific training information about the life force jutsu. This. Orochimaru was utterly stunned and looked at Kaido in shock. Spiritual transmission of information? Impressive. Praising him briefly, Orochimaru couldn't help but immerse most of his mind into his sea of consciousness, greedily absorbing the technique's knowledge. It wasn't long before he gained a basic understanding. This technique is so profound. Orochimaru marveled. This is completely different from any understanding I've ever had of the human body. This doesn't even belong to the same system as the ninjutsu training in our world. Where in the world did Kaido get this from? This little guy is so mysterious. Orochimaru's curiosity and anticipation grew. Now I'm even more excited to see what comes after making this contract. Yes, he had already decided, once he met the hidden requirements, he would contract with Kaido. To achieve immortality, Orochimaru was willing to sacrifice everything, his body, his soul, his future. What was there to hesitate about? Being restricted by Kaido to some extent, unable to act against him? That was a small price to pay. As long as Kaido continued to bring him benefits, Orochimaru would gladly remain loyal. No harmful thoughts would even cross his mind. And if there ever came a day when Kaido no longer served his interests? Well, that day could be far off. He could deal with it then. For now, the priority was to seize every benefit he could and unlock the door to immortality. Who knows? By the time such a day comes, Orochimaru might have already surpassed Kaido and found a way to break the contract. What's life without a bit of risk? Don't overthink it. Let's start training and see how it goes. Shaking off his endless thoughts, Orochimaru opened his eyes and immediately began practicing the technique. Meanwhile, Kaido noticed that Orochimaru's favorability increased by another 2 points, now reaching 71. He was pleased. Not bad. You're getting closer to the threshold. Come on, Orochimaru, don't let me down. The sooner we make this contract, the sooner I can rest easy with you on my side. Kaido thought. He didn't want Orochimaru's favorability to plummet after the potential downfall of the third Hokage and his clan. A top-tier researcher like Orochimaru wasn't easy to come by, it'd be a waste to lose him. Speaking of top researchers, wasn't there that ordinary guy-turned-genius scientist in Kara from Boruto? Amato, was it? I never got around to watching Boruto, but I remember bits and pieces from clips in my past life. If he exists in this world, I definitely need to find him and recruit him. Kaido had a particular fondness for brilliant minds, they could never be too many. Half an hour later. It works. It really works. I can feel my lifespan, vitality, and even my natural talent improving, it's incredible. Orochimaru exclaimed, clearly ecstatic after successfully practicing the life force jutsu for the first time. Congrats. Oh, and by the way, if you pair this with the nutrient pills, the effects get even better. Kaido added helpfully. Really? Thanks for the tip. Orochimaru's eyes lit up at Kaido's words. Without hesitation, he took out a bottle of advanced nutrient pills he'd previously bought from Kaido and swallowed one. Then, he dove back into training. Kaido wasn't the least bit impatient. He simply folded his arms and watched quietly, occasionally offering a piece of advice that significantly sped up Orochimaru's progress. Simultaneously, Orochimaru's favorability toward Kaido soared. 10 times the effectiveness. This is insane. Thanks again, Kaido. I can finally see hope for immortality. Orochimaru said, his tone filled with genuine gratitude after experiencing the results. At this moment, Orochimaru's favorability reached 85 points, exceeding the threshold. No surprise there, Orochimaru. Anything even remotely tied to immortality gets you every time. Kaido thought with a satisfied smile. That's exactly why I offered half the life force jutsu from the start, I knew it'd hit your weak spot. No need to be so formal. Kaido waved casually, signaling Orochimaru to relax. Then, his expression turned serious. Just now, you met the hidden requirement for contracting with me. So, what do you say? Ready to make the deal? Oh? Orochimaru was caught off guard. I already met it? What was the requirement? It's your favorability toward me. Kaido replied bluntly. To form a contract, your favorability must reach the level of a true friend in your heart. Favorability, huh? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, licking his lips thoughtfully. Interesting. Honestly, right now, I do see you as a genuine friend. Anyone who helps me walk the path to immortality can be my friend. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He was curious, almost impatient. What are the real benefits waiting on the other side of this deal? Is it the complete immortality technique? Even better enhancements? Superior resources? The possibilities were thrilling. No problem. Kaido smiled knowingly. He formed a mysterious rune at his brow and directed it toward Orochimaru. The intricate symbol floated before him, glowing faintly. Oh? Orochimaru's gaze locked onto the rune, a mix of fascination and admiration. Such a complex design. This is the contract? Even though I can't decipher it, I can sense its extraordinary nature. Exactly. Kaido confirmed. Just touch the rune and agree to the terms in your heart, and the contract will be sealed. Without hesitation, Orochimaru reached out and touched the symbol. Instantly, a voice echoed in his mind, detailing the contract terms and asking for his agreement. Chapter 114, The Ideal Human Experiments Subject, White Zetsu agreed. Orochimaru declared firmly. The next moment, the rune turned into a streak of light, merging into his hand before he could react. Instantly, it entered the center of his mind's sea of consciousness and settled there. At that moment, Orochimaru felt his consciousness and soul become significantly more stable. Before he could explore the change, waves of information began flooding his mind. They included a vast amount of knowledge about the past and future of the One Piece world, parts of the past and future of the Naruto world, and, most importantly, the complete data for Life Force Technique, Eternal Life Technique, Crystal Meditation Techniques, Primal Chakra Refinement, Basic and Advanced Taijutsu, Haki Training Methods, the Six Powers, and the Secret Life Return Technique. Orochimaru was ecstatic as he closed his eyes and focused entirely on absorbing this newfound knowledge and these techniques. After a long while, he finally reopened his eyes, which now gleamed with excitement. He gave a respectful nod toward Kaido and said, "From now on, I'll be counting on your guidance, Kaito-san." Haha. No problem at all. Are you satisfied? Kaido chuckled knowingly. Satisfied? This goes way beyond satisfaction. Orochimaru nodded repeatedly. It's more like an unbelievable surprise. I originally thought having the full version of the Life Force method was already incredible, but I didn't expect there to be an even more godlike advanced version, the Eternal Life Jutsu. With these two methods, I feel like I've already paved most of my path to immortality. And that's not even mentioning the Primal Chakra Refinement, Crystal Meditation, and all the other techniques you've created and taught me. To think that chakra itself carries such profound mysteries. It makes sense, though. This energy was passed down to humanity by the Sage of Six Paths. If it were me, I'd probably leave some kind of mechanism in it, too. I wonder, after all these years, just how much chakra the sage has harvested through this technique? And how many souls of the deceased does he now control? If he were stronger right now, he'd definitely want to confront the Sage of Six Paths directly. Better yet, he'd love to capture and study the sage. And if possible, the sage's mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, intrigued him just as much. Well, who knows? We'll only find out once we face him in the future. Kaito said with a casual wave of his hand. But for now, our strength isn't anywhere near enough to take on the Sage of Six Paths. Let's talk about facing him again after I break through to Six Paths level. Until then, stay low-key and don't do anything that might draw his attention too soon. Otherwise, they might have to flee to the One Piece world, bide their time, and return later to settle the score with the sage. And as for whether the Sage of Six Paths was truly a villain, a bad guy, or even on their side, Kaido wasn't counting on any of that. There was too much uncertainty. For his own safety, it was better to treat the sage as one of his potential enemies from the start. Understood. I won't act recklessly. Haha. Orochimaru nodded, grinning. Although he often seemed crazy and twisted, he wasn't actually stupid. He knew when to act and when to wait. For the next few years, focus on the Life Force Jutsu, the Primal Chakra Refinement, and the Crystal Meditation Jutsu. Enhance your lifespan, vitality, and spiritual energy while simultaneously improving your strength. Also, I suggest you train in observation haki as a way to sharpen your perception. Other things can wait for now. My modified basic and advanced taijutsu techniques, along with the six powers, can supplement your physical training. Combine them with the meat of seekings for optimal results. I believe your strength will undergo a dramatic transformation in no time. In the future, I'll be counting on you to take charge of the research division for me. There's so much in both the ninja and pirate worlds waiting to be explored. Kaido added, giving Orochimaru advice and instructions. No problem. Orochimaru nodded again. Thanks for the advice. I never imagined that the ingredients for those nutrition pills were just ordinary seekings from another world. It's unbelievable. To think there's a whole other world beyond this one. And such a fascinating world at that. No wonder the people of that world are so physically strong. This could completely compensate for the low defense weakness of ninjas. Also, I'm intrigued by the devil fruits of that world. Who would have thought a world like that would produce treasures like those? They're absolutely mouth-watering. He had already decided he would acquire powerful devil fruit for himself in the future. Moreover, he was determined to uncover the essence of devil fruits and even attempt to replicate them. These things probably aren't naturally occurring phenomena. Kaito said with a slight shake of his head. They're likely creations of ancient humans, manifestations of the light of human consciousness. Probably products of dimensional ascension. You might discover the truth through research one day. Oh? Human creations, you say? That makes them even more interesting. Orochimaru responded, not disappointed in the slightest. Instead, he was even more intrigued. Since it's man-made, the chances of him unraveling their mysteries were even higher. The chances of fully understanding it are much higher now. Orochimaru said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. By the way, Kaido, do you happen to have any other devil fruits on hand? Could you lend me one to study? Also, Do you think I'll ever get a chance to work with Vegapunk from the pirate world someday? Collaborating with him would be fascinating. Orochimaru licked his lips, asking with genuine curiosity. In his mind, there was no way Kaito wouldn't be interested in someone as brilliant as Vegapunk. I do have a few devil fruits. Kaito replied, nodding. They're all zone types I acquired by chance over the past 3 years. I can give you one. But you need to remember, zone-type devil fruits are very different from Parimsha and Logia types. When researching devil fruits in the future, don't try to apply your findings from zone types directly to the other 2 categories. Otherwise, you'll run into big problems. As he spoke, Kaito flipped his hand, producing a zone-type devil fruit. He tossed it to Orochimaru and added, as for meeting Vegapunk, we'll have to wait and see. Right now, even I haven't been able to meet him. He's been heavily guarded by the world government for a long time. He's not someone you can approach easily. We'll have to look for an opportunity later. Orochimaru caught the devil fruit eagerly, his eyes lighting up as he examined it closely. He even tried probing it with chakra, but the attempt failed. The fruit rejected his chakra completely, creating a strong repelling force. For now, he set aside the research, storing the fruit in the storage space Kaito had given him. Looking back at Kaito, he nodded. Got it. When I get my hands on Parimsha and Logia types, I'll make sure to keep one of each for comparison. Speaking of which, Orochimaru added with a curious gleam in his eyes, are there any creatures, animals or insects, maybe, that possess enhanced intelligence? I think small, stealthy, and highly mobile animals or insects would work well. You could form contracts with them and send them to scout hidden places like Mary Ijo's Navy headquarters, or even Vegapunk's research island. While we're at it, the strongholds of the 4 emperors are worth considering too. If we can light up these locations on a map, we could use teleportation to travel freely between them. Then, stealing their treasures or kidnapping their geniuses would be a breeze. And the best part? They wouldn't even know who did it. What do you think, Kaito? Wait. Kaito was momentarily stunned by Orochimaru's idea. After thinking about it, he realized it was actually a very viable plan. He couldn't help but give Orochimaru a thumbs up. As expected of you, Orochimaru. I didn't even think of that. Thanks for the suggestion. Hey, it's nothing. Orochimaru smiled modestly. Kaito-san, you're just too upright to think of something like this right away. Unlike me, I've never had an issue with using underhanded or shameless methods to achieve my goals. Upright? Maybe. Kaito muttered, raising an eyebrow. He didn't think of himself as particularly righteous, but it wasn't worth arguing about now. Speaking of stealthy creatures, perhaps. White Zetsu? Kaito suddenly sensed a cluster of white Zetsu hiding underground outside the camp. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he considered the idea. Oh? White Zetsu? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Looking around, he asked eagerly, Kaito-san, why didn't I think of that? These are perfect materials for human experimentation. And they're the ideal subjects for wood-style experiments, too. Are there any white Zetsu in or near this camp? Could you catch a few alive for me to study? Thanks to the future knowledge he'd acquired about the Fourth Great Ninja War, Orochimaru already understood what white Zetsu were. With these, he could entirely replace human test subjects in his experiments, and the results would likely be even better. Their compatibility was simply too high. There aren't any in the camp right now, but there are quite a few nearby. Kaito replied, shaking his head. Over the past few years, my mother, Lady Mido, and I developed barriers specifically to counter Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's abilities. These barriers prevent them from easily phasing through. I used one of these barriers during the battle against Hanzo and Danzo, and it worked. But now that Black Zetsu knows about it, they've been avoiding our camps. The White Zetsu near here have already retreated to a more distant location. Also, I suspect that Black Zetsu and Madara Uchiha will make their move against us soon. Even if they don't, I plan to provoke them into action. It's better to send them to the afterlife sooner rather than later and eliminate the trouble they might cause in the future. So, for now, we can't capture White Zetsu just yet. We don't want to alert them prematurely. But after we deal with Madara, you can catch as many White Zetsu as you want. Madara would undoubtedly continue causing chaos to achieve his goals, whether it was inciting conflict between the major ninja villages or choosing a successor from the Uchiha to further his plans. As for Black Zetsu, his obsession with reviving his mother, Kaguya, guaranteed he'd stop at nothing. Right now, the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans were the biggest obstacles in their way. It was only a matter of time before they clashed with Black Zetsu and Madara. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative. Chapter 115, Discussing Future Actions. Oh? Is that so? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow with keen interest and said, In that case, let's wait for now. After all, there's no shortage of test subjects on the front lines for the time being, and many experiments aren't suitable for these conditions anyway. He added with a sinister grin. However, Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu. They intrigue me even more. Who would have thought that the so-called Ashura of the Warring States period, the devil of the ninja world, deliberately deceived the first and second Hokages, and the entire world, all to gain the first Hokage's cells and awaken the Rinnegan? And what surprises me even more is that the Uchiha and Senju clans are actually descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, combining their powers can give birth to the God's Eye. Truly fascinating. Orochimaru licked his lips, his face brimming with excitement. So, Kaido. He continued, is that why you're encouraging alliances and even intermarriage between the Senju and Uchiha clans? Are you aiming to produce descendants who naturally inherit both bloodlines and can awaken the Rinnegan effortlessly? The idea of intermarriage wasn't new to him. He had heard Tsunade mention it before, though in passing. Oh? Kaido raised an eyebrow at Orochimaru's question and replied, so, you've caught wind of that plan? Indeed, that's part of the intention. He admitted. But the main goal is to unify the clan's complementary yin-yang talents, giving future generations greater potential. As for the Rinnegan, it's not so easily awakened. The intel I provided you includes this information, doesn't it? Madara didn't just awaken the Rinnegan because of his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It's also highly likely because he and the first Hokage were reincarnations of the sage's sons, Indra and Ashura. Perhaps the chakra of Indra and Ashura is the true catalyst that evolves the eternal Mangekyō into the Rinnegan. We can test this theory as we continue our research. After all, Kaido thought to himself, his family and clansmen would all eventually awaken the Rinnegan. When that day comes, the Uchiha will surpass even the Otsutsuki clan, both in potential and future power. Is that so? Orochimaru paused for a moment, recalling the vast amount of information he had recently absorbed. He nodded, somewhat enlightened. You're right. I skimmed through so much data before, I didn't notice certain crucial details. It seems I'll need to spend more time digesting all this information properly, so I don't miss anything important. If we're to verify whether Indra's and Ashura's chakra is the key to the Rinnegan's evolution, Orochimaru mused, then we'll need samples of Madara's and the first Hokage's chakra for further study. Unless... Has Ashura already reincarnated again? Nope. Kaido shook his head. Both reincarnations usually manifest in the same era. This time, Indra's reincarnation, Madara, hasn't died yet. Naturally, Ashura hasn't reincarnated either. Oh? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. If that's the case, I can see why you think the Sage of Six Paths wasn't a good person. A lot of things may very well have been his schemes. Because, looking at this, the endless wars between the Uchiha, Senju, and even the entire ninja world over the centuries are all tied to the cycles of Indra's and Ashura's reincarnations. Hey, how interesting. To deliberately use his son's reincarnations to perpetuate conflict and war. Constantly harvesting generations of ninja. What a brilliant, if ruthless, strategy. This cycle of conflict, Orochimaru noted, had indeed pushed the development of ninjutsu forward, leading to continuous innovation. But it had also brought immense suffering, with countless ninja and civilians losing their lives to war. The Sage of Six Paths could hardly be considered a good person, Orochimaru concluded. If he truly wanted peace, Kaido interjected, he wouldn't have spread chakra in the first place. That would have been the simplest way to prevent large-scale conflict. Without chakra, humanity might still fight, but the intensity of those battles would be far less. The destructive power of ninja far outweighs that of ordinary people. Perhaps. Kaido speculated, he had other motives, like raising the ninja world's strength to prepare for the Otsutsuki clan's eventual invasion. Kaido wasn't buying the idea that the sage was unaware of the Otsutsuki threat. Even if he didn't know during the sealing of his mother, he must have figured it out later. That's certainly possible. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Anyway, let's set that aside for now. Orochimaru suddenly shook his head and changed the subject. Since you've wiped out Hanzo, Danzo, and a significant number of the Rain Ninja forces, what are your plans for the ongoing war? Will you aim to end it quickly? Orochimaru clearly hoped so. The sooner the war ended, the sooner he could return to Hidden Lee Village and focus on his research. War was tedious and a waste of time. I'd like that, Kaito said with a shrug. With the elimination of 2,000 Rain Ninja and Hanzo, plus the subsequent dismantling of their forces, my contributions should be enough to secure the Hokage position. With the backing of 3 clans, plus the alliances I've forged over the years, and a few strategic promises, becoming Hokage shouldn't be an issue. That is. Unless the Stone and Sand villages have other ideas. If they don't step in, we can crush the Rain Ninja completely. But if they do, we might end up at war with them instead. They won't just sit back and watch us obliterate the Rain Ninja, after all. News of Hanzo's death won't stay hidden for long. Both the Stone and Sand villages have spies watching him. Orochimaru frowned. The Stone and Sand ninjas' movements in recent months suggest they've been aiming for Hidden Leaf Village from the start. They're using the rain as a stepping stone. Exactly. Kaito nodded. If they refuse to back off, we'll have no choice but to fight them too. But we'll discuss our strategy once Tsunade and the main forces return. Oh, right. Orochimaru interjected, changing the subject again. Since you raided Danzo's base, did you get your hands on the second Hokage's wood-style research data or Hashirama's cells? I did. Kaito replied with a smirk. Danzo once promised you a chance to restart the wood-style experiments, didn't he? I'm very interested in that as well. But I'm aiming for more than just replicating wood-style or Hashirama's cells. I want to uncover the essence of his sage body and figure out how to grant sage body traits to others. After the war, this will be a priority for our research division, and I'll be directly involved. My medical skills are second to none, even better than Tsunade's. Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wonderful. If you're joining, this will make things much easier. Speaking of which, Kaito added casually, I've already talked to Lady Mido about using the Edo Tensei to temporarily revive the first and second Hokage to assist us. What? Orochimaru was stunned. You're reviving them? And Lady Mido agreed? But isn't the second Hokage notoriously anti-Uchiha? Kaito grinned. Oh, don't worry about that. If he causes trouble, we'll handle it. Besides, with the Uchiha's current strength, he can't do much anyway. And if words won't convince him, I'm sure a few punches from the first Hokage, Lady Mido, and my mother will do the trick. Chapter 116, Exposing Danzo's Crimes. All right. As long as you're confident. Orochimaru nodded knowingly, a glint of amusement in his eyes, as if silently mourning the second Hokage's impending misfortune. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, but you informed me that the downfall of the Senju clan is tied to the old man and Danzo, that much I get. But Kagami Uchiha? Are you telling me even he was secretly taken out by Danzo and his cronies? They were his fellow disciples. Damn, that's cold. Danzo and my teacher, both so ruthless. Realizing the depths of their betrayal, Orochimaru suddenly felt justified in turning against them and siding with Kaito's group. This was the side of justice, wasn't it? When he faced his teacher next, he could stand tall and defend his choices without a shred of guilt. You're not wrong. One of Kagami Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan eyes was found in Danzo's right eye socket, and the other was hidden in Danzo's secret base at the root. As he spoke, Kaito casually pulled out 2 test tubes, each containing a Sharingan, and showed them to Orochimaru. So these are Mangekyō Sharingan? Orochimaru immediately leaned in, eyes locked on the tubes, filled with an almost insatiable curiosity. Kaito-kun, can I borrow these to study? His gaze was glued to the Sharingan, his tone almost begging. This is Mangekyō Sharingan we're talking about. It wasn't surprising, he'd be intrigued by such advanced and mysterious power. Although this wasn't the future version of Orochimaru who was obsessed with the Sharingan after being annihilated by Itachi Uchiha, his fascination was still intense. Not for now. Kaito immediately put the test tubes back into his storage space, much to Orochimaru's disappointment. I still want to study them myself and see if I can replicate the Mangekyō techniques. I can't let you mess with them just yet. But if your research proves useful later, I have several pairs of 3 Tomoe Sharingan that I wouldn't mind letting you study. Who knows? Maybe Orochimaru could create something interesting with them. Deal? Orochimaru's eyes lit up with excitement. Deal. Kaito nodded affirmatively. Great. I can't wait for you to become Hokage and set up the research division. I'm eager to dive in. Orochimaru rubbed his hands together with anticipation. For the next few hours, Orochimaru bombarded Kaito with questions about the future and even convinced him to take a short trip to the pirate world. They briefly toured the bases Kaito had established there. They returned just in time for Tsunade and her team's arrival. The moment they regrouped, Tsunade wasted no time summoning all the Jonin in the camp for a meeting. Ladies and gentlemen. Tsunade began, standing tall as her gaze swept across the room with an air of authority. In this rescue operation, the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans not only successfully saved Kaito's squad and several other patrol teams, but my disciple Kaito also managed to annihilate over 2,000 elite-trained shinobi with his unparalleled lightning-style techniques. Moreover, she continued, her voice steady and firm, we've uncovered that the reason Kaito's squad was ambushed by Hanzo was due to a trap targeting the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans. And the mastermind behind this trap was none other than Danzō himself. The room erupted into chaos. Was it shock over Kaido's terrifying feats? Or disbelief that Danzō had plotted against his own allies? While the dissenting voices were fewer due to the thinning ranks of Danzō and the third Hokage's loyalists in the camp, there were still murmurs of doubt. A Sarutobi clan shinobi, one who hadn't participated in the plot against Kaido, stood up and questioned loudly, "Lady Tsunade, how can you accuse Danzō-sama of such a heinous act without evidence?" "Without evidence?" Tsunade cut him off with an icy glare. "There's no without. I have solid proof." The shinobi froze, silenced by her commanding presence. Tsunade ignored him and turned to Kaido, signaling him with a nod. "Kaido, bring out the bodies of Hanzo and Danzō. Since we have so many members of the Yamanaka clan and the interrogation squad here, let them investigate and verify the truth for themselves." Indeed, their plans had shifted. Rather than playing the long game, they had decided to expose Danzō and his crimes openly. After raiding Danzō's root base, they'd uncovered a trove of evidence implicating both him and the third Hokage in countless heinous acts. There was no need for subtlety anymore. On the front lines, the Sarutobi and their allies had been nearly wiped out. Orochimaru had already been contracted by Kaido, and clans like the Nara and Akimaki, who had grown closer to the Uchiha and Senju in recent years, were shifting their allegiance. Control of the front lines was already within their grasp. It was time to go bold. "Got it." Kaido waved his hand, and the bodies of Hanzo and Danzō materialized in the center of the room. This sudden display of a storage jutsu caused many to narrow their eyes in surprise. Spatial storage? Looks like the Uchiha and Senju still have plenty of tricks up their sleeves, thought Nara Shikayama, impressed. "Yamanaka Uchiha, take the interrogation squad and delve into Danzō and Hanzo's memories. Let's confirm the truth," Shikayama instructed, exchanging a glance with Akimaki Torafu. They trusted Tsunade and her group wouldn't make baseless accusations. And with this act, they made their stance clear. If what she said was true, Nara Shikayama could almost guarantee that the third Hokage must have been involved. After all, Danzō hadn't just taken the ninjas from the Shimura clan and the Root division. He also dragged members of the Sarutobi, Minato, and Uchiha clans into this mess. With such an enormous scandal, it was enough to force the third Hokage to step down. The combined strength of the Uchiha and other allied clans could easily achieve this. Especially since Danzō and the elite forces of the Sarutobi faction stationed on the front lines were practically wiped out. The third Hokage's days were numbered. "All right." Yamanaka Uchiha immediately stood up and called on a few members of the interrogation unit to head towards the central table where the corpses of Danzō and Hanzo were placed. "Destroy the bodies. Quickly." The next moment, a Sarutobi ninja suddenly shouted and charged toward the center table, throwing multiple explosive tags as his chakra flared violently. It was obvious, he was attempting to destroy the evidence and eliminate the corpses. As the leader left behind to guard the camp by Danzō, he knew all too well about the plans involving the third Hokage and Danzō. Seeing Danzō and Hanzo's corpses displayed like this, he immediately realized, the plan had failed. Tsunade was preparing to expose their plot publicly. Danzō's death was one thing, but he couldn't allow the third Hokage to get dragged down as well. Otherwise, the third Hokage would be forced to step down, and the Sarutobi clan would face severe consequences for their complicity. At the same time, several other Sarutobi and Shimura ninjas rushed out from different directions with similar intentions, desperation evident in their eyes. The room erupted into chaos. Explosive tags flew in every direction, and the terrifying aura of unchecked chakra filled the air. Not good. Many onlookers either scrambled to retreat or prepared to intercept the attackers. 4 violet flames formation. Activate. Suddenly, 4 shadow clones appeared at the 4 corners of the central area. A purple barrier instantly took shape, enclosing the bodies of Danzō, Hanzo, and the charging attackers. In the blink of an eye, Kaido teleported inside the barrier using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. His Sharingan spun into a deadly 3-Tomoe pattern. A massive golden skeleton began forming around him, growing larger and more defined by the second. Susanoo. Without hesitation, the colossal arms of his Susanoo came crashing down. The Sarutobi attackers and their explosive tags were crushed under its immense power. Ah! Before they could even scream, they were reduced to nothing but fragments. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed from within Susanoo's massive hands. However, none of the blasts penetrated the barrier, sparing those outside from any harm. The room fell into stunned silence as the dust settled. Whoa! Is that the Susanoo? That's a Mangekyō Sharingan ability. And the 4 violet flames formation. That's Kaido Uchiha, Tsunade-sama's disciple? Lord Nari Uchiha's son? His reaction speed and raw power are terrifying. Now I'm starting to believe he actually killed Hanzo and wiped out 2,000 rain ninjas. Wiping out 2,000 might be exaggerated, but killing Hanzo? Yeah, I think he could have done it. Wait a second. Another ninja interjected. Isn't the most shocking part that Kaido Uchiha is using the Susanoo with only a 3-Tomoe Sharingan? Susanoo is supposed to require the Mangekyō Sharingan. That's true. How is he pulling this off? Wait, what's a Mangekyō Sharingan? Isn't the 3-Tomoe Sharingan the highest form of the eye? You must be joking. Anyone who knows about Madara Uchiha would be aware of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Amid the whispered debates, one ninja sighed. What a pity. Hanzo's and Danzo-sama's bodies were destroyed after all. That means Tsunade-sama's claims might be true. Still, right now. However, Nara Shikayama's expression was thoughtful. No, not necessarily. Since Kaido can use a storage seal and reacts so quickly, he could have easily stored the bodies before they were destroyed. Exactly. Hyuga Hisashi chimed in. Kaido already stored the corpses before they were hit. They're intact. Their sharp eyes had caught the crucial moment. After sharing a knowing glance, the two men smirked. Chapter 117, Exposing the Third Hokage's Crimes. At this moment, Kaido had already deactivated his Susanoo and dispelled the 4 violet flames formation. With a wave of his hand, he used a simple wind-style technique to blow the lingering smoke from the explosion out of the hole in the roof caused by the formation. Then, he surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Under their odd and curious eyes, he began to speak. Senior Shikayama and Senior Hisashi were right. I managed to retrieve both Hanzo's and Danzo's bodies in time. They haven't been destroyed. So, I'll leave it to you, Senior Uchiha, to continue examining their memories. With that, Kaido lightly stomped his foot on the ground. 2 rectangular earthen platforms rose from the center of the area. Kaido waved his hand again, and the bodies of Hanzo and Danzo reappeared on the platforms. He gestured toward Yamanaka Uchiha and his team. He didn't even dismiss the shadow clones stationed at the 4 corners of the open space, ensuring no one else could stir up trouble. Understood. Yamanaka Uchiha and his team stepped forward without hesitation to inspect the memories of Hanzo and Danzo. After half an hour, they withdrew their hands. They exchanged glances, whispered briefly among themselves, and nodded. Finally, Uchiha spoke up. Lady Tsunade was telling the truth. Elder Danzo indeed conspired with Hanzo to set a trap meant to eliminate all the Senju and Uzumaki ninjas on the front lines. This includes Lady Tsunade and Lord Kaido as well. If anyone doubts this, we can bring in other interrogation experts to verify it. Furthermore, Uchiha paused here, glancing at Kaido and Tsunade. He hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Tsunade and Kaido exchanged looks and gave him a firm nod of approval. Kaido even pulled out several confidential letters exchanged between Danzo and the 3rd Hokage, saying, "Speak freely. I've also uncovered these secret letters between Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. These letters weren't forgeries. Though Danzo had destroyed some of his correspondence with the 3rd, he had kept key letters, ones in which the 3rd ordered him to eliminate certain ninjas, including the Senju. It was his habit to retain evidence that could be used to counter-threaten the 3rd or shield himself from being coerced. The destroyed letters were mere decoys to mislead spies planted by the 3rd Hokage's Anbu in Danzo's ranks." Hearing this, Uchiha was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded. "Oh? There's even more evidence?" He turned to the crowd and declared, "Actually, Danzo's collusion with Hanzo to target the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans was all under direct orders from the 3rd Hokage. In fact, we've uncovered numerous instances in Danzo's memories of him targeting ninjas from other clans in the village over the years. This may include your families and clans." Uchiha's voice grew angrier as he spoke. He had seen in Danzo's memories how his own clan had been manipulated and had lost several genius members to Danzo's schemes. This bastard truly deserves to die. And the 3rd Hokage, for turning a blind eye to it all, he's no better. What? No way. Is this real? The crowd erupted in disbelief and shock. One by one, shinobi from various clans began to step forward. It's true. Ever since the 3rd took office, Danzo has taken several talented youths from our clan under various pretenses. None of them ever came back. Our clan too. And ours as well. The atmosphere quickly shifted. The tides had turned against Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. The evidence was overwhelming, and their actions had enraged powerful clans like the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. These clans, despite past struggles, had regained strength over the years. The Uchiha, in particular, were in no mood to forgive. The crowd's anger only intensified when Kaido presented the letters written by the 3rd Hokage. How could the 3rd Hokage do this? Colluding with Danzo to trap and kill comrades on the front lines. Do they even care about the village or their fellow shinobi? All they care about is their selfish ambition. There's nothing they wouldn't do for power. For years, he has used his pro-civilian policies as an excuse to plunder the village's resources. And what did civilian ninjas actually gain? Almost nothing. Instead, most civilian shinobi were sent on the most dangerous missions, while the elite clans avoided the risks. Their favoritism only benefited the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. That's right. Ever since the third became Hokage, his clan and his advisors' clans have grown stronger while smaller clans and civilian ninjas have suffered. This has to end. The third Hokage must step down. Absolutely. It's time to elect a new Hokage. Lord Kaido would be a great choice. He defeated over 2,000 rain ninjas, took down Danzō, and even killed Hanzo the demigod. His strength and achievements are unmatched. I agree. Kaido should be the fourth Hokage. The crowd's shouts grew louder, their anger at the third Hokage turning into unanimous support for Kaido. Amused, Kaido finally released an overwhelming wave of chakra, silencing the crowd. Such power. He's like Madara and the first Hokage combined. Even the older generation began comparing Kaido to the legendary figures of the past. Raising his hand, Kaido addressed the crowd, "Thank you for your support, but the war isn't over yet. Electing a new Hokage can wait. Once the war is won and we return to the village victorious, that will be the time to deal with the third. For now, the front lines must remain stable, and Hidden Leaf Village cannot fall into chaos." Hearing this, the crowd calmed down, nodding in agreement. Many felt relieved and happy. They had feared that Kaido might let his emotions take over and cause chaos within the ranks. Now, seeing that he remained level-headed and understood that this wasn't the time for internal conflict, they were reassured. Ending the war and achieving victory were clearly the priorities. Of course. Kaido shifted the mood. You don't have to worry or feel disappointed. The downfall of the third Hokage is inevitable. Half a day ago, after killing Danzo and extracting his memories, along with evidence of his and the third's conspiracy, I used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to sneak back to Hidden Leaf Village. I secured evidence from Danzo's underground base, the proof of their years of crimes, and handed it to Lady Mido and my mother. Right now, with them overseeing the situation in the village and supported by the Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju clans, as well as allied families, I'm confident that the third Hokage will be detained within the next day or two. The village will remain stable, without any major unrest. When the war is over and we return victorious, that's when the real reckoning and trial will take place. He continued with a calm smile. As for the logistics of maintaining order in the village and providing supplies to the front lines, you don't need to worry about that either. My mother, Mikoto Uchiha, and Lady Mido will handle everything. Everyone knows the Uchiha clan is wealthy now. He added with a chuckle. Even without village support, the Uchiha alone can easily fund the front line supplies for quite a while. The tension eased, and many chuckled along with him. It was true. There wasn't a soul in the shinobi world who didn't know how ridiculously rich the Uchiha clan had become in recent years. Profits from selling nutritional pills, healing tonics, antidotes, and other miraculous remedies had skyrocketed their fortunes. Enough side talk for now. Kaido declared. Later, I'll send the bodies of Hanzo and Danzo, along with their incriminating letters, back to the village for Lady Mido and my mother to deal with. The village's internal affairs aren't our concern for the moment. He paused, glanced around, and then stamped the ground. The two earthen platforms merged into one large base. A massive map was unfurled atop it, and he continued, our priority now is to take advantage of the confusion among the sand, stone, and rain ninjas. Before they can regroup, we'll strike Rain Village and claim it entirely, ending this conflict with the rain. Simultaneously, we'll prepare for any potential attacks from the sand or stone forces. If they choose to engage us, we'll confront them head-on. I promise to lead you to victory, to crush them completely, and to return to Hidden Leaf Village in triumph. With that, we'll usher in a new era. His voice softened, but his words carried weight. And if I am chosen to lead Hidden Leaf Village, perhaps basic nutritional pills will become a standard welfare item for all shinobi. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. It was a clever move. By offering such incentives, he deepened their trust and goodwill toward him, increasing their support for his potential rise as Hokage. As for the profits from the pills, Kaido knew that his operations in the One Piece world were scaling rapidly, with more skilled workers, efficient production lines, and improved techniques. The output of nutritional pills was skyrocketing, and costs were dropping just as fast. Sacrificing some profits to earn widespread loyalty and goodwill was a worthwhile trade. It was a virtuous cycle. Even without relying on nutritional pills, the Uchiha had countless other sources of income. And who said making the pills a village-wide welfare program couldn't still generate profits? After all, why should the Uchiha bear the cost? It made perfect sense for the village to fund bulk purchases of the pills. By offering them at a discounted rate through the village, everyone could benefit. For now, the Uchiha and Hidden Leaf villages' interests would remain distinct. That is, until the day came when the entire village, and perhaps the shinobi world, belonged to the Uchiha. Chapter 118, The Despair of the Third Hokage. What? Lord Kaido, is this true? That's amazing. Just for this, I'll fully support Lord Kaido as the fourth Hokage. Agreed. As expected of Lord Kaido. He's truly magnanimous. Unlike certain others who not only fail to bring benefits to the villagers but also exploit and extort the village for their own gain. Exactly. Always supporting Lord Kaido. A group of people, upon hearing Kaido's promise, couldn't contain their excitement. Despite being seasoned jonin, they shouted their support without hesitation. At this point, if anyone dared to say they didn't support Kaido becoming the fourth Hokage, they'd probably be drowned in a sea of spit from the crowd. Following that, the group turned their attention to the map, discussing strategies for tomorrow's battle against Hidden Rain Village. The discussion and coordination continued until late into the night. Midway through, Kaido used a communication technique to contact Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido. Through the space-time gate, he transferred Hanzo's and Danzo's corpses directly into Naori's storage space, explaining the situation on the front lines. It seems we need to speed things up. We'll aim to take control of public opinion tomorrow morning, arrest the third Hokage, and suppress the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. After receiving the message and the bodies, Naori Uchiha immediately turned to Uzumaki Mido, who was still guiding the public narrative in the village. Got it. Uzumaki Mido nodded. Public opinion control here has gone much smoother than I expected. It might be because Danzō and Hiruzen aren't around to manipulate things anymore. Also, Unitane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura seem to have noticed something, but they haven't made any moves in response. She added. They didn't even warn the monkey, so it looks like they're opting for neutrality. Well, that makes things easier for us. Naori sneered. Naive fools. If they've enjoyed the benefits of aligning with the third Hokage all these years, do they really think they can just sit back now? No way. At the very least, they'll have to cough up everything they've taken, tenfold, and relinquish all their power if they want any chance at neutrality. Fence-sitters and traitors are always despised. That's true. Mido agreed. She'd been annoyed with those two for a long time. The two of them quickened their preparations. Early the next morning at the Hidden Leaf Village front line camp, Kaido and Tsunoda led a large group of ninja clans on a march toward Hidden Rain Village. Most of the Uchiha and two other clans remained behind, under Orochimaru's command, to guard against attacks from Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village. They were also prepared to respond if needed. This served two purposes, ensuring the safety of the camp and borders, and giving the other clans and civilian ninja first-hand experience of Kaido's terrifying strength, solidifying his prestige and favor among them. Yesterday's displays of power weren't enough. Mid-morning in Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage was struggling to disarm the countless seals and traps in Danzo's root base. He had managed to break through a third of them, feeling closer to uncovering the truth. Suddenly, an Anbu operative rushed in. Lord Hokage, bad news. The village is flooded with accusations against you and Lord Danzo. It's spreading like wildfire. Many villagers are already gathering at the Hokage's office to demand answers. What? The third Hokage's face turned pale. Accusations? Against me? And Danzo? Who's behind this? Damn it. I've been tricked. If he didn't realize he was being played by now, he'd truly be a fool. The enemy must have deliberately reactivated and reinforced the seals and traps here to stall me, giving them time to manipulate public opinion. I fell for it. I've been so focused on this space that I neglected the village. Damn it. Let's go. Follow me to the Hokage's office to take control. Seething with frustration, the third Hokage rallied his Anbu and root operatives and hurried toward the Hokage's office. Near the Hokage's office, as soon as the third Hokage arrived, he was surrounded by a sea of villagers and even ninjas, all shouting accusations. Lord Hokage. Explain what happened to my brother, who went missing because of Danzo. Lord Hokage, you embezzled village funds to benefit your family while demoting the Sarutobi clan to civilian status. How do you even justify that? Give me back my husband's life. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're unfit to be Hokage. The accusations came pouring in as the crowd grew angrier. People waved copies of evidence, yelling and spitting insults. The third Hokage's face darkened, but for once, he was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a massive wave of chakra silenced the crowd. Naori Uchiha, in her fourth stage Susanoo, and Uzumaki Mido, in full Ninetales chakra mode, appeared before the Hokage's office. The colossal constructs, towering over 100 meters tall, loomed over the building, their sheer presence stunning the villagers and ninjas into silence. Even the third Hokage broke into a cold sweat. How? How can they be this powerful? He felt despair creeping in. Using amplified chakra, Uzumaki Maito addressed the crowd, her voice booming, "Everyone, please calm down. We understand your anger, but we ask you to trust me, Uzumaki Maito. Trust the Senshu, the Uchiha, and the Uzumaki clans. We will bring you justice. For now, please make way. We will take the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, into custody and investigate all his crimes." Hearing this, the third Hokage felt his body go cold. It's over. He thought to himself. Just before arriving, he'd received reports from the Anbu about the situation on the front lines. Danzo was dead, and the 4 ninja clans aligned with him had been annihilated. Back in the village, Maito and Nori had clearly prepared for this moment. The evidence the villagers were holding, copied records from Danzo's root archives, left no room for doubt. He'd been completely outmaneuvered. Looking at Nori and Maito's calm, commanding presence, and the powerful clans gathered behind them, Nara, Okimaki, Hyuga, and others, the third Hokage knew the game was over. His family's estate and Danzo's territories had likely already been seized. Ignoring his despair, Uzumaki Maito continued addressing the crowd. Of course, any villagers or ninjas with grievances are welcome to come forward and report them at the Hokage's office. We'll handle and investigate every case thoroughly. However, the final judgment of the third Hokage, Danzo, and others will have to wait until the war on the front lines is over. I'm sure you all understand, we're still in battle with the Hidden Rain village. Even though we've achieved significant victories. Just yesterday, Kaido Uchiha defeated 2,000 elite shinobi from the Rain village in a single battle and killed Danzo, the traitor. But the war isn't completely over yet. We can't rule out the possibility that the Sand and Stone villages might join the fight against us later. At this point, Uzumaki Maito paused and continued, so, the trial of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will have to wait until the war ends and our ninja forces return victorious. For now, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clans supporting him will only be detained. In the meantime, I, Nori Uchiha, and some clan representatives, along with a few Jonin, will temporarily take over the village's management to maintain stability and prevent other villages from exploiting the situation. I hope everyone can understand this. As she spoke, golden chains erupted from Uzumaki Maito's body, shooting towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood dozens of meters away. Lord Hokage, watch out. Several Anbu members near Hiruzen quickly moved in front of him, drawing their swords to block the chains racing toward him. It's fine. Don't resist. There's no point in wasting your strength on a criminal like me, it's over. Maito-sama, I admit my guilt and surrender. I only ask that you show mercy to the Sarutobi clan for the contributions I've made to Hidden Leaf village in the past. Thank you. After speaking, Hiruzen knelt and bowed deeply to Uzumaki Maito. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, it was that he simply couldn't. Maito's overwhelming aura wasn't something he could compete with. Uzumaki Maito's strength was far beyond the Kage level, comparable to the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha in their prime. Hiruzen knew that resistance would only make things worse for him and his clan. It was better to accept his defeat and hope for leniency. As for Danzo's clan? From the start, Hiruzen never intended to plead for the Shimura clan. There always had to be a scapegoat to absorb the hatred of the Senju, Uchiha, and the villagers, just like how Uzumaki Naruto was treated after the Nine Tails incident in the original timeline. Hiruzen felt the Shimura clan was perfect for this role. Sacrificing them, along with possibly the Uchiha clan and Midokado clan, was worth it to protect the Sarutobi clan. The Anbu and villagers were stunned by Hiruzen's admission of guilt and his submissive demeanor. Nori Uchiha and Uzumaki Maito exchanged glances, both thinking, old fox. As cunning as ever. Maito bound Hiruzen tightly with her adamantine sealing chains, suppressing his chakra. It's good that you've chosen to surrender, she said. As for sparing your clan, that will depend on the final judgment of the villagers. For now, I can't make that decision alone. But considering your past contributions, the Sarutobi bloodline won't be completely wiped out. This was the truth. While Hiruzen had committed many wrongs, completely erasing the Sarutobi clan would appear too tyrannical and could breed resentment among other villagers and clans. Maito assured herself that any remaining Sarutobi clan members would be monitored, indoctrinated, or otherwise neutralized to prevent future threats. As for the Shimura clan, no one mentioned them. Both Maito and Nori silently agreed they'd be the scapegoats for the villagers' anger. Thank you, Maito-sama. Hiruzen, hearing that his clan's bloodline wouldn't end, felt immense relief and gratitude. Soon, Hiruzen and his accompanying Anbu were detained, awaiting further investigation. Meanwhile, Mito, Nori, and other clan representatives moved into the Hokage Tower to take control of the village's administration. They quickly formed a temporary governing body led by Uzumaki Mito and Nori Uchiha, with major clans like the Nara, Okimaki, Yamanaka, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Iburim as key players. Simultaneously, elite forces from the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans, supported by other ninja clans, surrounded the territories of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Uchiha, and Mikado clans. Resistance was met with swift and decisive action. After eliminating over 100 rebellious Sarutobi clan members, the rest surrendered, had their chakra sealed, and were detained, resulting in 42 casualties. The Shimura clan, however, resisted fiercely, resulting in 563 casualties before they were subdued. Unlike them, the Uchiha and Mikado clans surrendered without a fight, following the lead of their advisors. All detained clans were held under strict surveillance, ensuring no further uprisings. Back at the Hokage Tower, reports of the successful operations were delivered. The Sarutobi, Shimura, Uchiha, and Mikado clans have been subdued. Chakra has been sealed, and all detainees are under strict watch. The Shimura clan suffered the heaviest losses, with 563 killed in resistance. The transition of power was completed smoothly, solidifying Uzumaki Mito and Nori Uchiha's control over the village. Chapter 119, Seizing Control of Hidden Leaf Village. Also, Uchiha Koharu and Mikado Hamura want to meet with Lady Mito. Our side there only suffered a few dozen injured to varying degrees, but no one was killed. They've specifically requested to meet with you during the surrender process. That's the full report regarding the subjugation of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Uchiha, and Mikado clans. Oh, right. Uchiha suddenly recalled something and added, this doesn't account for the ninjas from those 4 clans who are still in the village or currently out on missions. Nor does it include those stationed at the front line camps. Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction and said, you don't need to worry about the 4 clan ninjas at the front line camps. Most of them died alongside Danzo in that place where they tried to frame Kaido. For the ones who stayed behind in the camps, they tried to destroy evidence when Kaido exposed Danzo's and the 3rd Hokage's crimes yesterday. Kaido defeated and subdued them on the spot. That leaves only those ninjas from the 4 clans who are still outside the village on missions. At this point, Uzumaki Mito turned to Nori Uchiha. Nori Uchiha spoke up, send the contract ninjas of the 3 clans to hunt down those ninjas. If they surrender without resistance, bring them back alive. If they resist, kill them on the spot. No loose ends can be left behind. The so-called contract ninjas might have confused the representatives of the Inoshikacho clans present, but Uchiha and Uzumaki Ashina understood immediately. They instantly recognized how clever Nori's idea was. Over the past few years, the 3 clans' contract ninjas have traveled all over the ninja world. Having them track down and capture those Sarutobi and other 4 clan ninjas currently on missions was a perfect fit. There was almost no chance the targets could escape. Compared to these map-hacking contract ninjas, the 4 clan ninjas had nowhere to hide. Yes. Uchiha accepted the order immediately. After briefing everyone on the remaining details, he left to carry out his mission. He also needed to reorganize the Anbu forces and quickly bring them under their control. The methods? Clearing out dissenters, winning over key members, and embedding personnel from the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans. As for personnel changes in Hidden Leaf Village's various departments, with the Sarutobi group ousted, many positions and departments were now vacant. Naturally, these positions were filled under the leadership of the Senshu, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, along with cooperation from the Inoshikacho, Iburim, and Inuzuka clans, as well as old allies. Since the 3rd Hokage has been overthrown and we've temporarily taken over the village, should we inform the daimyo about this? At this moment, a Nara clan ninja couldn't help but ask. Uzumaki Mito responded directly, just send someone to notify him. That's enough, no need for anything more. If the daimyo has questions, he can come and ask me personally. Also, tell him that we'll address the matter of the 4th Hokage after the frontline war is over. When we've chosen a candidate, we'll inform him. One more thing, the village is in serious financial trouble. Even if we confiscate a batch of wealth from the Sarutobi and their allies, it's unlikely to cover the years of embezzlement. Who could have guessed they'd amass such a fortune in just over a decade? Request additional funds from the daimyo, tell him I said so. I'll write a letter later. Ashina, you'll deliver it. The current daimyo happened to be a descendant of the Senshu clan, from the marriage alliance made when the village was first established. Strictly speaking, he had Senju blood. Uzumaki Mito, therefore, didn't need to show him the same deference as the 3rd Hokage had. If anything, the daimyo should be showing respect to her. Understood. Uzumaki Ashina nodded in agreement. Indeed, only Uzumaki Mido could treat the daimyo of the Land of Fire with such confidence. Naori Uchiha approved as well. Having seen both the past and the future of the ninja world, and knowing that Kaido's ultimate goal was to unify it, she no longer considered the daimyo significant. The daimyo was destined to be replaced in the future. Uzumaki Mido seemed to pick up on her thoughts. After writing the letter and letting Uzumaki Ashina leave, she activated a small soundproof barrier in the office, leaving just the two of them. Then she turned to Naori Uchiha and said, "Naori, I know that in the future, Kaido will unify the ninja world and become its supreme ruler. In the process, whether it's the daimyo of the Land of Fire or other nations, they'll inevitably be swept away. I don't oppose this. But currently, the daimyo's lineage is tied to the senju through marriage, so they are technically descendants of the senju. I hope we can ensure a decent end for their line when the time comes. If they're willing to return to the senju, that would be ideal. If not, at least let them retire peacefully. What do you think?" It was better to address such matters early to avoid unnecessary conflicts later. Since Uzumaki Mido, Senshu, and many others had been bound to Kaido through his contracts, their fates were tied to his. They would share in his glory and setbacks, prioritizing his interests while considering others as much as possible. Agreed. Naori Uchiha had no objections. Uzumaki Mido's proposal was already very reasonable. Honestly, we could even consider giving them a position in the future Ninja Empire's governing body. After all, even if Kaito unifies the ninja world in the future, he'll still need capable people to manage it. As long as they controlled absolute power, it wouldn't matter if the daimyo or his lineage harbored thoughts of rebellion. Even if they held some authority and governance, they wouldn't be able to cause any real trouble. Besides, their descendants would inevitably be brainwashed and bound by contracts over time. By then, there would be no problem at all. Alright, let's settle it like that. Uzumaki Mido nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with the resolution. She then deactivated the barrier and ordered one of the contract ninjas to summon Udatain Koharu and Mikado Hamura. "Lady Mido." "Lady Naori." Before long, Koharu and Hamura arrived at the Hokage's office, bowing respectfully to Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha. As they glanced around the familiar yet now unfamiliar office, they couldn't help but feel that the world had changed too quickly for them to keep up. Still, what made them even more anxious was what awaited them, and the fate of their clans. Uzumaki Mido scrutinized the two of them and nodded. "It's good that you were able to recognize your mistakes in time. You've cooperated by allowing the temporary detainment of your clan members and voluntarily handed over control of departments like the Ninja Hospital and the Finance Division. I'm satisfied with that. But let me be clear, that's far from enough. The wealth you've siphoned from the village over the years, every last coin, will have to be returned, and then some. I've only just learned the full extent of the damage you've done. It's staggering. In just over a decade, you've hollowed out so much of the village's resources. You've left us with a massive hole to fill. Impressive. Truly impressive. If you'd been allowed to keep this up for a few more years, the entire village would have been on the verge of collapse." At this, Uzumaki Mido's expression darkened, and an oppressive aura radiated from her, bearing down on the two advisors. Koharu and Hamura turned pale, shaking their heads frantically. "We wouldn't dare." "Ha." Mido sneered coldly. "You've already done it, what is there left to dare? We admit our guilt. Please, Lady Mido, show mercy in light of our cooperation." Terrified, the two of them fell to their knees, pleading for leniency. As for the thoughts they'd entertained earlier about holding on to some level of power, those were long gone. At this point, they were simply hoping to save their lives and those of most of their clan members. Humphrey. Seeing them like this, Mido finally reined in her aura, waving her hand dismissively. "Fine. Continue cooperating. Hand over all remaining authority to the new appointees for each department. Assist the investigators sent to your clans in determining exactly how much village wealth you've embezzled over the years. I won't demand that you pay it all back at once. But from now on, the ninjas of your two clans will have to complete a set quota of missions every month. Furthermore, 30% of the earnings from every mission will go toward repaying the debt. That's it. Now go. Someone outside will guide you to handle the handover." With a final wave of her hand, Mido effectively dismissed them. "Yes, ma'am." Koharu and Hamura left the office with a mix of relief and despair. From Mido's decree, it was clear that they were to relinquish all their power. It was unlikely they would ever regain a position of authority within the village. Moreover, the effort to reclaim the embezzled wealth felt like a mountain pressing down on them. It's going to be a long, difficult road ahead, they thought as they walked away. Judging by the punishment Mido imposed, doubling the repayment for their corruption, it would likely take decades, Maybe even generations of clan members working tirelessly on missions to pay it back. The problem was, they had embezzled far too much, their clans were small, and their skills were average at best. High difficulty missions were out of reach, and the lower level ones didn't pay much. But what choice did they have? They could only blame their past greed, and the mess caused by Aizen and Danzō, which led to Kaido and his allies turning the tables on them. Otherwise, they'd still be sitting comfortably in positions of power. For a brief moment, the two were consumed by a burning resentment toward Aizen and Danzō. It's all Aizen and Danzō's fault. Flashback to a day earlier in the valley where Kaido had annihilated Hanzo and his allies. Tsunade and her team finished cleaning up the battlefield. Most of the bodies from the 4 clans ninjas were cremated on the spot, leaving only a few sealed remains of higher-ranking and more powerful individuals. As for the Rain Village ninjas, their corpses were all burned to ashes with fire-style techniques. Once Tsunade and her team had left, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu emerged from the distance, sneaking in to inspect the scene. They were thorough. White Zetsu remarked, clicking his tongue in wonder. They even burned most of the bodies with fire-style, and many of the battle traces are gone. What are they trying to hide? After surveying the area, White Zetsu couldn't help but express his curiosity. Chapter 120, Black Zetsu's schemes and Madara Uchiha's decision. Enough. Black Zetsu scolded sharply before speaking with a serious expression, that lightning style. It's terrifying. Even though they've tried their best to erase traces of the battle, I can still piece together just how horrifying that lightning style was. One strike killed over 1,000 range shinobi, and 2 strikes wiped out more than 2,000. And that Kaido Uchiha also mastered Senju Dobirama's Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Not just mastered it, he's pretty proficient. Even Hanzo was instant killed by him. I couldn't see everything clearly because I was too far away before, but there's no doubt about this guy's strength. He's absolutely at the peak Kage level. And the most troubling part? This brat is just 10 years old. Previously, Black Zetsu and Madara Uchiha had been debating whether to consider him as a candidate for the proxy as Madara's substitute. After all, Kaito had exceptional talent, a lot of close friends and family around him, and clearly valued bonds, a hallmark of the Uchiha clan. With the right manipulations and a few emotional triggers, they thought he'd easily fall to extremes and could be brainwashed. But now, it seemed they'd miscalculated. He was indeed outstanding, but too outstanding. That level of talent made him unsuitable to act as Madara's proxy. Moving on, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu conducted further investigations at Hidden Leaf Village's frontline camp. They discovered that Kaido Uchiha had exposed the crimes of Danzō and the 3rd Hokage. Alarmed by the news, they immediately headed to Hidden Leaf Village to investigate further. They noticed a shift in public opinion within Hidden Leaf Village, as well as unusual movements among the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. By the next morning, they witnessed an incredible scene. Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha unleashed terrifying power, displaying 4th stage Susanoo and the strength of the Ninetales. They saw them suppress the Sarutobi and 3 other clans, cutting through opposition with incredible speed to complete a swift political coup within Hidden Leaf Village. So much has happened. This is critical information. At once, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu fused and rushed back to the mountain graveyard to report to Madara Uchiha. They started by briefing him on Kaido's situation. Terrifying lightning style? Killing 1,000 range shinobi with 1 strike, and 2,000 with 2? Seriously? Madara's eyes widened in disbelief as he listened. At that age, with that kind of strength? Even for him, such a feat wasn't easy. It'd require a technique like Tengai Shinsei, an Ultra S-class jutsu. And at 10 years old? At that age, he was probably still competing with Hashirama over skipping stones or seeing who could pee farther. How could someone so young possess such terrifying power? It's true. White Zetsu and I saw it with our own eyes. Even though we were watching from a distance due to the barrier, there's no doubt about it. It seemed like he transformed into lightning itself and entered the storm clouds, using the natural lightning to his advantage. It was likely thanks to the rain country's geography, but when he killed Hanzo of the Salamander, he used Flying Thunder God and swordsmanship. There's no doubt his power is genuine. Black Zetsu added. Hearing this, Madara's brows furrowed deeply. If that's the case, this kid is a serious threat. Forget making him the proxy, I might need to find a way to eliminate him. Not just him, Naori Uchiha must be dealt with too. Because of her, the Uchiha clan is growing stronger and stronger. Their situation in Hidden Leaf Village has dramatically improved. They've even allied with the Senju and Uzumaki clans through marriages. What a mess. If Tobirama Senju knew about this, he'd probably come back to life out of sheer anger. Hashirama, on the other hand, would probably be thrilled. Madara's expression turned complicated as he clicked his tongue. If Hashirama and Obirama had shown this kind of boldness back then, maybe the situation in Hidden Leaf Village, and the entire shinobi world, would have turned out completely differently. Maybe. I wouldn't have ended up opposing Hashirama and breaking ties with him. It's all Tobirama's fault. That damn dog of a man. Clearly, Madara still harbored immense resentment and hatred for Tobirama. And Uzumaki Mido. What a remarkable woman. At her age, she still has this kind of boldness and a strength to step up. Madara's feelings about Hashirama's wife were complicated, but he had to admit she deserved respect now. One of the white Zetsu raised his hand awkwardly. About Uzumaki Mido being old, that might not be accurate, Lord Madara. From what we've recently gathered, Uzumaki Mido looks very young. Not just her, Nari Uchiha too. And the power and aura they displayed were absolutely terrifying. They gave off a vibe similar to yours, Lord Madara. Madara's brows furrowed as he glanced at white Zetsu, then turned to black Zetsu. Is this true? Are you sure Uzumaki Mido isn't just using her special sealing techniques to keep her appearance young? And what's this about power comparable to mine? Since when could they stand on my level? Had the world changed too much while he was in hiding, or had white Zetsu lost his mind? Black Zetsu hesitated under Madara Uchiha's piercing gaze before replying. Actually, white Zetsu isn't wrong. At least based on my observations, Uzumaki Mido and Nari Uchiha both look surprisingly youthful. And their vitality is off the charts, full of energy, not even the slightest hint of old age. Their presence may not quite match yours before you awakened the Rinnegan, but it's far beyond the average Kage-level shinobi. They're at least on the same tier as you. Even Black Zetsu couldn't understand why Uzumaki Mido and Nari Uchiha had suddenly regained their youth and surpassed their natural limits, reaching heights they shouldn't have been able to achieve. And it wasn't just them. Over the past few years, many ninja from the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans, like Kaido Uchiha and even Tsunade, had seen absurd leaps in power. What? Madara was stunned by Black Zetsu's confirmation, his brows knitting together. Are you certain? Absolutely. Black Zetsu nodded firmly. This is strange. Have you figured out why? Madara asked in a low, serious tone. This development was far from what he wanted. In Madara's eyes, the best-case scenario was for the 5 great shinobi villages to grow weaker and more fragmented while he prepared to die, select a proxy, and eventually be revived. The last thing he needed was for unpredictable powerhouses to emerge. How could he rest easy under these circumstances? It's likely tied to that nutritional pill the Uchiha clan developed. Black Zetsu speculated. But beyond that, we couldn't uncover much. Ever since Nari Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido created that special barrier, one that blocks both my perception and white Zetsu's, and set it up around the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clan territories, we've been unable to investigate their secrets. But one thing is certain, it all ties back to the Uchiha. Black Zetsu paused before adding this conclusion. Privately, Black Zetsu was also very curious about the Uchiha's apparent ability to extend lifespans. However, he didn't actually want Madara to get his hands on it. Because if Madara could restore his youth and extend his life, he wouldn't need to die and be revived as part of the plan. That would mean Black Zetsu wouldn't have the chance to secretly plant his trap inside Madara's body to ensure he could control him during the Infinite Tsukami. If that happened, his plan to revive his mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, would likely fail. Despite pretending to be the manifestation of Madara's will, Black Zetsu knew better than anyone that Madara wasn't easily manipulated. The only reason he had succeeded in manipulating Madara initially was because of the man's extreme temperament. Madara, as the true heir of the Uchiha, was prone to radical decisions. The establishment of Hidden Leaf Village had turned out completely different from his vision, leaving him bitter and frustrated. And then there was the 6 Paths Stone Tablet, with its awe-inspiring reputation. Madara had no idea it had been tampered with. After all, only the Sharingan could decipher the tablet's message, and the higher the level of the Sharingan, the more one could understand. This seemingly divine revelation convinced Madara it was the authentic work of the Sage of 6 Paths. Especially after awakening the Rinnegan as the tablet instructed, Madara's faith in it became unshakable. But even with all this trust, Madara wouldn't give Black Zetsu a chance to plant his traps while he was still alive. Only after his death would that become possible. In fact, Black Zetsu thought it might be better to nurture a less intelligent proxy for Madara. A simpler mind would be easier to control, ensuring Kaguya's resurrection went smoothly. So, he couldn't let Madara obtain the Uchiha's method of youth restoration and longevity. Of course, he couldn't directly stop Madara, but he would scheme in secret. Unaware of Black Zetsu's internal plotting, Madara narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems I'll have to step in personally and deal with Nari Uchiha, Uzumaki Mido, And even that Kaido Uchiha brat myself. If I can't uncover their secrets, I'll at least eliminate these uncontrollable variables. That way, I can lay the groundwork for selecting a new proxy and executing my plan. The only question is, will my wood clone be enough for this task? Even Madara didn't feel entirely confident about this. Chapter 121, The Schemes of 3rd Sushi Kage and 3rd Kazekage. Since Black Zetsu himself mentioned that Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido might have surpassed ordinary Kage-level power, reaching the same tier as him back in the day. It might actually be true. Better safe than sorry. I think we can give it a try. If one isn't enough, we can use 3. One for Uzumaki Mido, another for Naori Uchiha, and we can totally use Kaido Uchiha's bait to lure out Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido. Then take care of all of them at once. Besides, doesn't Kaido Uchiha know the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? If he realizes you've got your eyes on him, Madara-sama, and knows he can't beat you, he'll definitely use the Flying Thunder God to call for backup. He won't just run away alone, leaving everyone else behind. Black Zetsu, acting like a cunning strategist, offered advice to Madara. Oh? Madara raised an eyebrow, smirking. How can you be so sure that he won't just run far away when he sees me, instead of going to get help? Hey. Black Zetsu chuckled sinisterly. That's where hostages and leverage come in. You can use his teammates or even those Hidden Leaf Village shinobi stationed at the front line camp as hostages and bargaining chips. There's no way he can teleport all of them away at once. As long as he cares about those people, he'll come running to help. Especially since he seems to be aiming for the Hokage position after this war ends. It looks like he's already made all the preparations. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been detained, and he's just waiting to rack up more achievements and build greater prestige to smoothly take over the role. He won't abandon his comrades and escape alone. If he does, it'll ruin his reputation. Of course, Madara-sama, you should announce your name when you confront him. Scare him enough so that he'll bring Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha's reinforcements. What do you think? If Madara agreed to this, even if he managed to kill all 3 of them, Black Zetsu would have enough time to uncover and destroy the secret behind the Uchiha clan, leaving no trace behind. This way, he could achieve multiple goals, eliminate the uncontrollable factors, Naori Uchiha, Uzumaki Mido, and Kaido Uchiha. Cut off Madara's chances of extending his life. And conveniently choose a suitable substitute for his plans. Even if Madara used a shadow clone, achieving this would still cost significant chakra and life force. One wrong move, and Madara might end up dead from overexertion. At that point, Black Zetsu could take over selecting the substitute himself. We can give it a try. Madara thought for a moment, then nodded. No matter what, dealing with Naori Uchiha and the others was something he had to do. As for the substitute, proxy, he still preferred to choose and train someone himself. Alright, so it's settled? Black Zetsu's heart leapt with excitement as he asked. Good. Madara nodded. Get everything ready. I'll bring my shadow clones over once I return. Madara gave his approval, and Black Zetsu immediately left to make arrangements. Meanwhile, at the Hidden Stones Village ninjas, camped near the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth. Onoki received a report from his elite team regarding the results of the battle between Kaido's group, Danzō, and Hanzo. What? Hanzo and Danzo are both dead? 2,000 Daimnen, Hidden Rain Village ninjas, wiped out in an instant by just 2 lightning jutsu? And Danzo, along with his 1,000-strong force of Sarutobi and other clansmen, was somehow poisoned by Hanzo's toxins? Wasn't Danzo working with Hanzo to deal with the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans? How did he end up getting poisoned by Hanzo? This doesn't make any sense. Onoki was utterly baffled. The leader of the sensory squad, Higashi Shibito, scratched his head awkwardly. Honestly, we don't have many clear details about that. But I don't think it was internal conflict between Hanzo and Danzo. If they were going to turn on each other, it would have been after eliminating the Uchiha forces, not before. There's no reason for them to fall out before the plan succeeded. Our people even noticed that Danzo's troops used some kind of antidote when the poison fog spread. It should have protected them. But somehow, it didn't work. My team suspects that Tsunade might have tampered with Hanzo's poison. She could have added something to make the antidote useless. Given her skill in medical ninjutsu, that's entirely possible. That's the only explanation that fits. As for Kaido Uchiha, until yesterday, no one in Hidden Stones Village had even heard of him. But after Kaido wiped out over 2,000 Daimnen in a single battle and killed Hanzo, he left an unforgettable impression. Onoki would remember that name for the rest of his life. That does make sense. Onoki said thoughtfully. Danzo schemed and plotted for decades, only to be outplayed by a woman. How ironic. However, he furrowed his brow and looked at Higashi Shibito. You wrote in the report that some kid named Kaido Uchiha used a terrifying lightning jutsu to annihilate 2,000 daemon and then used the flying thunder god to kill Hanzo. How is that possible? Where the hell did this Kaido Uchiha come from? Onoki furrowed his brow in disbelief. He'd never even heard of the guy before. It's true. I swear. Higashi Shibito raised his hand in a solemn vow. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that someone who doesn't even look fully grown could have such terrifying power. That was Hanzo we're talking about. Sure, I've always thought the demigod title was a bit of an exaggeration. He might not be as strong as you, Lord Tsuchikage, but he's still leagues above your average Kage-level ninja. Especially with his salamander summon, the poison fog, and the rainy climate of aim. His destructive capability is insane. And yet, he was killed so easily. It doesn't sit right with me. Onoki's expression darkened. Hanzo, a ninja of that caliber, hadn't lasted even a single round against this so-called Kaido. If someone like Hanzo couldn't handle him, then what about Onoki himself? What the hell is that? That brat isn't even of age? Onoki's voice rose in shock as he processed this new information. Exactly. Higashi nodded firmly. He's tall, sure, probably around 5 feet 9 inches or 5 feet 10 inches, but his face? No way he's even 15. He looks way too young. Onoki frowned. Could he have one of those baby faces, like Agler from Hidden Mist Village? Looks young but isn't. Highly unlikely. Higashi shook his head. After the battle, we tracked the Hidden Leaf Village troops to gather information. That's how we learned his name. Turns out, he's the son of Naori Uchiha, the current elder of the Uchiha clan. If he were older, someone that powerful wouldn't have stayed under the radar. There's no way he's been hiding in secret all this time. Humphrey, that does make sense. Onoki muttered, his frown deepening. Naori's son, huh? I know her well, she's the one who single-handedly crushed the Uchiha clan's internal rebellion during the eye plundering incident. Not exactly someone you'd call ordinary. She might as well be the clan leader. If her son inherited her talent, it explains a lot. But even so, isn't his a little too much? 2 strikes to take out 2,000 Dame ninjas? Tell me everything that happened. I want every detail. Yes, sir. Higashi nodded and proceeded to recount the entire event in vivid detail. By the time Higashi finished, Onoki's face was grim, his expression a mix of caution and fear. A genius like that. Why does someone so monstrous have to be born in Hidden Leaf Village of all places? Why can't Hidden Stones Village have talents like this? This brat cannot be allowed to live. Onoki's eyes narrowed, gleaming with dangerous intent. Hidden Leaf Village just wiped out Hanzo and over 2,000 Dame ninjas. They'll move quickly to capture Hidden Rain Village and wrap up the war in Hidden Rain Village. We can't let that happen. We should interfere. Besides, I want to test this Kaido Uchiha myself. Onoki's tone was resolute. Let's see if he's really as strong as the rumors say. And whether he is or not, I'll find a way to take him out. Such a threat, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly become a nightmare in the future. Especially since Kaido had mastered Senju Rama's Flying Thunder God Jutsu. That alone made him far too dangerous to ignore. That's a solid plan. We could even bring Hidden Sand Village into this. Higashi's voice carried a note of excitement. I saw the third Kazekage himself leading a team to scout the area. He must have seen the battle, too. Hidden Sand Village won't want someone like Kaido Uchiha running around any more than we do. And they definitely won't want Hidden Leaf Village easily taking over Aim no Kuni. If we team up, we'll have a much better chance against Hidden Leaf Village. What do you think? Onoki stroked his chin, weighing the options. Higashi wasn't wrong. With Kaido's strength, even Onoki himself might struggle. Having another village as backup would certainly improve their odds. That might just work. After a moment of deliberation, Onoki made up his mind. Time is short. Hidden Leaf Village will move fast. I'll head to the Hidden Sand Village camp myself and speak to the Kazekage. Wasting no time, Onoki took off toward the Hidden Sand Village forward camp. In less than half an hour, he crossed dozens of kilometers and hovered over the Hidden Sand Village base, calling out for the third Kazekage. When he explained his proposal, the Kazekage didn't hesitate. Target Hidden Leaf Village and eliminate that monster Kaido Uchiha. I'm in. The Kazekage's sharp eyes glinted as he added, I've received intel that Hidden Leaf Village's forces are already preparing to move. They'll likely march soon. We need to act immediately or it'll be too late. So soon? Seems like Hidden Leaf Village knows the value of speed. Onoki smirked grimly. They're trying to keep us out of this fight. Too bad for them. Now that we know, There's no way we're sitting back and letting them have their way. I'll head back to rally my troops. You do the same. Let's meet near Hidden Rain Village. Understood. The third Kazekage nodded and turned to give orders to his own forces. With that, the two leaders moved to prepare their respective armies, united in their goal of striking a blow against Hidden Leaf Village and eliminating Kaido Uchiha. Chapter 122, Heavenly Punishment. In less than half an hour, the third Kazekage led thousands of sand shinobi in an imposing march toward Hidden Rain Village. Meanwhile, at the Hidden Leaf Village frontline camp, at dawn, Kaido and Tsunade led over 4,000 ninjas from the frontline camp in an attack on Hidden Rain Village. Around 1,000 ninjas, led by the Uchiha clan, stayed behind to guard the camp, following the initial plan to prevent any potential ambushes. Perhaps due to Danzō withdrawing so many forces, they only encountered small resistance groups along the way. These small units were no match for the might of the Hidden Leaf Village army and were easily crushed. Within a few hours, Kaido and his team reached the outskirts of Hidden Rain Village. Just as Kaido was about to give the order to attack and capture the village, his sensory perception picked up two approaching forces. He frowned immediately. What's wrong? Tsunade and the others noticed his expression and couldn't help but ask. There are enemies heading our way. Looks like Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Sand Village forces. Kushina chimed in before Kaido could reply. What? Everyone was taken aback. Shikayama quickly asked, how far are they? And how many in each group? Can you sense it clearly? Kaido responded this time. The Hidden Stones Village forces are 32 kilometers away, and the Hidden Sand Village forces are about the same, 31 kilometers. Hidden Stones Village has more than 5,000 ninjas, and Hidden Sand Village has around 4,000. Their leaders? Shikayama asked, his tone tense. Third Tsuchikage, Anoki, and third Kazekage. Kaido replied. Clearly, they're not here for peace. They want to stop us from taking Hidden Rain Village easily, or worse, wipe us out entirely. The group was stunned by this revelation. That's nearly 10,000 ninjas combined. Someone exclaimed. The difference in numbers is overwhelming. Tsunade-sama, Kaito-sama, we need to come up with a plan immediately. Shikayama urged. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, or can Kaito-sama use the same technique from yesterday that decimated the rain shinobi? At this suggestion, everyone, including Sakamo Hatake and Jiraiya, turned their gaze toward Kaido. Kaito raised his head and sensed the surrounding clouds with his observation haki. After a moment, he nodded. It's possible. I can gather the electric charge from the storm clouds within a 20 to 30 kilometer radius to unleash a lightning technique strong enough to kill 2,000 to 3,000 enemies. That won't be enough to wipe them all out, he admitted. But I can teleport above one of the groups and use the surrounding storm clouds to perform the technique again. Combined, I should be able to take out 6,000 to 7,000 enemies. He smirked slightly. The climate here in the Land of Rain is perfect for it. The rain-soaked environment, caused by the overabundance of monsoon moisture, created ideal conditions for such a large-scale lightning technique. However, Kaido's thoughts momentarily drifted to the future. Once he united the Ninja world, he planned to create a canal system along the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain to redirect the excessive moisture. This would provide an outlet for the rain-heavy clouds in the Land of Rain, reducing the constant downpours while bringing much-needed water to the arid Land of Wind. With such a project, deserts could transform into lush oases, benefiting both nations. Such a massive undertaking would only be possible with a unified world and the extraordinary power of shinobi. Tasks that seemed insurmountable in his previous life, like carving mountains or creating canals, would be far simpler here. If his mother used her Susanoo in its fourth stage, she could likely carve through a mountain in a matter of days. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Kaido returned to the present. The others were stunned by his confidence in taking out the majority of the enemy forces single-handedly. Many of them had never witnessed his overwhelming power firsthand and found it hard to believe. Seeing their hesitation, Kaido broke the silence with a suggestion. Right now, the Sand and Hidden Stones Village forces haven't merged. They're still 20 kilometers apart. Given the distance, we can temporarily abandon the attack on Hidden Rain Village. He continued, there aren't many rain shinobi left here, no more than 1,000. We can take this place anytime we want. Instead, we should take the initiative and strike at either the Hidden Sand Village or Hidden Stones Village forces first. If we crush one side, we'll still have enough strength left to deal with the other. What do you think? With our 4,000 ninjas, we can take on either force head-on, even without relying on my technique. Trust takes time to build. Despite the impressive display of strength Kaido had shown earlier, wiping out thousands of enemies was on another level entirely. It was natural for them to feel doubtful and cautious. This was a matter of life and death, after all. Hearing Kaido's proposal, Everyone's eyes lit up with renewed determination. This could work. Jiraiya grinned. With the forces we have right now, we won't lose to either the Hidden Stones Village or Hidden Sand Village shinobi, no matter which one we go up against. In fact, when it comes to elite fighters, we might even have the upper hand. I agree. Sakamo Hatake nodded. But I suggest we take on the Sand Shinobi first. For one, their overall strength is weaker compared to the Hidden Stones Village forces, it's easier to deal with a soft target first. Second, most Hidden Stones Village shinobi are skilled in Earth-style jutsu, giving them superior defense. And finally, there's the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. His particle style, Akake Toda, is extremely dangerous and hard to counter. It's better to leave him for last. Sakamo spoke from experience, having briefly crossed paths with Anoki and felt the overwhelming power of his particle style. Well, Narashikayama hesitated before pointing out, wind beats lightning, and lightning beats earth. Doesn't that mean Kaido's lightning techniques are at a disadvantage against the Sand Shinobi's wind jutsu? Shouldn't we tackle the Hidden Stones Village forces first? Elemental matchups aren't absolute. Sakamo countered with a shake of his head. My sword style is lightning-based, though I've been working on incorporating wind techniques recently. Still, raw power and skill can outweigh elemental advantages. Plus, lightning techniques are incredibly fast, most ninjas can't even react to them. Even if the Sand Shinobi have an elemental edge, it won't matter if they can't keep up. And based on what Tsunade and the others have told us, Kaido's lightning is powerful enough to kill Jonin-level ninjas in one strike. These techniques are at least B rank or higher. Most of the enemy forces won't even have time to counterattack, let alone take advantage of any elemental advantage. Hearing this, Shikayama and the others nodded in realization. True enough. Shikayama conceded. In that case, I have no objections. One by one, the other leaders voiced their agreement as well. Great. Kaito nodded, satisfied. Then let's move out and head for the Sand Shinobi. Let's go. With Kaido's command, the Hidden Leaf Village forces marched once again, this time toward the incoming Sand Shinobi. Meanwhile, back in Hidden Rain Village, the Rain Shinobi, who had been on high alert and preparing to defend against Hidden Leaf Village's attack, were left utterly confused. What's going on? The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas came all the way here, but now they're retreating? Why would they leave? What are they planning? Who knows? Maybe they found something unexpected. Or maybe they're just idiots? Don't be ridiculous. They must have discovered something we don't know about. Could it be that they sensed Lord Hanzo returning with reinforcements and decided to intercept him? What? Shouldn't we send out our forces to assist Lord Hanzo and surround the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas from both sides? We could crush them in one move. No. We need to follow Lord Hanzo's orders and stay here to defend Hidden Rain Village. What if this is just a trap to lure us out? Good point. Better to play it safe. You're right. We'll stay put. Lord Hanzo and his 2,000 troops can handle those Hidden Leaf Village ninjas just fine. We just need to hold the fort here. After much debate, the Rain Shinobi decided not to pursue the retreating Hidden Leaf Village forces. In hindsight, this decision saved them, for now. If they had given chase, Kaido would have sensed them immediately and destroyed them first. At least this way, they bought themselves another day. An hour later, somewhere along a main road in the southwest of the Land of Rain, the Sand Shinobi were steadily advancing when something strange caught their attention. Crackle. Some of them noticed the dark clouds above beginning to spark with electricity. Huh? What's going on with these clouds? Are we about to get hit by lightning? Their murmurs reached the ears of the third Kazekage, who was traveling with the main force. He looked up, and his face instantly turned grim. The ominous sight above triggered a memory, the scene from the other day, when Kaito Uchiha annihilated Hanzo and 2,000 Rain Shinobi with a massive lightning attack. Everyone, prepare defenses. He shouted, his voice booming over the noise of the marching troops. It's Kaito Uchiha. He's launching an attack from above. Use defensive jutsu now. What? The Sand Shinobi were caught off guard, stunned by the sudden warning. Those with quicker reflexes remembered the Kazekage's earlier briefing about Kaido and began weaving hand signs to defend themselves. But it was already too late. Crack. A deafening bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Lightning style, heavenly punishment. Boom. Ah. In an instant, 700 to 800 Sand Shinobi were reduced to ashes. Some didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated. No. The third Kazekage's eyes burned with rage as he watched his forces decimated. Despite his swift reaction, using magnet style to shield a portion of his troops with iron sand, he was still too late. Kaido's attack had come too quickly, striking with merciless precision. Chapter 123, Decisive Third Kazekage, Ruthless Kaido Uchiha. Get out here. I'm going to kill you. The third Kazekage roared as he shot into the air, iron sand swirling above his head. As he rose, he quickly expanded the range of the iron sand to cover more ground, all while shouting into the sky. He was trying to buy time, but he also truly wanted to kill Kaido as soon as possible. At the same time, a question nagged at him: why was Kaido Uchiha here? Shouldn't he be with Hidden Leaf Village's main forces attacking Hidden Rain Village right now? Was there a leak in their intelligence? Or had he overlooked something critical? He could never have imagined that Kaido and Kushina's sensory range was terrifyingly vast, capable of spanning several dozen kilometers. Boom. But before he could think further, thousands of bolts of lightning struck down again. Arg. In an instant, another 600 Hidden Sand Village shinobi were killed. The two waves of lightning strikes had been separated by barely 2 seconds, leaving no time for lower or mid-ranked shinobi to react or defend themselves. Unbelievable. Kaido. Lord Kaido actually wields such terrifying lightning-style jutsu? In just a few breaths, over 1,000 sand shinobi were killed? That's insane. He's so strong. So he wasn't bluffing before, everything he said was true. Long live Lord Kaido. Lord Kaido is invincible. Does this mean we can win? Lady Tsunade, when can we jump in? I can't wait anymore. Haha. About 1,000 meters away, on a hillside overlooking the battlefield, thousands of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi were watching Kaido obliterate the enemy with what seemed like divine judgment. Excitement rippled through the crowd. By now, there were no more doubts about Kaido's strength. Only fervent admiration and respect remained. Kaido's reputation among these shinobi soared, and so did their affection for him. Many of them now held him in such high regard that they had met the criteria for forming a bond or contract. Unfortunately, Kaido had no time to check on such things at the moment. Meanwhile, on the sand side Arg. The third Kazekage's rage was boundless. He wanted to launch his iron sand at the storm clouds in the sky, hoping to disrupt them. But he held back. It wasn't realistic. Retreat. Fall back immediately. He took a deep breath and expanded the iron sand barrier further to shield the remaining 2,000 sand shinobi, issuing a retreat order. ZZT. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot down from the storm clouds, landing on a nearby hillside. There stood Kaido Uchiha, about 100 meters away from the third Kazekage. With a faint smirk, Kaido taunted, "Third Kazekage, pulling back already? Aren't you being a little too cautious? You dared to ally with the Hidden Stones Village forces to surround Hidden Leaf Village as troops, and now you're suddenly afraid for your life? What's wrong?" The Kazekage, who had been focused on leading his troops in retreat, froze upon hearing this. He turned sharply and spotted Kaido. In that moment, he wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill Kaido. But in the end, he forced himself to hold back, his face twisted with suppressed fury. He ordered the retreat to continue. Using his iron sand, he constructed a dome-like barrier to shield his troops as they withdrew. The Kazekage couldn't be sure if this was some kind of trap laid by Kaido to provoke him into staying, giving him time to unleash more of his terrifying lightning-style techniques. Or perhaps Kaido was stalling for time, waiting for Hidden Leaf Village's forces to arrive from the distant hillside. Indeed, the Kazekage had noticed the Hidden Leaf Village army stationed on a nearby hill. Hidden Leaf Village hadn't even bothered to conceal their presence. Maybe it was because the terrain made it hard to hide. Or maybe it was because Sand had sensory shinobi who could detect them regardless. Most likely, it was deliberate. But for what purpose? The Kazekage couldn't figure it out. This whole situation was a disaster of his own making. Knowing that Kaido seemed to have a technique capable of summoning lightning from the clouds, he had still chosen to lead his army deep into Hidden Rain Village to attack Hidden Leaf Village's forces. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. As long as we get out of Hidden Rain Village, out of the range of these storm clouds, we won't have to fear Kaido Uchiha. We'll have another chance to kill him in the future. No need to risk it all here. Resolving to prioritize survival, the third Kazekage ignored Kaido. He remained on high alert, prepared for any sudden attack, while hastening the retreat of the sand forces. Shwoom. Moments later, Tsunade appeared alongside Hotake, Sycamo and others, teleporting in using a space-time gate technique, not the Flying Raijin. She hadn't mastered Flying Raijin yet, but she let others believe she had. After all, only those bound to Kaido by contract would know the truth. And there was no need to expose it now. What's the situation? Are the sand forces retreating? Tsunade asked Kaido as soon as she arrived. Isn't it obvious? Kaido shrugged. The Kazekage isn't an idiot. He knows he can't win against me in these storm-filled skies. Staying would only mean total annihilation for the sand forces. Of course, he's retreating. But we can't just let them escape unscathed. Tsunoda-sensei, you need to lead our troops and follow them. We'll let the sand forces get 20 kilometers away before making our next move. Tsunoda frowned. 20 kilometers? That's practically the border between the land of wind and the land of rain. There won't be many storm clouds left in that area. She pointed out. Without the storm, Kaido's lightning would lose its power. He could still rely on his rumble fruit abilities to fight, but the range and power wouldn't compare to what he had just unleashed. Kaito sighed. True, my ability to use the lightning from the clouds will diminish. But there's no choice, the charge in this area's clouds is almost completely drained. It'll take time for them to recharge, and the enemy won't give us that time. So, we'll have to wait until they're out of this depleted zone to attack. Or, should we just abandon the Sand Ninja and focus on Hidden Stone's village instead? Tsunoda shook her head. No, we can't let them off that easily. We need to inflict enough damage to ensure they won't pose a threat to Hidden Lee village for years. I'll give the orders. You and the others stall them. With that, she vanished. Kaito turned to Sakamo and Jiraiya. Let's do this. He tossed a few flying thunder god kunai toward the retreating Sand Ninja, then grabbed his companions. Swish. In an instant, they teleported into the midst of the Sand Ninja forces. Damn it. The Kazekage had been on high alert, and as soon as he saw Kaito throw the kunai, he knew what was coming. He used his magnetic abilities to manipulate the kunai mid-flight and sent Iron Sand to attack. But before he could move them far, Kaito, Sakamo, and Jiraiya appeared 100 meters away. The Kazekage wasted no time, sending a storm of iron needles their way. Susanoo. Kaito activated his Susanoo, shielding them from the barrage. The giant construct's arms formed enormous chakra blades. With a single swing, Kaito slashed at the Kazekage. Not good. The Kazekage felt the danger and quickly used his Iron Sand to form a shield while dodging to the side. Crack. Boom. The chakra blade cleaved through the iron shield with ease, leaving a massive gash in the ground and cutting through the retreating Sand Ninja forces. Blood and wreckage littered the battlefield. Damn it. The Kazekage was livid, but he redirected his focus toward defending against Kaito, Jiraiya, and Sakamo. Meanwhile, a Sand Ninja commander ordered, keep retreating. Elite squads, follow me and assist the Kazekage. A dozen Jonin broke off from the main force and charged at Kaito's group. I'll handle the Kazekage. You two take care of them. Kaito told Sakamo and Jiraiya. Got it. Be careful. They nodded before splitting off to engage the reinforcements. Kaito advanced toward the Kazekage, his resolve unshaken. Chapter 124, The Death of the Third Kazekage. With a determined expression, Kaito once again controlled his Susanoo, swinging its enormous sword toward the third Kazekage. But the Kazekage wasn't an easy opponent. He quickly amassed an immense amount of iron sand, forming a gigantic hexagonal cube in front of him to block the attack. Boom. The Susanoo's blade struck the iron sand construct but only managed to cut halfway through before stopping. Ha ha ha. The third Kazekage couldn't hide his glee and burst out laughing. Looks like there's a way to block your attack after all. Now, take this. With a triumphant shout, he manipulated part of the iron sand from the cube, transforming it into numerous iron spears that shot toward Kaito at terrifying speed. Kaito swiftly dispelled his Susanoo. Using the instant transmission technique, he vanished from his spot in an instant, reappearing several meters to the side. He had realized that Susanoo was too sluggish to counter the Kazekage's rapid assaults. It wasn't the right tool for this fight. The Kazekage wasn't about to let him off so easily. He immediately directed more iron spears to chase after Kaito. Dodging in a wide arc around the Kazekage, Kaito suddenly dashed forward, closing the distance between them. A long sword appeared in Kaito's hand, its blade gleaming ominously as he slashed at the Kazekage. Clang! 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 The Kazekage hastily formed a thick iron sand shield to block the strikes. At the same time, he launched a barrage of iron spears and needles to counterattack. Kaito continued to dodge and strike, the two locked in an intense battle that seemed evenly matched. You're dead. Suddenly, the Kazekage revealed his trap. At some point during their fight, he had surrounded Kaito with several iron sand cubes. Manipulating the iron sand, he commanded it to converge on Kaito from all directions, intending to crush him. In the blink of an eye, Kaito disappeared again. The Kazekage, however, wasn't surprised. After all, he knew that Kaito had mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. A simple trap like this wasn't going to kill him. His real goal was to stall Kaito and buy time for his forces to retreat. The Kazekage recalled that the Flying Thunder God markers Kaito had previously thrown were scattered on the ground several dozen meters ahead. He immediately focused his attention there, trying to locate Kaito. Through his magnet style, he didn't sense any Flying Thunder God markers in other directions. This brat must still be up ahead, he thought as he scanned the battlefield. But just as he was looking forward, shhk. A cold sensation spread across his neck. His entire body froze. How? How is this possible? With a face full of disbelief, the Kazekage tried to turn his head. Thud. Before he could, his head separated cleanly from his body, blood spraying into the air. As his severed head fell, the Kazekage finally understood. Somehow, Kaido had appeared behind him, holding a gleaming sword and completing a sheathing motion. How? How did you do it? There were no flying thunder god markers behind me. The Kazekage's lips moved as if to speak, but no sound came out. Even so, Kaido could clearly make out what he was trying to say. Kaido chuckled mysteriously. Who knows? Of course, he couldn't tell the Kazekage that he had cheated by using the teleportation ability granted by his Space Gate talent. Cheating wasn't the right word, though. It was his innate ability, so how could it be considered cheating? It was simply smart use of his powers. Yes, he was just smart, not cheating. If only my Flying Thunder God Jutsu had broken its limits. Then I wouldn't have needed to rely on the Space Gate to teleport without a marker. That's not entirely accurate either. Even the Space Gate requires a kind of coordinate system. Mapping out the battlefield is just another way to set coordinates, isn't it? Kaido mused to himself, feeling satisfied with his cleverness. In combat, the ability to teleport anywhere within my sensory range would be much more convenient. If only the Flying Thunder God could evolve to that level someday. He had high hopes for his Heaven's Reward talent, which had never disappointed him before. Lord Kazekage? Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, a few Sanjonin were fighting Jiraiya and Sakamo when they noticed the Kazekage's headless body falling to the ground. Their faces froze in disbelief. This can't be real. He is the strongest Kazekage. How could this happen? While they were stunned, neither Jiraiya nor Sakamo hesitated. You dare get distracted in the middle of a fight? Your lives are mine now, Sakamo declared coldly. In a flash of silver light, Sakamo cut down the remaining Sanjonin on his side. Jiraiya wasn't far behind, using his lion main jutsu to finish off the last of his opponents. Once the battlefield quieted, both of them turned to look at Kaido and then at the Kazekage's corpse on the ground. Kaido, you're insane. You actually took down the third Kazekage just like that? That's ridiculous, Jiraiya exclaimed, clearly impressed. Kaido shrugged modestly. He wasn't that tough. Definitely not as strong as Hanzo. Sakamo, however, studied Kaido intently and finally spoke. It seems your mastery of the Flying Thunder God has surpassed even the second Hokage's. To mark the Kazekage in the middle of such an intense fight without him noticing. That's extraordinary. Then, his gaze shifted to the sword in Kaido's hand. And that blade? What is it? When Sakamo's eyes landed on the gleaming blade in Kaido's hand, he couldn't look away. It was as if he was staring at a priceless treasure, or the love of his life. That sword, huh? Kaido chuckled lightly, sheathing it as he spoke. I had a master swordsmith forge this custom blade for me. He smiled slyly, adding, not just for me, Mikoto-ne, Minato, and my mother each have one of the same quality, too. Kaido was deliberately showing off, hoping to pique Sakamo's interest. His goal was to use the allure of legendary blades and pirate world swordsmanship to gain Sakamo's favor and forge a stronger connection. Speaking of which, Kaido had already passed his mother's letter to Sakamo regarding their earlier agreement to exchange sword techniques. Nori had agreed, but time had been scarce for both of them. Between Kaido's patrols and countering Danzo's schemes, and Sakamo's packed schedule, they all barely had a moment to meet. Wait, what? Sakamo's eyes widened in shock. A blade of this level? And you had 4 of them forged? Do you have any idea how much something like this costs? And since when are master swordsmiths so easy to hire? After all, crafting a legendary weapon was no simple task. Each one usually required years to forge, and the materials were always rare and costly. Kaido shrugged, smiling. Well, it's not a big deal. If you're interested, I could introduce you to the smith sometime and have one made for you. Really? Sakamo's excitement lit up his face, and he instinctively stepped closer, but then his enthusiasm dimmed as he chuckled bitterly. Even if I wanted to, I probably couldn't afford something like that. And where would I even find such rare materials? It was true, just looking at Kaido's blade, he could tell it was infused with chakra-conductive metals. Crafting a weapon of this caliber would cost a fortune. That's not a problem at all, Kaido replied smoothly. Here's an idea, we're already planning to exchange swordsmanship, right? In addition to teaching me, Mikoto-ne, and Minato, we could expand the deal. Expand how? Sakamo asked, intrigued. Kaido grinned. Well, we've got plenty of Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clan members already training in swordsmanship. If you're willing to teach them your techniques, I'll make sure you're compensated handsomely. It could be money, or it could be the rare materials you need for forging a sword like mine. Sukamo pondered for a moment before nodding. I'd be willing to teach, but I wonder how long it would take to gather enough materials. That's something we can work out, Kaito said confidently. If it's urgent, I could even arrange for some materials to be given to you in advance. Sukamo's eyes lit up again, and he bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Kaito. I'll make sure to do my part. At that moment, Kaito used his unique ability to check Sukamo's goodwill level. It had shot up to 78 points. Just a little more. Kaito thought gleefully. Once we start trading swordsmanship, that last bit should come easily. Meanwhile, Tsunade arrived with the main force. She had seen Kaito take down the third Kazekage from afar and was now rushing over in astonishment. Wait, you already killed the third Kazekage? She exclaimed. Kaito winked with a cheeky grin. The key was to catch him off guard. Tsunade's sharp eyes narrowed, her expression a mix of suspicion and realization. She had a pretty good idea of how Kaito had managed it. Normally, the Kazekage's magnet style would make it nearly impossible to catch him by surprise with the Flying Thunder God technique. If Kaito had succeeded, it could only mean one thing: either his mastery of the Flying Thunder God had reached a new level, or he'd used some kind of spatial ability, like the Space Gate. Either way, it was a good outcome. The death of the third Kazekage left the Sand Village leaderless. This battle was as good as over. Unbelievable. Lord Kaito actually took down the Kazekage. Yeah, the third Kazekage was supposed to be the strongest in their history, wasn't he? And Kaito-sama just killed him? Lord Kaito is amazing. He's strong in large-scale battles and unbeatable in one-on-one combat. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who had arrived after the fight couldn't stop talking as they stared at the Kazekage's lifeless body. Their admiration for Kaito burned brighter than ever. And just like that, Kaito's reputation soared higher, their loyalty deepened, and their morale skyrocketed. Chapter 125, Flying Thunder God Mass Teleportation or AO? At that moment, Kaito noticed the change in the atmosphere. His instincts kicked in, and with a quick scan using his innate ability, he discovered something incredible. Out of the 4,000 Hidden Leaf Village shinobi present, about one-third had already developed favorable impressions of him. Even the remaining ones weren't far behind, most had a favorability score above 60. This was unbelievable. Wow. I didn't realize my performance in battle would leave that much of an impression. Kaito thought, slightly stunned. Well, it makes sense. The shinobi world has always worshipped strength. A result like this is only natural. He also noticed a dozen or so individuals whose favorability toward him was still negative. This piqued his interest. Huh. Either these guys are hardcore loyalists to the third Hokage and Danzo, or there's something else going on. He speculated. Kaito quietly made a mental note of these individuals, planning to dig deeper into their motives and address any issues later. In the Hidden Leaf Village he envisioned, there would be no room for people who resisted his authority. The village had to be under his complete control. No time to dwell on this, let's keep moving. Kaito declared. This time, we have to wipe out as many Sand Shinobi as possible. He added. Tsunade waved her hand, signaling the army to advance at full speed, chasing after the fleeing sand forces. Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya also followed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kaito took a moment to collect the corpse of the third Kazekage, carefully incinerating the bloodstains left behind with a fire-style technique before catching up with the others. It didn't take long for the Hidden Leaf Village forces to close in on the tail end of the Sand Army. Damn it. Does Hidden Leaf Village want to exterminate us completely? A Sand Jonin named Ikkyo shouted angrily. He was at his breaking point. The relentless pursuit from Hidden Leaf Village was suffocating. Calm down. Leave a group behind to hold them off while the rest of us keep retreating. Another Jonin, Tanaka, quickly interjected, pulling Ikkyo back. Ikkyo glared at him, frustrated. Why? What's the point? Didn't the Kazekage himself die trying to buy us time? Leaving people behind now is just sending them to their deaths. Tanaka, also irritated, shot back. Why? Do you really think we can inflict significant damage on Hidden Leaf Village's forces, even if we fight to the death? You want everyone to die here, just to satisfy your anger? Do you understand what that would mean for the Sand Village? We're already one of the weaker great nations, with fewer shinobi compared to the others. If we all die here, what do you think will happen next? Besides, someone has to get this information back to the village. Ikkyo fell silent, unable to refute Tanaka's reasoning. Still, leaving some people behind won't help much. Ikkyo muttered, rubbing his temples. The Kazekage himself failed. What chance do we have? I know. Tanaka replied firmly. But this is our only option. He placed a hand on Ukyo's shoulder, his grip tight and unwavering. Take 1,500 men and keep running. Leave 1,000 with me to hold them off. You must get those 1,500 out of the rain country and back to camp. Tell everything to Elder Ebizo and Lady Chio. Do you understand? Ukyo froze, staring at Tanaka in disbelief. You're staying behind? There was no time for debate. The Hidden Leaf village forces were closing in fast. Seeing the determination in Tanaka's eyes, Ukyo finally nodded, his voice thick with emotion. All right. I promise I'll get them back to camp. Take care of yourself. You too. Tanaka replied, releasing Ukyo's shoulder. Turning to his group of 1,000 sand shinobi, Tanaka raised his hand and shouted, all units under my command, stop. Turn around and hold the line. For our comrades. For survival. The 1,000 shinobi halted, their resolve clear as they faced the pursuing Hidden Leaf village forces. The battle erupted moments later. Boom. 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 Explosions from ninjutsu, paper bombs, and thrown weapons echoed across the battlefield as the two sides clashed. For a brief time, the sand forces managed to slow down Hidden Leaf Village's advance. But the gap in numbers and strength soon became apparent. Led by powerhouses like Tsunade, Kaido, Minato, Tsukumo, and Jiraiya, the Hidden Leaf Village army tore through the defenders. Despite this, the Sand Shinobi refused to give up. They fought desperately, willing to sacrifice themselves if it meant buying even a few more moments for their comrades to escape. Half an hour later, it was over. All 1,000 of the Sand Shinobi were wiped out. Hidden Leaf Village suffered casualties too, losing a few dozen men. But considering the scale of the battle, this was a minimal loss, thanks largely to Kaido and the others leading the charge. Without their efforts, the losses would have been far worse. These Sand Shinobi are absolutely insane. They're throwing everything away just to stop us. Kushina exclaimed after the battle, turning to Kaido and Tsunade for their input. So, this is what war truly is. Kaido murmured with a brief sigh. Afterward, he, Tsunade, Tsukumo, and the others had a quick discussion before ultimately deciding to call off the pursuit. At this point, they were only about 10 kilometers from the border of the Land of Rain, and the remaining Sand Shinobi, over 1,000 of them, were just a few kilometers ahead, nearly out of reach. Moreover, the Sand Shinobi had destroyed bridges and dams along their retreat path, making the terrain even harder to traverse. Since we're not chasing them, should we regroup and head for the Hidden Stones Village Shinobi next? Tsunade asked, looking at Kaido. The others also turned their attention to him, awaiting his decision. Kaido extended his sensory abilities and quickly located Anoki and his Hidden Stones Village forces near Hidden Rain Village. They were close and could attack the village at any moment, possibly intercepting Hidden Leaf Village's spoils from their efforts. Without hesitation, Kaido made up his mind. We have to deal with the Hidden Stones Village Shinobi next. If we don't, Hidden Rain Village will fall into their hands, along with all the benefits. If that happens, there's no way they'll withdraw from the Land of Rain afterward. That's not an outcome we can afford to let happen. We need to teach Anoki a lesson, make him abandon his plans to take Hidden Rain Village and withdraw his forces entirely. Ideally, we'd force him to sign a peace treaty, or even a surrender agreement, with Hidden Leaf Village, including reparations. Of course, that last part depends on whether we can deal enough damage to Hidden Stones Village's forces to leave them with no choice. If not, the conflict here won't end easily. And Hidden Stones Village will likely keep harassing Hidden Leaf Village as borders in the future. The only way to truly end this war is to make Anoki submit. Once that's done, we can return to Hidden Leaf Village, focus on rebuilding, and prepare for the future. There was a lot on Kaido's plate. Securing Hidden Leaf Village's development was his ultimate priority. You're right. Let's do it. Tsunade agreed, nodding. The others quickly voiced their support as well. Seeing their agreement, Kaido smiled and stood up. From what I can sense, Hidden Stones Village's forces are already close to Hidden Rain Village. If we take the whole army there, we'll be too late. So, I'll go ahead alone and hit them with lightning style. That should cause enough damage to delay their assault on Hidden Rain Village. I'll hold them off until you guys arrive. That's too risky. Tsunade objected immediately. It'll take us at least an hour to get there. What if something happens to you? How about using Flying Thunder God to take everyone there at once? Didn't you mention before that you've mastered the group teleportation version of it? Kaido hesitated for a moment, frowning. If we do that, everyone will lose at least 30% of their chakra. That's not ideal when we're about to face the Hidden Stones Village forces, who already outnumber us by over 1,000. He had indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God group teleportation technique, but it wasn't without drawbacks. The technique required setting up a large Flying Thunder God array and activating it with chakra to teleport everyone, It was somewhat similar to Hidden Cloud's Village's heavenly transfer jutsu but more refined and less harsh. That's not a problem, Tsunade countered. We've all taken nutrient pills, so our chakra and stamina are recovering quickly. We'll regain the chakra we use for the teleportation in about 15 minutes, it won't affect the big picture. Besides, aren't you planning to use your lightning style to take out 2,000 of their troops first? That'll give us the numbers advantage when we fight them. Tsunade's logic was hard to argue with. Most of the group had only used up about 30 to 50% of their chakra in the previous battles, and the nutrient pills had already started working their magic. Alright, that works. Kaido finally agreed. But I'll use a shadow clone to handle the teleportation. My real body will go ahead to start gathering thunderclouds and charge up the lightning. That way, the enemy won't have time to prepare, and will maximize the damage. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he explained. In the earlier battles against the Sand Shinobi, even with the element of surprise, the third Kazekage had managed to block a significant portion of his lightning attacks using magnet style. If not for that, the death toll among the sand forces would have been closer to 2,000 instead of 1,500. Are you sure a shadow clone can handle teleporting over 3,000 people? Tsunade asked, still a bit skeptical. Relax, it'll be fine, Kaito said with a reassuring grin. The teleportation array just needs the right setup. My shadow clone will only guide and activate it. The chakra comes from everyone else, so there's no issue. The only reason I couldn't use his space-time door technique was that most of the group wasn't contracted for it. Otherwise, it would have been much simpler. In previous battles, he'd been able to use the space-time door inconspicuously because of the chaos. But for a large-scale teleportation like this, the lack of noticeable chakra fluctuations would immediately raise suspicions. Chapter 126, Using Heavenly Punishment Again. Alright. As long as you're confident, that's good enough. You can start setting up the Flying Thunder God's mass teleportation array now. Tsunade and the others nodded in understanding. Tsunade gestured, urging him to begin. Okay. I'll get started right away. It's actually not that hard, it just takes some time. Kaito nodded and immediately created several shadow clones to help carve out the Flying Thunder God teleportation array on the nearby open ground. The process involved embedding countless seals into the ground to form a massive teleportation array. This array was a one-time use deal. Once activated, the seals and formation would automatically vanish, preventing any need for later erasure or the risk of leaking secrets. In just a few minutes, Kaido and his clones had completed the teleportation array. Leaving a single shadow clone behind, Kaido turned to Tsunade and the others, nodding. I'm heading over to prepare now. Got it. You guys should get ready too. Be there in 5 minutes. With that, Kaido locked onto a mountaintop about a kilometer outside Hidden Rain Village and teleported there instantly. Standing on the mountain, he observed the Hidden Stones Village Shinobi attacking Hidden Rain Village below. Kaido's lips curled into a slight smirk. In the next moment, his body transformed into lightning and shot into the dark clouds above. He began gathering the electrical charges from the surrounding 20-kilometer radius, pulling them together from far and near, from high to low. Initially, the Hidden Stones Village Shinobi below, engrossed in their siege of Hidden Rain Village, didn't notice anything unusual. That was, until 2 minutes later. Crackle. Crackle. Some of the Hidden Stones Village Shinobi, particularly Onoki, suddenly felt a deadly sense of danger coming from the sky. They looked up and noticed that the clouds had darkened even further. Countless electrical charges flickered menacingly across the surface of the stormy sky. Not good. Onoki's eye twitched as he recognized this eerily familiar scene. Alarm bells rang in his head. He immediately descended to the ground, shouting at the Hidden Stones Village Shinobi below, "Defend yourselves! Kaito Uchiha is in the clouds! Hurry! Defense formations!" As he landed, Onoki quickly used his weighted rock jutsu to slam into the ground, clapping his hands to summon 2 thick earthen walls. The walls quickly enclosed over 100 Hidden Stones Village Shinobi, providing cover. Many of the Hidden Stones Village Shinobi, spurred by Onoki's warning, began casting earth-style techniques to protect themselves. Unfortunately, only a few elites were quick enough to react. Most of the lower-ranking shinobi were still in the middle of forming hand signs when, boom! Thousands of lightning bolts crashed down from the clouds. Arg! In an instant, countless Hidden Stones Village shinobi were reduced to charred corpses. Witnessing this scene through his sensory abilities, Onoki's face twisted in rage. Damn you, Kaido Uchiha! I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. He had never felt so humiliated or helpless. He couldn't believe such a terrifying lightning technique had been unleashed on his forces. Worse, he had no way to counter it. At this moment, Onoki couldn't help but regret his decisions. Knowing that Kaido had such a devastating area of effect technique, Why had he brought so many shinobi to their deaths? Deep down, he realized it was his own overconfidence. He had convinced himself that Kaido's technique must have significant drawbacks or limitations, making it difficult to use frequently. Or perhaps, with the combined efforts of himself and the third Kazekage, they could eliminate Kaito before he could unleash his attack. But reality had proven him wrong. Boom. Another 2 seconds passed, and another wave of thousands of lightning bolts rained down. This time, many Hidden Stones village shinobi had already hidden underground with the help of their comrades' earth-style techniques. Even so, over 500 shinobi failed to escape in time and were annihilated. How unfortunate. As expected, Hidden Stones village shinobi are sharper and more resourceful than Hidden Sand village shinobi. Kaito muttered, taking in the situation. Instead of following up with another attack, he consumed a high-grade nutrition pill and a potion to restore his mental energy. Closing his eyes, he began meditating. Controlling lightning mainly drained his stamina, but locking on to thousands of targets in such a short time also took a toll on his focus. Meanwhile, the shinobi within Hidden Rain village watched in stunned silence as the Hidden Stones village shinobi, who had been ruthlessly attacking them moments ago, were struck down by what seemed like divine punishment. Over 1,000 of them lay dead, while the rest cowered underground. What's going on? Did the Hidden Stones village shinobi commit too many sins and get smited by the heavens? Divine punishment, my ass. Didn't you hear the Sushi Kage shouting earlier? This was clearly the work of some Hidden Leaf village ninja named Kaido Uchiha using a lightning jutsu. You're joking, right? What kind of jutsu has that kind of range and power? Is that even humanly possible? Who knows? Just keep watching, and we'll find out. But if it's true, what do we do next? What do you mean, what do we do next? This has nothing to do with us. How can you say that? Have you forgotten why Lord Hanzo went out yesterday? He went to confront Hidden Leaf village as ninjas. If this Kaido Uchiha is from the Uchiha clan, doesn't that mean something terrible happened? Shut up. Stop spouting nonsense. Lord Hanzo is a demigod. No one could harm him. He's probably just been delayed. Don't worry. Yeah. Let's just hold the village and wait for him to return. While the Hidden Rain village shinobi hesitated, the Hidden Stones village shinobi underground also stayed still, uncertain of their next move. 2 minutes passed, and no more lightning struck. Through sensory techniques, Onoki and his men confirmed that the oppressive presence in the clouds had dissipated. Based on what they'd seen before, Kaido had only launched 2 waves of attacks against Hanzo and his forces before stopping. Onoki reasoned that the cloud's electrical charge must have been depleted. That's right. Such an attack must consume a massive amount of energy, it can't be used indefinitely. That brat. If he's out of tricks, it's his death sentence now. Smirking coldly, Onoki rose and shouted, the enemy's lightning jutsu is spent. Follow me, we're going on the offensive. Rumble. The ground cracked open as Onoki controlled the earthen dome, and he and 100 Hidden Stones village shinobi emerged. The other Hidden Stones village shinobi, sensing Onoki's movement, began surfacing as well. Crackle. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down in the distance, about 200 meters from Onoki. As the lightning condensed, it formed into a humanoid shape. When the figure fully emerged, revealing itself as Kaido, Onoki's eyes narrowed. With a swift movement, Onoki soared into the air, glaring at Kaido in the distance as he shouted, "Kid! Why did you attack us? And why did you kill so many of my men? Are you trying to provoke a war between Hidden Lee village and the Hidden Stones village shinobi?" At the same time, the old man secretly began channeling chakra, his hands forming seals in front of his chest, ready to unleash a deadly particle-style attack on Kaido at any moment. Onoki's hatred for this Hidden Lee village brat, who had just wiped out over 1,500 of his subordinates in the blink of an eye, was deep. What made it worse? This kid was a member of the Uchiha clan. That fact alone stoked his fury even more. Seeing Kaido, hearing his name, it all reminded Onoki of the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of another Uchiha in the past, someone who had not only insulted him but his mentor as well. He could never forget that man's arrogant demeanor, the look of disdain he carried for Onoki and his teacher. It had been a lifelong disgrace. And above all, he could never erase the image of Madara Uchiha's colossal Susanoo towering above everything. HMMPH. Kaido, of course, noticed Onoki's subtle movements. With his sharp senses, how could he miss the raging surge of chakra within Onoki's body and the astonishing buildup of energy between his hands? Unfortunately for Onoki, particle style, as powerful as it might be, had a significant flaw: the preparation time was too long. For someone like Kaido, who specialized in speed, it was utterly meaningless. If the attack couldn't land, no matter how powerful it was useless. Hearing Onoki's accusations, Kaito smirked, his tone dripping with disdain. Old man, is there any point in saying all that? Are you seriously blaming us for provoking this war? Wasn't it you Hidden Stones Village shinobi who interfered with our dealings with the AIM ninja? Weren't you the ones constantly provoking Hidden Leaf Village? And now you're talking about us declaring war? Haven't we already been at war for a while now? Or did you think we were just playing games this whole time? Kaito sneered further. Let's be honest here. You and the Kazekage seized the opportunity while we were attacking Hidden Rain Village to launch a surprise attack on us. Are you really going to pretend that wasn't your plan all along? Onoki's expression changed subtly upon hearing this. How does he know all that? Onoki thought, shocked. This plan was a last-minute decision between me and the Kazekage. We moved as soon as we decided on it. How could he possibly know? Wait. If he knows, and I'm here now, what about the Kazekage and the Hidden Sand Village ninja? A sense of dread crept into Onoki's mind. He shouted at Kaito, Kid. Have you already encountered the Kazekage and his forces? Where are they now? Hey. Kaito chuckled, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oh, they've been defeated already. Even the third Kazekage himself was killed by me, personally. Onoki froze. As much as he didn't want to believe it, a part of him sensed that Kaito wasn't bluffing. If that's true, what's Hidden Leaf Village's situation like? If their losses were minor, would their main forces turn their attention here to deal with us Hidden Stones Village shinobi? If that happens, can we win? And if we lose? Losing the remaining troops here would be disastrous. These thoughts raced through Onoki's mind. Slowly, the idea of retreating began to take root. Onoki wasn't above taking risks, but only when there was something to gain. Right now, things weren't looking good. Could Kaito use that terrifying lightning-style technique again? If he used it against the Hidden Sand Village forces, the cooldown might be much shorter than I expect. And with Hidden Leaf Village as main forces potentially arriving at any moment, staying here to fight might be asking for disaster. How can you prove you're telling the truth? Onoki demanded. Oh? Kaito raised an eyebrow, sensing the change in Onoki's tone. This old man is thinking of retreating, isn't he? That won't do. Kaito decided it would be better to defeat, or even kill, Onoki here and now. That way, the Hidden Stones Village forces would have no choice but to surrender. Whoosh! Suddenly, a massive teleportation array appeared behind Kaito, immediately putting Onoki and his forces on high alert. Before they could react, the array lit up, and thousands of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi materialized behind Kaito in an instant. Mission complete. I'm leaving the rest to you, boss. Kaito's shadow clone said before dispelling itself, returning its knowledge to the original. Onoki and the Hidden Stones Village shinobi, along with their AIM allies, stared in stunned silence. Mass teleportation? Has Hidden Leaf Village already mastered such a technique? The shocked murmurs spread among the Hidden Stones Village and AIM forces. If Hidden Leaf Village had this kind of power, the battlefield dynamics would change entirely. Imagine sending most of your troops to the front lines, only for Hidden Leaf Village to teleport their forces directly into your village. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. Ha! Tsunoda arrived, taking in the scene. She gave Kaito a proud slap on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. You wiped out another 1,000 Hidden Stones Village shinobi. Now we've got the numbers advantage. This battle is ours to win. She clenched her fists, ready to dive into the fight. Wait. Onoki raised a hand, flying forward a few meters. Stop. We concede. This time, we admit defeat. Everyone froze, stunned. Onoki continued, we're willing to withdraw our forces and negotiate a peace treaty. We'll even discuss forming an alliance with Hidden Leaf Village. What do you say? Kaito and Tsunoda exchanged disbelieving glances. What's going on? Why would he surrender so suddenly? But among the Hidden Stones Village shinobi, there wasn't much resistance to Onoki's decision. Many were too terrified after witnessing Kaito's devastating lightning style. They didn't want to fight this monster any longer. Tsunoda frowned. Are you serious, Tsuchikage? Onoki nodded solemnly. Yes. If you're authorized to negotiate, we can finalize the terms right here and now. Interesting. Tsunoda muttered, exchanging glances with her comrades. Narashikayama suddenly spoke in a low voice. Could it be the mass teleportation technique that's scaring him? If we can teleport here, what's stopping us from teleporting straight into Hidden Stones Village? Or maybe it's Kaito's lightning style. Someone else suggested. Everyone turned to Kaito for his thoughts. Chapter 127, Onoki backs down. It's probably not just an issue with my lightning style technique, at least, not entirely. Kaito shook his head, analyzing the situation. Before you all were transported here, Onoki was still asking about Kazekage and the others, and he was secretly gathering chakra, clearly ready to attack me at any moment. So, The problem isn't on my end. It's likely the group teleportation ability Uncle Shikayama mentioned. I didn't think too much about it before, but now it's clear, this ability, if used on a battlefield, would indeed be a decisive weapon. No wonder Onoki backed down after seeing it. You can't fight against something like this. Fair point. So what's next? Do we fight, or do we agree to peace and an alliance? Tsunade nodded and looked at Kaido for direction. Jiraiya and the others also turned their eyes to Kaido. After the last 2 battles, his reputation and achievements had skyrocketed. Naturally, they started deferring to him. Either works. But if we negotiate, Onoki has to pay a price, no way around it. Kaito said, shaking his head nonchalantly. Agreed. The others nodded in unison. Kaido took a step forward and said to Onoki, peace talks and alliances are fine, but you need to show some sincerity. Offer enough compensation, or I'm fine with settling this in a fight. Honestly, wiping out the 3,000 Sand Shinobi and taking down the 3rd Kazekage wasn't even that satisfying. Right now, we clearly have the upper hand. I don't mind leaving you here too, haha. Do you realize that if we finish this, Hidden Leaf Village will have years of peaceful development ahead? What do you say, Tsuchikage? Hearing Kaido's words, Onoki initially felt furious. But when he heard they'd really killed the Kazekage and wiped out 3,000 Sand Shinobi, his pupil shrank sharply. He wasn't sure if Kaito was bluffing, but many of the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi did bear signs of recent battles. Some were even lightly or heavily injured. It was obvious they'd been through serious combat. Considering the absence of any Sand Shinobi reinforcements, Onoki believed about 70% of what Kaito said. Still, the idea of compensation was hard to swallow. He'd only chosen to surrender to avoid further losses. Why is this brat so aggressive? Onoki thought, feeling deeply frustrated. But he knew it was reasonable. If he were in Kaido's position, he'd probably do the same. Taking a deep breath, Onoki forced down his anger and frustration before speaking. What compensation do you want? I can authorize a reasonable amount. But don't go overboard, or I won't hesitate to go down fighting. Sure, my forces are at a disadvantage right now. But after that massive lightning attack of yours, how much chakra do you have left? You want to talk about high-level combat power? Before he could finish, Kaido raised his hand, cutting him off. You can't match us in high-level combat power either. Even without me, we still have Lady Tsunade, Master Sakamo, and Master Jiraiya, 3 Kage-level shinobi. What do you have to compare? You know the havoc a Kage-level shinobi can wreak in a non-Kage battlefield. And don't assume I'm out of chakra. As he spoke, a terrifying surge of chakra exploded from Kaido. The sheer density of it was palpable, almost materializing into a visible form. This wasn't just because Kaido's ninja skills had reached the peak of Kage level. For years, he'd been practicing a technique to refine his chakra to its purest form. Both the quantity and quality of his chakra had been steadily increasing. Now, his chakra levels and purity had reached an absolutely terrifying point. Damn. How is this possible? How can you still have such strong chakra? Are you even human? Onoki exclaimed in shock, overwhelmed by the intensity of Kaido's chakra. This chakra could almost rival that of a tailed beast. And the quality? Incredibly high. This kid is only what, 10? Or are you actually the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Onoki ranted internally, feeling utterly defeated. At the same time, his heart was filled with bitterness and despair. He didn't even have the confidence to beat Kaido alone, let alone handle the rest of them. Of course, I'm human. What's that supposed to mean, old man? Are you trying to insult me? Kaido pretended to be offended. Hurry up and give me a straight answer, fight or pay up? Though Onoki felt humiliated, he couldn't deny reality. Honestly, even if they could win now, it wasn't worth the risk of fighting. Not unless he could figure out how to counter Hidden Leaf Village's group teleportation technique. Sigh. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, fine, I'll compensate you. But first, let me see the Kazekage's body to confirm you really defeated the Sand Forces. It was a final act of resistance, a desperate attempt to negotiate from a better position. If Kaido and his team could produce the 3rd Kazekage's body, he'd pay up. Oh? Kaito raised an eyebrow. Sure, I'll indulge you. With a wave of his hand, he produced the body of the 3rd Kazekage, which he'd stored earlier. When Onoki saw this, his eyes widened, and he thought to himself, could this be a new Hidden Leaf Village invention? Have they made some major breakthrough in storage seals? Or has this brat achieved something new with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? However, Onoki quickly pushed those thoughts aside. They weren't important right now. Instead, he carefully examined the body of the 3rd Kazekage. It didn't take long for him to confirm that this was indeed the Kazekage. Ah, To think I saw you alive and full of spirit just half a day ago. And now you're just a corpse. Life is unpredictable. Onoki sighed. After a moment of reflection, he pulled himself together, looked up at Kaido, and said, "Let's talk about compensation. What do you want? Don't go overboard, or I won't agree to it. You should know that much." "Understood. We'll discuss it among ourselves." "Hold on for a moment." Kaido replied with a knowing nod. He waved his hand, storing the third Kazekage's body again, and walked back to Hidden Lee Village's forces to consult with Tsunade and the others. After some back and forth, they settled on a general number. This time, Kaido brought Narashikayama along to negotiate with Onoki. Perhaps it was because Onoki was eager to finalize the talks and quickly retreat with his men from this area that he didn't push back too hard on the compensation demands. After over an hour of intense negotiations, both sides reached an agreement. The terms were as follows: Hidden Stones Village would compensate Hidden Leaf Village with 1 billion in funds or resources. The first payment of 400 million was to be delivered to Hidden Lee Village within a month. The remaining balance would be paid off over 2 years. If Hidden Stones Village couldn't pay in cash, they could substitute the equivalent value in minerals. Once the compensation agreement was signed, Onoki hurriedly pushed for the peace and alliance treaties to be finalized as well. After that, he wasted no time rallying his troops. Once they had cleaned up the battlefield and gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades, the Hidden Stones Village men swiftly retreated from Hidden Rain Village, carefully on guard as they left the Land of Rain and returned to Hidden Stones Village. It was clear that as long as Onoki couldn't figure out a way to counter Hidden Leaf Village's group teleportation technique, he wouldn't dare declare war on them anytime soon. If necessary, he could always focus his efforts on Hidden Sand Village. After all, one thing was certain: the Kazekage was dead. As for whether Hidden Leaf Village had truly wiped out 3,000 Sand Shinobi, Kitsuchi, take 2 elite squads and head straight for the Sand front lines. Onoki ordered a few kilometers away from Hidden Rain Village. Investigate along the way and see if you can find any traces of Hidden Lee Village's battle with the Sand. Search for signs of the battlefield. Finally, scout around the Sand's base camp to confirm whether they've truly suffered heavy losses. Yes. Kitsuchi immediately accepted the order. However, his expression grew serious as he asked, "Father, are you planning to make a move against the Sand?" Onoki's face darkened as he snapped, "Address me by my title when we're in the field." "Understood, Tsuchikage-sama." The next moment, Onoki's stern expression softened slightly, and a sly glint appeared in his eyes. "Indeed, I'm considering it. This war was supposed to bring us significant gains to stabilize the village's finances. But instead of profiting, we've lost over 1,500 comrades and have to pay 1 billion in reparations. This loss is unacceptable. When have I ever taken such a hit before? Still, attacking Hidden Leaf Village or the Land of Fire right now is unrealistic and unwise. Without a way to counter their group teleportation technique, there's no way we can fight them effectively. Who knows? They might use it to bypass our forces and teleport directly to our village, taking it over." The senior Hidden Stones Village nin around Onoki listened to his reasoning and finally understood why their Tsuchikage had chosen to surrender to Hidden Leaf Village, even swallowing his pride to offer compensation. They had been puzzled before. After all, this wasn't like Onoki at all. Everyone knew their Tsuchikage was notoriously stingy and hated losing out. Many had been dissatisfied with the idea of compensation, harboring complaints in their hearts. But now, everything made sense. True, if we can't counter that technique, we really can't afford to fight Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, one misstep and we're finished. Exactly. Tsuchikage-sama is as sharp as ever. I didn't even think of this before. Tsuchikage-sama is brilliant. The group of Hidden Stones Village nin expressed their admiration, their previous doubts turning into respect. "Ha. Good that you understand," Onoki said, clearly pleased. His tone then grew serious again. "That said, the fact remains that we've suffered a significant loss and haven't achieved our goals. If Hidden Leaf Village is off limits for now, that leaves us with other options. Normally, I wouldn't consider attacking the Sand. They're too poor to be worth the effort. But if they've truly suffered heavy losses, then we can easily take them down and strip away whatever resources they have left to cover our losses. If we play our cards right, we might even make a profit. So, Kitsuchi, move quickly. Gather as much information as possible and don't miss the opportunity." Of course, Hidden Clouds Village was also on Onoki's radar. Recently, they'd been clashing over some mineral-rich islands in the sea. Though the conflicts weren't intense yet, Onoki had taken note of them. "Yes. I'll leave immediately," Kitsuchi replied, wasting no time as he led 2 squads out on their mission. Chapter 128, Rain Ninja Surrender Maybe. "We should talk to Hidden Clouds Village about dealing with Hidden Leaf Village together." Onoki mused to himself as he watched Kitsuchi leave. While leading the Hidden Stones village forces out of the Land of Rain, his mind was busy turning over ideas. If we don't figure this out, it'll feel like there's always a sword hanging over our heads, ready to cut us down at any moment, taking not just me, but all of Hidden Stones village with it. He frowned, deep in thought. The Hidden Cloud's village, supposedly has a space-time jutsu too, called the Heavenly Transfer Jutsu, right? It's mostly for moving supplies, though. Still, if we could get our hands on it, maybe we could reverse engineer a way to counter Hidden Leaf Village's Flying Thunder God Mass Teleportation Ori. Onoki's eyes gleamed. Yeah, this could work. But it'll take some finesse. There's no way Hidden Cloud's village would just hand over one of their precious secrets to us so easily. He smirked to himself. No, I'll need to let them suffer at the hands of Hidden Leaf Village first, especially that Kaido Uchiha. Once they've taken some major losses, they'll be a lot more willing to cooperate. Onoki made up his mind. Rushing into this would be a bad move. Let's wait until Hidden Cloud's village gets their fill of humiliation before making a move. As for the Hidden Mist, Kairi? He dismissed the idea almost immediately. Forget it. Not only does Hidden Stones village have a long-standing grudge with them, but they're not even in the same league as Hidden Cloud's village when it comes to research. Bringing them in wouldn't accomplish much. Meanwhile, back with Kaido and his team. Once Onoki and the Hidden Stones village forces had retreated, Kaido wasted no time leading his group straight to the gates of Hidden Rain Village. Surrender, will you? Kaido called out, his voice calm but firm. You saw how the last fight went, do you really think you stand a better chance than Hidden Stones village did? He grinned. Don't throw your lives away. Surrender, and you get to keep them. Isn't that a better deal? He tilted his head. Or, are you waiting for Hanzo to save you? If so, you might want to take a look at this. With that, Kaido dramatically revealed a body to the gathered rain ninjas, the unmistakable corpse of Hanzo of the Salamander. The reaction was immediate. That's... no way. There's no way Lord Hanzo could have been killed so easily. The rain ninjas stared in disbelief. To them, Hanzo was like a god, a living legend. The idea that he could have been defeated, let alone killed, was unthinkable. But there he was. Dead. And what about the 2,000 rain ninjas Hanzo had led into battle? What had become of them? Surely they hadn't all been wiped out? Not a single survivor? Finally, one of the rain ninja Jonin found his voice. See, can we verify the body? Kaido shrugged, unbothered. Sure. Go ahead. He had no issue with letting them confirm the truth. After all, if it meant they surrendered without a fight, it would save him the hassle. And once they surrendered, he could strip Hidden Rain Village of its resources, wealth, and manpower, maybe even rope them into working for Hidden Leaf Village to pay off reparations. With only a few hundred rain ninjas left, they weren't much of a threat anymore. Thank you. The rain ninja Jonin said with a bow before cautiously stepping forward to examine Hanzo's corpse. After a tense few moments, he stood up, his expression a mix of sorrow and fear. It's him. The Jonin confirmed, his voice heavy. This is indeed the body of Lord Hanzo. The gathered rain ninjas fell silent. The Jonin hesitated before asking, what about the others? The 2,000 rain ninjas who went with him? They're all dead. Kaido said bluntly, his tone as cold as ice. The Jonin's pupils contracted, his breath catching in his throat. Pain and despair flashed across his face, but he quickly forced himself to stay composed. This wasn't the time for grief, he needed to focus. I understand, he said after a deep breath. I'll need to discuss this with the others. Go ahead, Kaido said, waving him off casually. He had no problem letting the Jonin go back to consult with the rest of Hidden Rain Village as leadership. Meanwhile, he carefully put Hanzo's body back into storage. No way was he giving it back, it was far too valuable as research material. Maybe he could even use it for Edo Tensei in the future. Why waste a resource like that? The Jonin returned to the village, where a group of rain ninjas immediately swarmed him with questions. So? Is it really him? Is it really Lord Hanzo? The Jonin nodded grimly. It's him. No doubt about it. And worse. I asked about the others, the 2,000 rain ninjas who went with him. They're all dead. Killed by Hidden Leaf Village. A heavy silence fell over the group. One of them finally broke it with a sigh. Honestly. When I saw that Kaido Uchiha wipe out 1,500 Hidden Stones village ninjas in a matter of seconds with a terrifying lightning style of his, I had a feeling this was the outcome. For someone like him, 2,000 ninjas are nothing, just 2 rounds of lightning style and it's over. Another nodded solemnly. Exactly. We're not like the Hidden Stones village ninjas who specialize in defense. Most of us are water style users. Against that kind of lightning style, we wouldn't stand a chance. So what do we do? One of them asked, panic creeping into their voice. Do we surrender? They exchanged uneasy glances, the answer clear on all their faces. Finally, one of them spoke up. Let's surrender. If we don't, we're all dead. Agreed. Then it's settled. We surrender. In no time, the Rain Ninja unanimously reached a consensus. Together, they opened the gates of Hidden Rain Village, leading the remaining Rain Ninja, and chose to surrender to Hidden Leaf Village. From there, tasks like gathering Hidden Rain Village's resources and wealth, negotiating reparations, and peace talks with the village were left entirely to Jiraiya, Narashikayama, and the others. As for Kaido, he decided to wander around Hidden Rain Village with Kushina, Mikoto, and a few others. Ugh, it seems like it's always raining here. It feels so dreary, like there's a depressing vibe in the air. Kaido, when can we head back to Hidden Leaf Village? I still prefer Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire's climate. Staying here feels so uncomfortable. Kushina was holding an umbrella as she strolled down the street, unable to hold back her complaints. To be fair, during her time on the front lines, she had been sneaking off to the One Piece world to relax during her breaks. Otherwise, it would have been even harder for her to bear. Yeah, the weather here is really unbearable. Mikoto nodded in agreement. An occasional rainy day can be refreshing. But constant rain? It's just awful. It ruins the mood entirely. Well, Kaido chuckled and said, the battles on the front lines are pretty much over now. We've severely weakened the Hidden Sand Village ninja, and even Kazekage fell to me. The AIM ninja have surrendered, and the Hidden Stones Village ninja are no different. From here on, they don't really need us anymore. Once we're done here, I'll talk to Tsunade and see if we can head back early. Staying here any longer would just be a waste of time. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go ask her now. Come on, let's go. Kushina couldn't hold back her excitement. She grabbed Kaido's hand and rushed toward Tsunade. It didn't take long for them to find her. Unfortunately, Tsunade was still busy negotiating with the Rain Ninja at the time. Seeing this, Kushina had no choice but to wait patiently. About half an hour later, after the negotiations concluded and Tsunade handed the remaining tasks to Shikayama, Kushina couldn't hold back anymore and approached her eagerly. Hey! Tsunade smiled and flicked Kushina on the forehead, causing her to yelp in pain. Teasing her, Tsunade said, you can't handle this much? What'll you do when you face harsher environments and more difficult missions? Besides, even if the frontline battles are over, it's best if we return to Hidden Leaf Village with the rest of the group. When the time comes, you can enjoy the villagers' warm welcome together. But heading back early? That's just not right. Saying this, Tsunade ignored Kushina's pout and turned to Kaido. By the way, she said, you've shown some terrifying strength in front of so many Hidden Leaf Village ninja. How are their impressions of you now? How many meet the requirements for the contract? Why don't you take some time to form those contracts with them? This was a critical point for Tsunade. She was eager for Kaido to contract with all of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. If that happened, Hidden Leaf Village would truly be united as one, ready to fully develop and explore the One Piece world. Internal conflicts would be a thing of the past. Right now, I'd say about half of them meet the requirements. Kaido replied. The rest aren't far off either. That many? Not bad. Tsunade's eyes lit up with excitement. If that's the case, don't waste time. Get it done as soon as possible. This isn't the right place. Kaido said, shaking his head. Contracting on such a large scale here risks leaking the news. Especially since some people haven't met the requirements yet. Treating them differently might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Not to mention, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are likely watching us. I've already sensed Black Zetsu and a large number of White Zetsu lurking near and even inside Hidden Rain Village. They haven't gotten too close, but we can't be careless. Let's wait until we're back at the frontline base, or better yet, back in Hidden Leaf Village. Once I become Hokage, I can summon them individually for contracts. By then, even more people might meet the requirements. There's no need to rush. Hearing this, Tsunade immediately used her sensory abilities. Sure enough, she detected several White Zetsu inside and outside Hidden Rain Village. Black Zetsu was stationed about 5 kilometers away from the village. Frowning, she said, you're right. There are quite a few White Zetsu, and Black Zetsu is nearby too. Alright, we'll wait until you're Hokage to handle this. But when are we going to deal with Black and White Zetsu? Keeping them around is such a pain, they're disgusting and annoying. They make so many things inconvenient. Kaido nodded. Soon. Once I take over as Hokage, I'll make time to eliminate them and whatever remnants of Madara Uchiha are still around. We can't let Madara keep stirring up trouble. If we don't deal with him, there's a chance that under his manipulation, Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Mist Village might declare war on Hidden Leaf Village too. That's the last thing I want to see. After I take over, Hidden Leaf Village is going to undergo major reforms. For that, we need a stable environment. He even thought about reviving Madara Uchiha and Hashirama using Edo Tensei after defeating them. Maybe he could make Madara a loyal worker, it might even be fun. Are you really confident about dealing with Madara? Tsunade asked, concerned. Maybe you should use Edo Tensei to revive my grandfather first? Another top-tier fighter wouldn't hurt. Chapter 129, The Legendary Madara Uchiha's Arrival. Madara Uchiha was someone who stood at the pinnacle of strength, beyond the Kage level. And that was before he awakened the Rinnegan. Who knows how much stronger he became after unlocking those legendary eyes. Even if he's now old and frail, it's certain that he can still unleash his peak power for a while. Facing someone like him, it's better to be well prepared. As for whether her grandfather would blame her for what she's about to do, Tsunade couldn't care less. She believed her grandfather would understand. Hearing this, Kaido and the others looked at Tsunade with odd expressions. Tsunade, are you sure about this? That's your grandfather, you know. Kaido couldn't help but ask. Don't be ridiculous. Tsunade shot him an annoyed glare. Don't think I don't know that you've already discussed reviving both my grandfather and my second granduncle with Granny Mido when you returned to Hidden Leaf Village 2 days ago. You're planning to use them as tools, and now you're trying to lecture me about right and wrong? Where was all this righteousness earlier? Besides, Granny Mido doesn't mind, so why should I? And anyway, reviving my grandpa is a good thing, isn't it? At least I'll get to see him again, talk to him again, even if it's not a true resurrection. She shrugged, completely at ease. Alright, you win. Let's meet the first and second Hokage, then. Kaido relented awkwardly, rubbing his chin in thought. The best sacrifices for the revival ritual would be White Zetsu. He added thoughtfully. Even though this might alert Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu, they were already planning to go after them, so it wasn't exactly a big deal anymore. Do as you see fit. Tsunade waved dismissively. Nearby, Minato looked a little exasperated. Is this really okay? Using the first and second Hokage as tools like this? Isn't that kind of disrespectful to our predecessors? That's just practicality. Kushina said nonchalantly. Everything should be used to its fullest, including people. Mikoto gave an awkward laugh, clearly unsure about the whole thing. Suddenly, Kaido froze. His expression turned serious as he dashed out of the room. With 2 quick leaps, he landed on a nearby rooftop, staring into the distance with a grave expression. What's wrong? What's going on? Tsunade, Minato, and the others followed him, their faces full of confusion. As they spoke, they activated their sensory abilities, focusing in the same direction as Kaido. A moment later, their faces turned pale. What? What a terrifying chakra! This person. Is it Madara Uchiha? They locked onto the target, sensing his appearance, and were shocked to the core. Why is he here, now? Kaido's expression was somber. Looks like he's here for me. I must have drawn too much attention with my strength and potential in recent battles. Black Zetsu and Madara Uchiha must see me as a threat. So, they're making a move early, huh? Interesting. Well, I was planning to go find them anyway. Since they've came to me first, let's settle this now. Too bad it's just a wood clone and not the real deal. Looks like I'll have to pay them a visit at their base later. That's right, Kaido could tell. This wasn't the real Madara. Even though chakra sensing alone couldn't reveal the difference, it was no match for Kaido's advanced sensory abilities. His mastery of chakra control and sensory techniques made it clear, this was a wood clone. The wood clone's chakra carried an overwhelming wood-style essence but was far weaker than what someone of Madara's level should have. Wait. It's just a wood clone? How come I didn't notice? Tsunade asked in surprise. Me neither. Minato and the others echoed, baffled. Your sensory abilities, chakra refinement techniques, and chakra control aren't advanced enough yet. Kaido explained bluntly. Give it a few more years of training, and you'll catch up. Anyway, no time for idle chatter. I'll handle this. With that, Kaido created a shadow clone. The clone vanished immediately, heading back to Hidden Leaf Village to summon Nari Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido as reinforcements. Meanwhile, Kaido turned to the group and said, I'll lure the enemy away. Don't follow me, it's too dangerous. Gather the Hidden Leaf Village ninja and evacuate them from the battlefield. Keep everyone safe. Without waiting for a response, Kaido disappeared in a flash. He reappeared over a kilometer away, standing on a low hill on the western outskirts of Hidden Rain Village. 100 meters away, on another hill, stood Madara Uchiha, or rather, his wood clone. Oh? Madara raised an eyebrow, scanning Kaido with interest. After a moment, he smirked. So, You're the promising Uchiha youngster I've heard about. Impressive. I didn't expect you to sense me from such a distance. Tell me, boy. Are you here to throw your life away? Ha. Kaido chuckled. Of course not. What do you take me for? Not gonna lie, I've already called for backup. With my age and current strength, I have no choice but to use such underhanded tactics against someone like you. That said, I'd love to take you down myself someday, Madara Uchiha. Ha 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 ha. Madara burst into laughter, his voice echoing across the battlefield. It was as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. After a long moment, he finally stopped laughing. With a smirk, he sneered, "Kid, your talent is impressive. Even when I was 10, I couldn't compare to you. But you think you can defeat me? Should I admire your courage or mourn your foolishness?" As for Kaido's mention of calling for backup, this was exactly what Madara had hoped for. Originally, he thought he might have to use Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi as hostages to manipulate things. But Kaito Uchiha was even more cooperative and rational than he'd anticipated. This kid was undoubtedly a prodigy, but he wasn't the reckless type. That part surprised Madara a bit. He could sense a considerable amount of power within Kaido's Sharingan. Clearly, Kaido had awakened his Sharingan, yet his demeanor was calm, and his chakra remained steady. Not bad. Oh, think what you like. Kaido replied with a grin. The only disappointment is that you're just a clone today. Pity. Otherwise, I'd love to take you out right here and now. That way, you wouldn't keep stirring up trouble and getting in my way. But don't worry. Kaido added, his tone turning sharper. I'll track down your real body soon enough and send you to the Pure Land to keep the first Hokage company. Though the first would soon be resurrected, anyway. If Madara were to be revived as well, maybe they could have a little reunion. Of course, Madara's strength would need to be restrained upon revival. Having him back at full power, too much hassle. As for trying to recruit Madara or align with him, with his stubborn and prideful personality, Kaido didn't hold much hope for that. Huh? Madara raised an eyebrow, surprised by Kaito's words. You figured out this is just a wood clone? Seems I underestimated you, kid. But it doesn't matter. Where are your reinforcements? When will they arrive? Oh? Kaido arched an eyebrow, suspicion flickering in his expression before realization dawned. So, you're planning to take me, my mother, and Lady Mido out in one go, huh? Looks like you've decided we're too much of a threat and need to be removed before we grow beyond your control. Is that it? Doesn't sound very much like the Uchiha Madara I've heard of. Kaito said mockingly. What happened to the arrogant guy who feared no one and challenged the world itself? You must really be getting old. Madara's face darkened, his sharp gaze locking on to Kaito, his killing intent intensifying. Before he could respond, Kaido's shadow clone reappeared, bringing along Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido. The clone dispersed, its memories flowing seamlessly into Kaido's mind, which he quickly processed. Mom. Lady Mido. Kaido greeted them with a cheerful wave. The two women nodded in return before turning to look at Madara standing nearby. They frowned in unison. A wood clone? They both remarked simultaneously. Madara's brow furrowed further. Since when were my wood clones so easy to see through? He inwardly cursed Obirama's shadow clone technique, wondering if it had some glaring flaw. Doesn't matter. Naori said dismissively, narrowing her eyes at Madara. We were planning to track you down and send you to the Pure Land soon, anyway. Being spied on by your minions has been a constant annoyance. But we didn't expect you to make the first move. In a way, you've saved us the trouble. Too bad you're not here in person. She added. If it's just a wood clone, you're no match for me, let alone with Mido here, too. My advice? Next time, come yourself. And don't forget to bring your Rinnegan while you're at it. Madara's eyes narrowed dangerously, his voice dropping an octave. You already know I'm alive? You know Black Zetsu is spying on you? And you're aware of my Rinnegan? Did you unlock the eternal Mangekyō and read the Uchiha tablet beneath Naka Shrine? Or did you deduce all this yourself? Something felt off. Madara couldn't shake the feeling that Naori knew far too much about him. Ha. I haven't unlocked the eternal Mangekyō yet, let alone the Rinnegan. Naori replied with a smirk. As for the Uchiha tablet under Naka Shrine? I've seen it. But aside from a few useful tidbits, most of what's written there is garbage. Her casual dismissal struck a nerve. Madara's expression twisted slightly as confusion flickered across his face. You're telling me that after seeing the tablet, you consider most of its information useless? How can that be? For a moment, Madara couldn't comprehend her indifference. Chapter 130, Reviving the First Hokage, Goofy Hashirama Hee. No reason, really. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand or believe me. So, there's no point in explaining. First, I'll leave this clone of yours here. Then, I'll go and find your real body. In the next moment, Naori Uchiha activated her Mangekyō Sharingan and unleashed the fourth stage of Susanoo. Her enormous construct loomed 100 meters tall, charging straight at Madara Uchiha, who was positioned hundreds of meters away. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mido wasn't idle. She immediately entered her Nine Tails mode. A massive phantom of the tailed beast appeared behind her, and a multicolored black-tailed beast bomb began forming rapidly. Without hesitation, Madara Uchiha also activated his Susanoo, but this one was in its ultimate form, towering over 200 meters, nearly twice the size of Naori's. Madara's Susanoo drew two blades from its waist. One sword blocked Naori's incoming strike, while the other slashed toward Uzumaki Mido. Boom! The clash of weapons and the explosion of the tailed beast bomb created an earth-shaking blast. At that moment, Kaito suddenly appeared behind Madara Uchiha, moving undetected. In his hand, he held a terrifying lightning spear, compressed to immense density and carrying unparalleled piercing power. Without warning, he thrust it through the back of Madara's Susanoo, piercing through the head and into Madara's abdomen. 300 million volt, spear of annihilation. Madara's Susanoo froze instantly. With disbelief etched on his face, Madara looked down at the wound in his abdomen. Confused, he turned to look at Kaito and said, "That's not the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. You've mastered some other spatial teleportation ability? You even set up instant kill traps in advance? How did you manage that?" If it weren't for this ability, there was no way Kaito could have caught him off guard like that. He also glanced at the lightning spear piercing through him. Sensing its overwhelming penetrating and destructive power, Madara murmured in realization, "This isn't ordinary lightning style, is it? No wonder. No wonder." Bang! The next moment, his Susanoo shattered, and the wood clone he'd used disintegrated into a puff of smoke, leaving behind the lifeless wooden statue of Madara Uchiha. Kaito's body began to fall, but with a thought, he teleported back to Uzumaki Mido's side midair. "You brat, we barely got a chance to fight, and you've already ended the battle. Feels like a massive cheat," Uzumaki Mido said, laughing as she dismissed her Nine Tails chakra. "No kidding." At that moment, Naori Uchiha also deactivated his Susanoo and descended, smacking Kaito on the head. "I was all set to have a proper fight with Madara Uchiha to test my strength, but you went and ruined it." Kaito scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. "Well, there's still a chance. We can capture some white Zetsu, interrogate them, and find Madara's real location. Then we can hunt him down. Since he's already made a move against us, we can't just sit back and defend, right? Why not just finish him off directly? Better to strike first than to keep waiting and defending." "Good idea. Let's get to it. The white Zetsu around here have already started fleeing." Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha both agreed. "Remember to capture as many as you can alive and store them in your storage space," Kaito reminded them. "I'll consolidate them all into one space for easier access. These white Zetsu are top-tier sacrifices for the Edo Tensei and perfect materials for human experiments. We can't waste them. We'll need them to resurrect the first and second Hokage later and for researching various KK Genkai." "Got it." Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha nodded in understanding. The next moment, the two of them vanished, reappearing moments later with one white Zetsu each, one pulled from a tree, the other from underground. They both interrogated their captives through soul-searching techniques. Soon enough, they had Madara's location. "So, he's really hiding in the mountain graveyard, huh? Looks like we'll have to pay a visit to the Land of Frost," Naori Uchiha said as he returned to Kaito's side with Mido. Mido nodded and asked Kaito, "What about you? Coming with us?" "Of course." Kaito nodded firmly. "I've got to see this for myself. Maybe we'll even get a chance to capture Black Zetsu. If we manage that, things will get a whole lot easier down the line. Without that scheming mastermind causing trouble, the shinobi world would be much more peaceful. Alright then, let's go. But be careful, there might be moments where we can't back you up," Naori warned, though he didn't object. After all, Kaito had set up a life-saving teleportation mechanism. Worst case, he'd get injured, but his life wouldn't be at risk. "By the way, have you mastered the Edo Tensei yet? If so, how about resurrecting Hashirama now?" Mido suggested. "As for Tobirama, let's save him for after you become the fourth Hokage. Otherwise, he's just going to stir up trouble." Mido knew Tobirama's personality all too well. That guy absolutely loathed the Uchiha. It'd be better to revive him during the public trials of the third Hokage and Danzo. Then, they could rub it in his face and say, "Look at the kind of disciples you raised." Tobirama's expression at that moment would be priceless. Hee. Mido's suggestion made sense. Tobirama's hatred for the Uchiha clan was notorious. Reviving him during the upcoming trials for the third Hokage and Danzo would be much more satisfying, and an opportunity to mock him. Look at the disciples you raised. Kaido laughed. Sure, I've got the technique down to a science. Reviving Hashirama at his peak? No problem. Give me a moment. He stomped on the ground, activating a large Edo Tensei about 3 meters in diameter. From his storage space, he retrieved a white Zetsu, sealed its movements, and placed it at the center of the array. With a clap of his hands, the array lit up, paper-like fragments enveloping the Zetsu. Despite its struggles, the process was unstoppable. Soon, the Zetsu disappeared, replaced by a towering figure, Senju Hashirama. Mido's eyes reddened as she recognized the familiar face. Before Hashirama could fully awaken, Tsunade suddenly teleported in with Kushina, Mikoto, Minato, Jiraiya, Tsukumo, and Shikayama. Tsunade? What are you doing here? Kaido asked, startled. You tell me. Tsunade snapped, pointing at the still drowsy Hashirama. Why'd you revive my grandfather now? And where's Madara? Did he leave already? She asked, scanning the area. Don't bother looking. That was just a wood clone. Kaido took care of it. Mido explained. Madara? Did someone say Madara? Where is he? Hashirama, now awake, blurted out. Looking around, his face was full of confusion. Wait. Wasn't I dead? How am I alive? And what's with this body? Noticing the Edo Tensei, Hashirama frowned. This is Tobirama's technique, isn't it? Didn't I forbid this as a forbidden jutsu? Why is this Uchiha kid using it, and why didn't you stop him, Mido? His overwhelming chakra and presence surged, making even seasoned shinobi like Jiraiya feel like they were suffocating under an invisible mountain. Stop overreacting. Calm down and rein in your chakra. Mido scolded sharply, making Hashirama instantly deflate, squatting in the corner and drawing circles in the dirt like a scolded child. Jiraiya and the others were dumbfounded, while Tsunade crossed her arms knowingly. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Mido sighed, exasperated. Get up already. Stop embarrassing yourself. Yes, ma'am. Hashirama sprang to his feet, back to his usual cheerful self. Chapter 131, Hashirama, you might as well just go marry Madara. Faced with Uzumaki Mido's furious expression, the first Hokage awkwardly scratched the back of his head and gave a sheepish laugh. Hee hee. Old habits die hard, I guess. So, can you answer my earlier question? Why this kid dumb, by the way? He glanced at Naori Uchiha with a puzzled expression. Why do you look so familiar? Have we met before? Naori Uchiha rolled his eyes. I'm Naori Uchiha. We've had plenty of dealings in the past. You really are forgetful, Hashirama. Oh. It's you. Hashirama smacked his palm against his forehead as realization dawned. I remember now. You're that Uchiha genius who was always butting heads with Tobirama, driving him crazy. I didn't think you'd reach this level of strength, though. Impressive. He gave Naori a big thumbs up. Since Naori wasn't hiding her strength, and with Hashirama's sharp perception, he could easily tell Naori had reached a level far beyond the usual Kage. Although Hashirama might not have a concept of beyond Kage, he did know that both he and Madara had far surpassed ordinary Kage-level power back in their prime. Now, Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido had clearly reached a similar tier, though they were still far from his and Madara's level. Breaking past this level wasn't easy, though. Only those who had done it truly understood the difficulty. Hey. Naori smirked faintly, neither confirming nor denying the compliment. Tsunade and the others, however, couldn't help but glance at Naori in surprise. They hadn't expected that he used to oppose the second Hokage so fiercely, even managing to frustrate him to the point of helplessness. That was pretty amazing. Why are we even talking about this? Mido rolled her eyes at Hashirama. She sighed and explained, we revived you because Naori, Kaido, and I decided it was necessary. Why? We need your help to deal with Madara Uchiha. What? Hashirama wasn't the only one stunned. Jiraiya, Tsukumo, and Shikayama, who didn't know the full story, were equally shocked. Didn't Madara die a long time ago? Jiraiya asked dumbly. Yeah, that's what I want to know. Hashirama nodded, his expression serious as he looked at Mido and the others. What's going on here? It's pretty clear, he didn't actually die. Mido snorted. Honestly, Hashirama, you must have suspected something back then, right? Don't tell me you had no clue. Even Tobirama noticed that Madara's body disappeared later. Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly. I really didn't know. Tobirama never mentioned it to me. If I'd known, I'd have gone and finished him off myself. After all, letting Madara live would have just caused more trouble for Hidden Leaf Village. If Hashirama had known the truth, he'd have dragged his sick body to the afterlife to settle things with Madara once and for all. Is that so? Mito frowned. It looks like Tobirama deliberately hid it from you, probably to stop you from doing something reckless and shortening your life even more. Or maybe he was just sure Madara was dead. And maybe he didn't want the world to know Madara was still alive, to avoid causing chaos in Hidden Leaf Village. But personally, I think Tobirama was sure Madara was dead, especially since even you had died. Hashirama nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. So, Madara's really alive? He even fought with you just now, right? I could sense traces of his chakra lingering here. Although, Hashirama sniffed the air, frowning. Why does his chakra also have traces of my wood style? Tsunade face-palmed. Grandpa, are you a dog? Stop sniffing like that. She was starting to think reviving her grandfather might have been a mistake. His behavior was seriously ruining the legendary image she'd always had of him. Even Jiraiya and the others looked disillusioned. This wasn't the grand, dignified first Hokage they'd imagined. Before Hashirama could respond, Mito shot Tsunade a glare and continued, "You're not wrong, Hashirama. We just fought one of Madara's wood clones. Kaido managed to destroy it with a surprise attack. But the current Madara isn't the same as the one you knew. From what we've learned, the reason he fought you at the Valley of the End was to rip a chunk of flesh from you and steal your power." Huh? Hashirama and the others were completely taken aback. Hashirama rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Now that you mention it, he did bite me once. It hurt like hell, it took forever to heal. But you're saying he stole my power? How? With that bite? Is that even possible? And with Madara's pride, why would he do something like that? Mito sighed. As crazy as it sounds, it's true. Apparently, he was manipulated by... Well, calling it a person would be a stretch, a monster, really. This thing told him that combining your sage body with his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan would awaken the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Rinnegan? Hashirama, Jiraiya, and the others were floored. They'd never heard of such a thing. Yep, the Rinnegan. Mito confirmed. And the Madara we're dealing with now very likely has those eyes. His power is far beyond what it was during your battle at the Valley of the End. The only silver lining is that he is almost dead from old age, barely clinging to life with some special method. If we force him into a desperate fight, he might temporarily regain, or even surpass, his peak power. But if we can hold out, he'll die. We just need to buy time. That's why we need your strength. Hashirama frowned. Can't we just talk to him? He's old and dying, there's no need to fight. You idiot. Mito snapped, furious. Do you think we're doing this because we want to? Madara's been scheming in the shadows, starting wars, and plotting to overthrow the ninja world. He even sent that wood clone to kill me, Nori, and Kaido. He won't stop until Hidden Leaf Village is destroyed. If we don't act now, he'll pick us off one by one. She was livid. Even now, Hashirama was still worried about Madara. Hashirama, you might as well just go marry your Madara. You bastard. Even at a time like this, you're still obsessing over him, that damned lunatic. Uzumaki Mito was absolutely fuming. Is that really how it is? Hearing this, Senju Hashirama's playful demeanor vanished. His expression turned grave as he said, "It seems like Madara has completely gone off the deep end. He has no intention of repenting or turning back. He is even more extreme now than he was during the Battle of the Valley of the End. Back then, Madara at least had a sense of honor. He wouldn't resort to sneak attacks, and he'd never target children." Hashirama's tone darkened. And he certainly wouldn't have considered eliminating someone just because their potential and talent posed a threat. Since that's the case, I have to stop him. I'll bring him back to the right path. I can't let him continue to disgrace himself. At this point, the first Hokage turned to Uzumaki Mito and asked seriously, "Where is he now?" To be fair, when Hashirama got serious, he was indeed both charismatic and reliable. Even Jiraiya and the others, who had begun to lose faith in him, felt their admiration for him rekindle. This was his undeniable charm. He should be at the mountain graveyard in the northern region of the Land of Frost. Mito replied, equally serious. "If you've already made up your mind, let's not waste time. We can teleport you there immediately. We don't want to risk him slipping away again." "All right." Hashirama nodded firmly. Then, looking a bit puzzled, he scratched the back of his head. "Wait a second. Teleport me? Who here has learned Obirama's Flying Thunder God Jutsu? And more importantly, you've already placed a marker there? That's impressive." Hearing this, Mito's eyebrow twitched slightly. "More or less. Tsunade, Kaido, Nori, and I have all mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. In fact, in the future, even more people might learn it." It wasn't a lie. Apart from Tsunade, who was a bit of a slacker. The others had indeed mastered the true Flying Thunder God Jutsu, not just relying on their space-time portal abilities to teleport. Even Mundo and Naori Uchiha had mastered it. Since signing their contract and frequently traveling between two realms, their innate space-time abilities had been constantly improving. Furthermore, with Kaito refining and simplifying the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, reducing its difficulty, Mundo and Naori had managed to learn it with relative ease. After all, learning more techniques is never a bad thing. While the portal was incredibly convenient, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu had its own unique advantages. Especially considering their understanding of Kaito, this child would definitely use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu as a foundation to create even more powerful space-time ninjutsu, possibly even divine-level techniques. When that time came, a solid foundation in the Flying Thunder God Jutsu would be essential to further their mastery of advanced space-time techniques. Better to be prepared than regretful later. Otherwise, they'd waste time starting from scratch. It was the same with the Eternal Life Jutsu. Those who hadn't mastered the foundational life force technique were now stuck watching their companions grow stronger and more gifted by the day, unable to keep up. Oh? Hashirama wasn't privy to these details, but he believed Mundo without hesitation. Surprised, he exclaimed, "You all managed to learn it? That's incredible. Especially you, Mundo. I remember you didn't have any aptitude for this back in the day." Back then, both Hashirama and Mundo had tried to learn Flying Thunder God but failed miserably. So how had she succeeded now? Ahem. Mundo cleared her throat and explained, "That's because Kaito improved and refined the technique. He lowered the difficulty and requirements, so we had a chance to master it. We weren't completely lacking in space-time talent. Obirama's original version was just too rough and demanding. You know how he is. His genius and intuition are so high that when he created these techniques, he only designed them to suit himself. As long as he could master them, he didn't care if anyone else could. It's no wonder so many failed to learn his techniques." She wasn't wrong. Whether it was the exploding tags jutsu, Flying Thunder God, Darkness Jutsu, multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, or Edo Tensei, all of Tobirama's inventions had this issue. Even many of his water-style techniques were inaccessible to most because he minimized the number of hand signs to an extreme. For him, this was optimization. For everyone else? It was raising the learning curve sky high. Take the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, for example. Obirama's version required only 3 hand signs, but the standard version required 44. Most ninja couldn't handle the 3-sign version and had to master the 44-sign one first, simplifying it step by step. At least for water-style techniques, Obirama left behind multiple versions and a detailed progression system, so they were still widely taught and used. Hashirama laughed heartily. Haha. That's so typical of Tobirama. Alright, let's not dwell on that. We should get moving before Madara gets away. With that, Mundo walked over, placed a hand on Hashirama's shoulder, and said to Tsunade and the others, "You handle the cleanup here. I've already gotten the details from Kaito's shadow clone. You did a great job. Pack up quickly and head back to the front line camp. We'll deal with Madara and return in triumph." With a thought, Mundo teleported herself and Hashirama away. Naori Uchiha nodded at Mikoto and the others before vanishing as well. "I'm heading out too." Kaito gave the group a quick nod and disappeared. This left Tsunade, Mikoto, Jiraiya, and the others behind. Well. Jiraiya and Sakamo exchanged awkward glances. "Shouldn't we go help?" "Forget it." Tsunade rolled her eyes. "We're not strong enough to be anything but a hindrance. That's Madara Uchiha we're talking about. He's probably even stronger than he was at his peak. We'd just be asking to die. Let's head back to Hidden Rain Village, gather resources, and return to the camp." The alliance treaty and reparations had already been handled by Nara Shikayama and the others. Hidden Leaf Village had allied with Hidden Rain Village, not because of its strength, but to make it easier to intervene in its affairs and, eventually, annex the Land of Rain. Alright, I guess. Jiraiya and the others felt a bit dejected. Not because of Tsunade's words, but because their own weakness meant they couldn't contribute. It was a bitter pill to swallow. They were strong by most standards in the ninja world, but compared to the likes of Hashirama and Madara, they were insignificant. They had to keep improving. Sakamo, in particular, thought of the swordsmanship techniques Kaito had offered. "It seems I need to complete my deal with Kaito soon," he mused. "Combining my own style with his might be the only way for me to break through to the next level. Without it, he could feel himself nearing his limit, no matter how hard he pushed." Chapter 132, Unify the World. In the northern region of the Land of Frost, within the mountain graveyard, a massive underground space lay hidden. Madara Uchiha, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them sharply. As he processed the information returned by his wood clone upon its dispelling, a look of astonishment crossed his face. I didn't expect that kid, Kaido Uchiha, to refine and optimize the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to this level. He muttered in disbelief. Not just that, but his unknown teleportation ability is even more amazing. No need for a marker, no chakra fluctuations during the process, and yet he appeared right behind me and went straight for a sneak attack. That was definitely not the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. And that lightning-style jutsu of his. The penetration force was terrifying, carrying a power that seemed to erase everything in its path. It seems to be something other than chakra. This kid has many secrets. I've been seriously underestimating this Kaido. At only 10 years old, he's already reached such heights. If this keeps up, and he's given another 10 or 20 years to grow, even if I were resurrected at my peak strength, he might still be a match, or worse, a threat. Even though I don't think he can surpass my level, I can't afford to be careless. My plan must succeed. At this thought, a cold killing intent rose in Madara's heart. This kid had to die. Also, Nari Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido. He murmured. They've both regained their youth? And not only that, but their strength has surpassed its previous limits, reaching a close level on par with me and Hashirama back then? Unacceptable. And the secret behind their rejuvenation, restoring their life force, and extending their lifespan, I need to get my hands on that. If I could acquire it, I wouldn't even need to go through my death and resurrection plan to achieve my goals. Madara's eyes gleamed with a ruthless, insatiable greed. His plans for resurrection and reliance on a stand-in executor had always been a backup. His fragile body, kept alive only by being tethered to the Judo statue, was a significant limitation. If there was a better way, Madara could always change his strategy. At that moment, a figure emerged from the ground, half black, half white. Zetsu appeared before Madara and spoke urgently, Madara-sama. They've used the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, to bring Senju Hashirama back to life. Also, it's highly likely they've extracted our current location from the captured white Zetsu. They'll be coming for us soon. We need to prepare. Oh? Madara raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting into a mix of surprise and amusement. They revived Hashirama, huh? Haha. Now, this is interesting. It had been far too long since he'd last seen his old friend and rival. He couldn't deny the sense of nostalgia, and the idea of facing Hashirama again filled him with twisted anticipation. As for the threat Hashirama posed, Madara didn't even flinch. They're coming straight to me? Then I suppose I have no reason not to deal with them properly. This time, I'll step in personally and eliminate these threats once and for all. Though it does mean I likely won't survive after the battle. Madara said, his tone calm, almost indifferent to his own life. Black Zetsu, the plans for the stand-in executor and my resurrection will be entirely in your hands. Madara knew a wood clone wasn't enough to deal with Hashirama, Nari Uchiha, Uzumaki Mido, and Kaido Uchiha. His real body had to take action. If necessary, he was willing to use the power of the Rinnegan, even though it was currently implanted in Nagato. However, Madara had foreseen this scenario and left a portion of his Rinnegan's chakra powers stored for emergency use. It wouldn't last long, but it would be enough to unleash the power he needed. Madara-sama, are you certain about this? There's no need to take such a risk. We could retreat for now, regroup and strike later. Black Zetsu suggested, feigning hesitation. Of course, inwardly, Black Zetsu was ecstatic. He wanted nothing more than for Madara to perish alongside Kaido Uchiha and the others. With Madara out of the picture, Zetsu could act freely without anyone threatening his true plans. But knowing Madara's suspicious nature, Zetsu played his role perfectly. Sure enough, Madara gave a faint smile. No need for that. The rest of the plan is safe in your hands. With you handling things, I have no doubts. Besides, with that Kaido's techniques and how small the ninja world is, even if we tried to escape to make a new plan, it's unlikely we'd get far. The most important thing is, when have I, Madara Uchiha, ever run from a fight? That's not who I am. So, don't bother trying to persuade me further. Pausing for a moment, Madara's expression grew somber. If I fail to eliminate Nari Uchiha, Kaido, and Uzumaki Mido before my life runs out, the plan may need to shift again. In that case, you'll have to use Edo Tensei to bring me back sooner than planned. This would not only help me finish the task but also allow me to continue the fight in my reincarnated body. Do you understand? Madara was confident in his abilities, but he was no fool. Emergency plans were always necessary. As for whether Black Zetsu could use Edo Tensei, Madara wasn't concerned. Over the years, he'd already made Zetsu learn this forbidden technique. Of course, Black Zetsu had always worked to keep his true identity and purpose hidden, avoiding any mistakes that might expose him. After all, He was a 1,000-year-old master manipulator. I understand. I'll do it. Hearing Madara's instructions, Black Zetsu quickly ran the situation through his mind and saw no issues. He agreed immediately. If things really reached the point where the situation got out of control, it would make sense to let Madara deal with Kaito Uchiha and the others personally. And when it came time to revive Madara through Edo Tensei, Black Zetsu could always tamper with the process, ensuring he could backstab Madara at the right moment. Thinking this through, Black Zetsu found the plan flawless. Madara-sama, Kaito Uchiha, Nari Uchiha, Uzumaki Mido, and Senju Hashirama have already reached the surface above us. At that moment, a white Zetsu popped halfway out of the ground above the cavern, delivering the update with a carefree tone. Oh? Madara paused for a moment, extending his senses outward. Immediately, he detected the presence of Hashirama and the others. He turned to Black Zetsu. Stay here. If things go south on my end, make sure you evacuate the Jido statue and the tens of thousands of white Zetsu from this place immediately. As he spoke, Madara stood up. From the Jido statue behind him, countless streams of life force flowed through tubes directly into his body. His aged appearance began to change rapidly, restoring his youthful prime in moments. The frail, elderly image was replaced by his former commanding and imposing figure. With a slight gesture, he took a step forward, causing the tubes connected to his back to snap and fall away cleanly. Madara then took the armor Black Zetsu handed him, swiftly putting it on. Fully prepared, he grabbed his war fan and said, "Let's go." Yes. The white Zetsu nodded, leading Madara as they sank into the ground. In the blink of an eye, they emerged on the surface above. At that moment, Kaido and Nari Uchiha had activated their Susanoo, while Uzumaki Mido had entered her Nine-Tails mode. The group was preparing to break through the ground and invade the underground base when they suddenly noticed Madara appearing on his own. They all stopped what they were doing for a moment. So, it's the real Madara this time. Kaito muttered as he observed him. Looks like he's ready to fight us to the death. Watch out for his Rinnegan. Understood. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn. Madara. It's been a long time. I never thought you'd fake your death back then and fool me like that. Hashirama spoke, his tone complex as he greeted his old rival. Ha ha ha. Madara's gaze focused entirely on Hashirama. Hearing his words, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. To think they'd actually bring you back to life at a time like this. What a surprise. As for faking my death back then, I had no choice. What can I say? You were just too gullible. And, in that battle, I won. Hashirama's expression darkened at that remark. You're unbelievable. I clearly won that fight, okay? Faking your death doesn't count. Of course, none of that matters now. He added, his tone serious. Madara, what are you planning? Why have you been hiding in the shadows all this time? Despite everything, Hashirama still hoped to persuade Madara to abandon his path of destruction. But it was clear this hope was one-sided. Madara's expression grew cold as he replied, That's none of your concern, Hashirama. You're dead. You should stay in the Pure Land where you belong. The future of this ninja world will be decided by me. Rest assured, my goal has never changed. I only want to bring peace to the ninja world, but in my own way. You rejected my vision of unifying the world back then. You even fought against me because of it. And what was the result? The current state of the ninja world proves you were wrong. Your village system and your idea of distributing the tailed beasts, neither brought true peace to the world. Instead, they escalated the intensity of war. What was once chaotic clan warfare has now turned into massive wars between nations. Over the decades, countless lives have been lost on the battlefield. And children are still sent to fight and die. Face it, Hashirama, your ideals were flawed. Mine were correct. If you had agreed to join me in unifying the world back then, we might have achieved peace long ago. There wouldn't have been the great ninja wars that followed. Madara finished his speech, watching Hashirama's expression shift through a mix of emotions. He felt a sense of satisfaction. These were words he had wanted to say to Hashirama for a long time, and today, he finally got the chance. Ah. After a long sigh, Hashirama looked at Madara with a conflicted expression. Maybe you were right back then. My approach has indeed failed. I couldn't bring lasting peace to the world. Hashirama admitted. But your current plan is completely different from what you originally proposed, isn't it? If you truly wanted peace, you could have returned to Hidden Lee Village and led it to unify the world. Hashirama added, looking over at Kaido and the others. I'm sure they would have supported you in that goal. After all, they're also aiming to unify the world. Huh? Kaido raised an eyebrow, surprised by Hashirama's words. How did you know that? We haven't even told you about any of our future plans yet. Chapter 133, Madara Uchiha against all. You're right, you never mentioned it. Senju Hashirama nodded, His expression complicated. I just felt it. Like a hunch. Can't really explain why, it's more like an intuition. At first, you reminded me a lot of Madara. The same ambition, the same overwhelming confidence. You seemed like someone who could never be content with the present. I can even see traces of that in Mido, your mother, and Tsunoda's current situations. Hashirama looked straight at him. If I'm not mistaken, their changes all trace back to you. Of course, you're also very different from Madara. You're more rational. You have ambitions, power and wisdom. I can feel you'll become a great man in the world. Hearing this, Kaido glanced at the first Hokage in surprise. Whoever said Hashirama was just a simple-minded fool clearly didn't know him. Kaido would slap anyone who dared say that now. This guy wasn't naive, he was hiding his brilliance under a facade of simplicity. His usual cheerfulness didn't mean he was stupid. Most of the time, it wasn't that Hashirama couldn't figure things out, he just didn't bother. When you're strong enough, most problems can be solved with brute force anyway. Wow, gotta hand it to you, first Hokage. Kaido clicked his tongue in admiration. This guy was full of surprises. Ha! Madara Uchiha sneered, shooting a glance at Kaido. You think that brat is like me? Not a chance. At least I don't stoop to cheap tricks, like sneaking up on someone. Humphrey. Clearly, Madara was still salty about how Kaido had ambushed his wood clone earlier, destroying it before it could do anything significant. Excuse me? Kaido was speechless. Do you even hear yourself? We're mortal enemies. You sent a wood clone to kill me and my mother, and now you expect me to fight you head-on? What's wrong with you? Are you seriously okay? Back in the day, when you weren't at your peak, did you face every opponent head-on? If you did, then honestly, the only reason you're alive today is dumb luck. Your enemies must have been idiots. What kind of nonsense was this? If someone's trying to kill you, you use whatever means necessary to take them out first. Morals? Honor? Can you use those in a deadly war? You. Madara was momentarily speechless, frustrated to the point of wanting to cut Kaido in half. Even he realized his earlier words were kind of dumb. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself, his eyes turning icy as he stared at Kaido. I guess I've been isolated for too long. That was a foolish thing to say. Well, there's no need for more chatter. Today, you're all going to die here. Whether you want to unify the ninja world or not doesn't matter to me, brat. Even if that's your goal, I'll never return to Hidden Leaf Village. From the moment Hidden Leaf Village betrayed me, and the Uchiha clan turned their backs on me, there was no going back. Besides, I now realize my original plan to unify the ninja world wasn't good enough. Even that couldn't guarantee eternal peace. I've found a new way, one that can truly achieve everlasting peace. So, die already. The next moment, Madara activated his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. A nearly 200-meter-tall Susanoo quickly formed around him. He stood confidently within the crystal embedded in its forehead, arms crossed, his gaze piercing. Slash. Madara commanded his Susanoo to draw its two massive chakra blades, swinging them simultaneously toward Kaido and Naori Uchiha. Neither Kaido nor Naori planned to take the hit head-on. In an instant, they disappeared, reappearing on either side of Madara's Susanoo, staring at its core. Adamantine sealing chains. At the same time, Uzumaki Mido teleported behind Madara, sending countless golden chains toward his Susanoo, focusing on binding its limbs and head. Sage art, wood style, wood dragon jutsu. Hashirama clapped his hands, red patterns like oil stains appearing around his eyes and on his forehead as he entered sage mode. In an instant, 4 colossal wood dragons, each with a diameter exceeding 5 meters, erupted from the ground around Madara's Susanoo, coiling toward it. Boom. Madara's dual chakra blade slashed downward, leaving 2 enormous gashes in the earth, each thousands of meters long and tens of meters deep. Not good. The moment he noticed Kaido and Naori disappear, Madara felt an ominous premonition. He tried to change his attack mid-swing, but it was too late. The next instant, Kaido and Naori's blade slashed toward the head of Madara's Susanoo. Crack, crack. Even though Madara channeled his full power to reinforce the head of his Susanoo, cracks began to form on either side, rapidly spreading toward the core. At the same time, Mido's adamantine sealing chains tightened around the Susanoo's limbs and head, locking it in place. Hashirama's wood dragons coiled tightly around its legs, relentlessly binding it and restricting its movements further. At this moment, Uzumaki Mido's adamantine sealing chains completely bound Madara's Susanoo, wrapping tightly around its limbs and head. Meanwhile, Hashirama's wood dragon technique coiled around Susanoo's legs, tightening and climbing higher with each passing second. Madara's Susanoo was completely immobilized. For a moment, Madara seemed utterly cornered. Damn it! He cursed. I didn't expect you all to master this teleportation technique. Seems like you were holding back earlier. But if you think this is enough to defeat me, you're gravely underestimating me, Madara Uchiha. Let me show you the power of Rinnegan. Super Shinra Tensei. Madara roared as his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan transformed into the Rinnegan, its distinctive purple concentric rings emanating overwhelming power. With a brief build-up, Madara channeled all his chakra and ocular power into a devastating repulsion force, an enhanced Shinra Tensei. In that instant, Madara dispelled his Susanoo. Bang! The massive repulsive force erupted outward in a shock wave from the epicenter, shattering Uzumaki Mido's golden chains wrapped around Susanoo. The shockwave obliterated Hashirama's wood dragon and sent the chakra weapons wielded by Kaido Uchiha and Naori Uchiha flying to pieces. The sheer force of the attack continued to expand outward, destroying everything in its path at an alarming speed. "Fall back!" shouted Kaido Uchiha. Without hesitation, he dispelled his own Susanoo and teleported next to Hashirama, placing a hand on his shoulder and instantly relocating them thousands of meters away to a nearby hilltop. At the same time, Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha also teleported to Kaido's location. Standing on the hill, they stared at the scene of destruction. The ground below had been reduced to rubble, and the shock wave had carved out a massive crater over a kilometer wide. Uzumaki Mido couldn't help but marvel, so this is the power of the Rinnegan. It really is extraordinary. Thankfully, Madara hasn't retrieved his original Rinnegan yet. The one he's using only holds a fraction of its true power, otherwise, we'd be in serious trouble. The ability was almost invincible. It was far more overwhelming than what Nagato displayed in the future, and it didn't seem to have the same time limitations or cooldowns. Madara's Rinnegan was on a whole different level. Agreed. Naori Uchiha nodded, looking at the enormous crater. But I can sense it, Madara's life force is nearing its end. His vitality and lifespan are running out. Even if we can't kill him outright, we can just wear him down. Having said this, Naori vanished with a flash, reappearing behind Madara with her blade, Moon Fang, in her hands. With a single powerful swing, she aimed for Madara's neck. At the same time, Uzumaki Mido, Kaido, and Hashirama also teleported, attacking Madara from different directions. Kaido lunged with his mystic blade, slashing at Madara's waist. Mido once again unleashed her adamantine sealing chains, targeting Madara's entire body. Her chains carried potent sealing effects. If they ensnared Madara, they could potentially seal his chakra completely. "Kaido, you bastard!" Hashirama suddenly yelled as he found himself teleported to a height of nearly 200 meters. The unexpected sensation of freefall made him panic. "You son of a..." Before he could finish cursing, he clapped his hands mid-air. Two wooden roots shot out from his back, rapidly extending toward Madara's legs to restrain him. Madara noticed this and sneered. His Rinnegan glowed as he unleashed another wave of repulsion. Shinra Tensei. A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending Kaido, Mido, and Naori flying. Hashirama's wooden roots were shattered, accelerating his already rapid descent to the ground. Boom! Hashirama's Edo Tensei body slammed into the earth, creating a deep pit. Although he suffered its damage, his body quickly regenerated. Hashirama. But Madara wasn't finished. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Limbo, border jail. Madara quickly formed seals and exhaled a massive flaming spear, hurling it toward Kaido. Simultaneously, 4 invisible shadow clones, created by his limbo ability, launched a coordinated attack on all 4 opponents. Unfortunately for Madara, the shadows couldn't escape the enhanced sensory abilities of Kaido and the others. Their observation haki and spiritual senses caught every movement. In an instant, the 4 of them teleported again, reappearing around Madara and launching a counterattack. Madara's limbo shadows failed to land any hits. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. His shadow did succeed. It kicked Hashirama, accelerating his descent and slamming him into the ground even harder than before. Boom! Hashirama's body lay sprawled in yet another deep pit, but his Edo Tensei regeneration kicked in, mending his injuries in seconds. Chapter 134, The Defeat of Madara Uchiha Shinra Tensei. Facing the relentless teleportation and attacks from Kaido and the others, Madara Uchiha was forced to use Shinra Tensei once again, his expression darkening as he barely managed to repel their strikes. However, the backlash of his own power struck him hard. Madara was sent hurtling downward, crashing toward the ground. Damn it! Why isn't the limbo ability working on those 3? His mind raced as frustration surged. It's like they can see the limbo clones. How is that even possible? They're supposed to be invisible. Madara was fuming internally, feeling utterly stifled. He had banked on his limbo technique to deal a fatal blow to Kaido and his allies. But now, it was a disaster. This technique, which should have been his trump card, was practically useless against them. Well, not completely useless. At least Hashirama fell for it. But what good was that? Hashirama was already dead, Limbo clones couldn't kill him. Madara's real targets were the 3 living threats. If he could eliminate them, dealing with Hashirama afterward would be easy. He knew plenty of sealing techniques to handle a reincarnated corpse. As Madara approached the ground, he used repulsive force to slow his descent, landing smoothly. The next moment, Kaido and his 2 allies reappeared around him, attacking from the front, left, and rear. Madara had no choice but to unleash another Shinra Tensei to repel them. Other strategies. Against opponents who could teleport instantly, they were utterly useless. The 3 attackers gave him no breathing room, no chance to employ any other techniques. All Madara could do was continue using Shinra Tensei, desperately defending himself. Once. Twice. Over and over again. An hour passed, and Madara had lost count of how many times he had repelled Kaido and the others. His patience was at its breaking point. How the hell do they still have so much stamina? Despite being hit by his Shinra Tensei so many times, they showed no signs of fatigue, let alone injury. This is ridiculous. Madara had never felt this frustrated. Despite his near 6th level power, he couldn't even bring out 1/10 of his true strength. And it was infuriating. At this moment, Kaido launched yet another coordinated assault with his team. Shinra Tensei. Madara instinctively tried to activate the ability again, but to his shock, his Rinnegan's chakra reserves were depleted. Before he could react, wooden tendrils from Hashirama's wood style wrapped around his legs and waist, immobilizing him. Simultaneously, Uzumaki Mido's adamantine sealing chains bound his arms and legs. Kaido and Naori Uchiha then struck decisively, their blades slicing through the air. Slash. Madara's head was severed cleanly from his neck. For a brief moment, Madara's face twisted in shock and disbelief. And then, with frustration and unwillingness still etched on his expression, his soul ascended to the Pure Land. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, as if protesting the unfairness of his fate. Finally. He's dead. Kaido exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead. With a wave of his hand, he stored Madara's severed head into a spatial dimension. Turning to Uzumaki Mido and the others, he said, "Let's clean this up. I'll take care of the rest of his body. Make sure there's no trace of his blood or anything left behind. We can't risk leaving anything behind that could lead to future trouble." While Kaido intended to revive Madara using Edo Tensei, he didn't want Black Zetsu or anyone else interfering. Technically, he could resurrect Madara immediately, but the only sacrifice he had available was a White Zetsu. That wouldn't do. Using a White Zetsu would make Madara too powerful and difficult to control. Instead, Kaido planned to use a lower-tier ninja, perhaps a Jonin or an average Kage-level shinobi, as the vessel. He'd also implant seals to restrict Madara's strength and movements, ensuring complete control. No problem. Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha nodded in agreement, understanding Kaido's concerns. They immediately began clearing away the blood and remains. Hashirama, meanwhile, hesitated as he withdrew his wood style. "Kaido, isn't this a bit extreme? What exactly are you planning to do with his body?" "Nothing shady." Kaido replied calmly. Madara might have left an emergency plan behind, probably tied to his Rinnegan or his cells. If we leave anything behind, there's a chance he could be revived through Edo Tensei by someone else. By taking his remains, we can ensure that doesn't happen. And to be safe, I'll resurrect him myself using Edo Tensei. This way, I can control him and eliminate any risks. Kaido smiled faintly. Besides, Lord Hashirama, you'll get to chat with him again once I bring him back. Doesn't that sound fun? As Kaido spoke, he waved his hand, sending Madara's remains into the space-time portal. Huh? Hashirama's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Kaido. You can do that? So Madara actually left behind other plans? Do we need to eliminate all of them? Also, I don't think reviving him is a good idea. Edo Tensei is far from foolproof. You should know that I could break free from it whenever I want. If I'm not sealed, you wouldn't be able to send me back to the Pure Land. Forbidden techniques come with huge risks, which is why I never supported Tobirama developing them in the first place. Hashirama's voice carried genuine concern. The potential consequences of Edo Tensei had always bothered him. Relax. Kaido gave a sly grin and replied, I've already thought of everything, including the fact that you could escape its control. In fact, I left that possibility open on purpose. If I wanted, I could have revived a weaker version of you and added restrictions to your Edo Tensei body to ensure complete control. But since you're the first Hokage, there's no need for that. Madara, however, is a different story. I plan to revive him at a Jonin or regular Kage level and add plenty of seals to keep him in check. That way, the risk of something going wrong is minimal. Plus, you'll be around to keep an eye on him and maybe even talk some sense into him, right? You know, Madara was manipulated into this whole eternal peace nonsense. His plan was never truly his own, it was someone else's idea, and it's completely wrong. Kaido paused briefly, then continued, I think I mentioned some of this to you before, didn't I? Kaido's Edo Tensei technique was only partially mastered, but it was already far more advanced than the original version. If perfected, it would allow him to revive even peak-level shinobi like Hashirama and Madara while keeping them under strict control. For Kaido, improving this technique wasn't just about mastery but also about refining it to an optimized and nearly flawless state. Even so, Edo Tensei could never become a true resurrection jutsu, as its limits were set by the original design. However, Kaido believed that breaking those limits might make it possible to resurrect people without relying on the outer path, samsara of heavenly life jutsu or the Rinnegan at all. Maybe, once I break its limits, I'll create a resurrection technique that's simpler and has fewer drawbacks than the Rinnegan's version. Kaido thought to himself. This possibility excited him. I should invest more time in studying resurrection-related techniques and knowledge. The results after breaking through the technique's limits will only improve with proper preparation. He sighed, thinking of Chiyo's reanimation jutsu, one's own life reincarnation. It's too bad Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law are still alive. Otherwise, I could have learned that technique as well. Hashirama's voice broke through Kaido's thoughts. Is that so? Hashirama nodded, his expression thoughtful. Since you've already planned for everything, that's reassuring. But about Madara being manipulated? And his eternal peace plan being wrong? Could you explain that in more detail? Who's behind all this, and what's their goal? Was this the reason why Madara changed so drastically, turned against me, and left the village? Hashirama's tone grew serious, his eyes narrowing. While he was usually a gentle and forgiving person, certain things could push him over the edge. Pretty much. Kaido replied with a nod. He paused, sensing that both the Jido statue and the Black Zetsu had already escaped from their underground lair. Even most of the White Zetsu clones were on the run. Turning to Hashirama, Kaido said, this isn't the time to go into details. That Mastermind and Madara's contingency plans are already on the move. We need to capture more White Zetsu for now. They'll be useful later. As for the specifics about the Mastermind, we can discuss that when there's time. Or, if you're curious, you can ask Lady Mido. I've already told her everything, and she knows most of it. With that, Kaido turned to Nari Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido, who had finished cleaning up the battlefield. Lady Mido, Mom, Black Zetsu has fled with the Jido statue. He's also sending out White Zetsu to cover his tracks. Let's capture as many of them as we can. As he spoke, Kaido created many shadow clones. The clones immediately vanished, using Earth-style jutsu to dive underground. Within moments, they appeared in the underground cave system, each stationed at one of its four corners, ceiling jutsu, 4 red yang formation. 4 towering red pillars of light shot up from their positions. The beams connected, forming a massive rectangular barrier that completely sealed the space. The White Zetsu clones inside, including those who hadn't yet activated their escape protocols, were trapped within the barrier. Moments later, Nari Uchiha, Uzumaki Mido, and Hashirama teleported into the sealed area. Whoa! Hashirama looked at the barrier in awe. Kaido, you've really outdone yourself. You've even mastered sealing techniques to this level? To cast the 4 red yang formation single-handedly. Impressive. And your chakra reserves are no joke either. This jutsu requires a ton of chakra. Not bad. Chapter 135, Don't Revive Tobirama, he's anti-Uchiha he. It's nothing. I learned it all from Lady Mido. Kaido scratched the back of his head and laughed. Oh? Mido taught you? The first Hokage, Hashirama, turned to Uzumaki Mido with a surprised look. Yeah, right. Mido waved her hand dismissively and said, this kid's just freakishly talented. He picks up anything super fast. It's got little to do with my teaching. Though, I admit, I did teach him a bit about sealing techniques while mentoring Kushina. But Kushina's current sealing skills are nowhere near his level. He's mostly self-taught. In fact, I suspect this kid's sealing technique skills might already surpass mine. He's a little monster, that's for sure. As she spoke, Mido didn't waste any more time. She began performing adamantine sealing chains to capture the White Zetsu. Meanwhile, Nari Uchiha also got to work, summoning Susanoo to grab the White Zetsu one by one and throw them into the spatial void of the time-space gate. Once inside the gate, whether the White Zetsu were activated or not, they were instantly suppressed as time came to a standstill. There was no need to worry about them starving in there, either. Though they weren't exactly human, they still required nutrients and photosynthesis. Honestly, calling them plant people would be more accurate. Huh? Hashirama looked at Kaito in surprise, clapping him on the shoulder. Mito doesn't hand out compliments lightly. Looks like you've got real talent, kid. And with such power at your age, it's no wonder you have big ambitions. Keep it up. I hope the shinobi world really can achieve peace under your leadership. His own methods had failed, but he still held on to hope that Kaito could succeed. War was never a good thing. It definitely will. Kaito smiled confidently. Once this situation is resolved, I'll return to Hidden Leaf Village with the frontline troops and take over as the 4th Hokage. At that point, I'll begin major reforms in Hidden Leaf Village. You'll witness firsthand how I'll develop Hidden Leaf Village into something stronger and better, eventually uniting the entire shinobi world and achieving true peace. So, what do you say? Would you like to stick around and witness it all? Hashirama scratched his head with a smile as he met Kaito's eager eyes. You really want me to stick around to see all this? And you're about to become Hokage already? You're so young? By the way, who's the Hokage right now? What's Tobirama's situation? He's not still alive, is he? If Tobirama were still around, he'd never accept Uchiha becoming Hokage, let alone seeing them grow this powerful. Exactly. Exactly. Kaito nodded repeatedly. I'd love for you to witness the true peace I'm about to bring. So, why don't you stay in the shinobi world for a while longer? If we ever go off track, you can guide and correct us, right? Besides, don't you want to contribute to achieving peace yourself? As for Tobirama, well, he's been gone for over a decade now in a war. There's no point in bringing him up. If you have any questions, once we're back in Hidden Leaf Village, I'll revive him, and you can ask him yourself. Watching Kaito trying to convince Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito and Naori Uchiha exchanged knowing smiles. They both figured that when Hashirama eventually discovered Kaito's real reasons for wanting him to stay, he wouldn't be nearly as cheerful. Is that so? Let me think about it. After all, I am technically dead. Hashirama said hesitantly. And Tobirama? I didn't realize it's been so many years since he passed, and during a war no less. That's just. Sigh. As the elder brother, he felt he hadn't done enough. If he'd listened to Madara back then and chosen to unify the shinobi world, would the great shinobi wars have been avoided? Would Tobirama still be alive? The very reason he had founded Hidden Leaf Village was to prevent young children, like his own brothers, from being sent to war and dying needlessly. Yet even after founding Hidden Leaf Village, he hadn't been able to change that. He really had been wrong all along. Kinda realized he couldn't let Hashirama refuse. He needed him to stay. So, he pressed on, saying, being dead or not isn't really the issue here. Honestly, even if you wanted to return to the Pure Land, I wouldn't let you. Because there's a certain manipulative mastermind, Madara Uchiha's shadowy puppet master, still lurking in the background. That guy's a 1,000-year-old monster, and he's definitely mastered Edo Tensei. If you go back to the Pure Land, I'm worried he'll use Edo Tensei to resurrect you and control you, causing chaos in Hidden Leaf Village and sparking another war in the shinobi world. And that's the last thing I want to see. So not only will I prevent you from leaving, I'm also planning to revive more of Hidden Leaf Village's deceased ninjas. I want to eliminate the possibility of them being resurrected and exploited by enemies. That includes Madara Uchiha. I'd like you to help me manage these revived individuals. What do you think? Kaito needed all the tools he could get to reform Hidden Leaf Village, unify the shinobi world, and then focus on the pirate world. How could he accomplish all that without reviving more people? The bodies created by Edo Tensei were immortal and tireless. They could be worked to the bone without worry. Such useful tools would be a waste if not brought back and used. I'd be failing myself if I didn't make full use of them. Kaito gave a nod to himself. It's perfectly fine to push these tools to their limits without worry. Is that so? Hashirama clearly didn't realize the devious intentions behind Kaito's words. After some thought, he finally nodded solemnly, saying, all right. I agree. I'll stay here for now and assist you. However, once we've dealt with the mastermind behind all this, I hope you'll release everyone we've brought back to life and allow their souls to return to the Pure Land. Otherwise, disrupting the balance of life and death wouldn't be good for the world's natural order. Seeing Hashirama's serious demeanor, Kaito couldn't help but admit that while Hashirama might seem simple-minded at times, his moral compass was incredibly strong when it came to major decisions. Even so, Kaito didn't plan on following Hashirama's wishes entirely. Instead, he intended to devote the next few years to mastering and upgrading the Edo Tensei Jutsu to overcome its side effects. Eventually, he aimed to develop a technique that could genuinely resurrect people, allowing Hashirama and the others to return to life permanently. For now, though, he had no problem feeding Hashirama false hopes. With a nod, he said, deal. I respect others' wishes more than anything. In truth, This was the perfect opportunity to raise Hashirama's trust and loyalty, making him an even more valuable ally. By the time the truth came out, it'd be too late for Hashirama to turn back. He'd be stuck working for Kaido forever, an eternal employee. What kind of changes will come with a contract with the undead, I wonder? Kaido couldn't help but muse to himself. Haha. Then it's settled. Hashirama laughed heartily. Truth be told, the idea of witnessing Hidden Leaf Village enter a new era, seeing Kaito unite the ninja world, and bringing peace to the land sounded quite intriguing to him. Oh, by the way. Suddenly, Hashirama remembered something and quickly said, you mentioned that you're going back to Hidden Leaf Village to take over as the 4th Hokage, and you're planning to resurrect Obirama. I suggest you don't rush to bring him back just yet. Wait until you've fully assumed the role of Hokage and consolidated your authority before reviving him. Otherwise, I'm afraid he might cause trouble. That wouldn't be good. Though I hate to admit it, Obirama has some pretty deep prejudices against the Uchiha. I doubt he'd be happy to see an Uchiha becoming Hokage. I've always disagreed with him on that point. In fact, I think Hidden Leaf Village owes the Uchiha a Hokage. After all, the village was built together by the Senju and the Uchiha. Hashirama sighed, his expression darkening. Back then, I promised Madara he could be Hokage. But because of Tobirama, I went back on my word. By the time I stepped down, the tension between the clans had already escalated. There was no choice but to let Tobirama take over. And with Tobirama's personality, there was no way he'd let an Uchiha become Hokage. In hindsight, that was a mistake. The Uchiha would never truly integrate into the village as long as they carried that resentment. It was bound to cause trouble. It's not like we could just exterminate the Uchiha, right? I understand. Kaito nodded, his impression of Hashirama improving even more. With a smile, he said, Lady Mido has already reminded me about this. If it weren't for that, I might have revived both you and Tobirama already. But knowing his bias against the Uchiha, I held off. As for reviving him later, whether he agrees to help with research or not won't matter. By then, the Senju and Uchiha will already be allied, even through marriage. And with Lady Mido and you around, I'm sure we can convince him. I see. Hashirama nodded in understanding. If Mido is involved, then I have no objections. Oh, by the way, who was the 3rd Hokage? And what happened to him? Did he sacrifice himself during the war? As a Hokage, leading from the front during wartime wasn't unusual. It wouldn't be surprising if he'd died in battle. He didn't die in battle. Kaido replied, shaking his head. The 3rd Hokage was Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of Tobirama's students. You should remember him. Oh. The monkey. Hashirama immediately understood, his brows furrowing. If he didn't die, then something must have gone wrong. What happened? What did he do? Hashirama's sharp instincts instantly picked up on the issue. Kaido then proceeded to explain everything Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had done over the years. From embezzling funds to enrich their own families, to suppressing the Senju, targeting other clans' geniuses, persecuting the Uchiha, and conducting forbidden human experiments. They deserve to die. As Hokage and village leaders, this is how they governed Hidden Leaf Village? This is how they treated their comrades? What the hell was Obirama teaching his students? Back then, the monkey and Danzo weren't like this at all. Just what happened after Ride-Eyed? Hashirama was furious, his face red with anger. This wasn't what being Hokage was supposed to mean. This wasn't what Hidden Leaf Village's leadership was supposed to be. This was worse than their enemies. If Obirama were here right now, Hashirama would have grabbed him by the collar and demanded answers. Hashirama would even beat him, asking him to look at the disciplines he taught. Chapter 136, Hikari Uchiha. After a while, Hashirama managed to suppress his anger and asked Kaido, so, what's the situation with Sarutobi and Danzo right now? Why didn't anyone stop their actions from the start? Kaito smiled and replied, the 3rd Hokage and the 4 clans backing him were already subdued and detained by Lady Mido and my mother a few days ago. They're being held in custody, waiting for the front lines to calm down. Once the war is over, we'll conduct a public trial. As for Danzo, he colluded with Hanzo of the Rain Village on the front lines, planning to ambush and kill me, Tsunade, and the elite forces of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. But we saw through the plot early, turned the tables on them, and directly executed him. Well done. Hashirama clapped his hands, clearly pleased. Traitors conspiring with enemies to harm their comrades deserve nothing less. Kaido continued, as for why Lady Mido and my mother didn't stop the 3rd Hokage's earlier schemes, it's because their health wasn't great back then, and their strength had declined. They weren't at their peak. At that time, the situation wasn't in their favor, so they had to retreat step by step and bide their time. 3 years ago, with my help, They were able to resolve their health issues and extend their lifespans. Over the past few years, their strength has even made a qualitative leap, which allowed us to gradually turn the tide. To avoid unnecessary turmoil and internal conflict in the village, we used the war as an opportunity to expose their flaws and seize them all at once. That's how we changed the situation in the village. Some things just can't be rushed. I see now. Hashirama nodded in understanding. You've done well. People who betray their comrades and harm the village should be dealt with. When I get back to Hidden Leaf Village, I'll make sure to give Sarutobi and the others a proper lesson. He paused, mulling something over. He even seemed inclined to reprimand Obirama when the time came. Inside the Four Red Yang formation, Kaido had left behind over 10,000 white Zetsu clones. Most of them didn't have a chance to take action and were captured and sealed into the space-time gate. Afterward, Kaido and his team searched the area and unexpectedly found a treasure trove of scrolls and research materials Madara Uchiha had taken when he left Hidden Leaf Village, along with highly important ancient texts and the legendary artifact, the Uchiha fan. I never thought we'd recover these. Even I was certain they were lost forever, said Kaido with a grin. It seems Madara was caught off guard by our sudden arrival, and Black Zetsu didn't have time to move these items. Lucky for us. Keep them safe and return them to the clan's library, suggested Naori Uchiha. We should also copy a few sets, just in case. Include all the clan scrolls and records, store a copy in your spatial storage to prevent further losses. And the Uchiha fan, take it and use it yourself. Got it. Kaito nodded with a smile. Suddenly, something in his hand caught his attention. What's wrong? Naori Uchiha asked. Mido and Hashirama also looked over curiously. Mom, take a look at this, Kaito said, handing an ancient text to his mother. It records how, centuries ago, our Uchiha clan created a weapon through extreme means. Its name was Hikari Uchiha. A tragic creation. This weapon was eventually sealed away by the Senju and Sarutobi clans. As for the seal's location, this book doesn't specify. It might only be recorded in the ancient texts of the Senju or Sarutobi clans. Let me see. Naori Uchiha took the text and scanned it carefully, her brows furrowing. It's true. And it's possible she isn't dead yet. If we can find and rescue her, we might be able to guide her toward the right path and bring her back to the clan. She shouldn't be trapped in tragedy forever. Times have changed. Hikari Uchiha, a Mangekyō Sharingan wielder with incredible talent, had her fate twisted. Whether out of compassion or for the clan's benefit, Naori Uchiha was determined to save her. Turning to Hashirama and Mido, Naori asked, First Hokage, Lady Mido, can I search the Senju archives for information on this seal? If the Senju didn't have records, the Sarutobi archives would be the next option. Of course. Mido replied warmly. Feel free to search our archives. If you find nothing, it should be easy enough to access the Sarutobi's records. Their entire clan is under supervision now. This girl's life story is indeed pitiful. She shouldn't remain sealed forever. Let's give her a chance at a new life. If you locate the seal, let me know. I'll help you unseal her and guide her toward happiness. What about you, Hashirama? Mido asked. Hashirama's expression turned serious. No objections here. The tragedies of the Warring States era should have ended long ago. Count me in. I'll help you find and unseal her. Thank you both. Naori Uchiha smiled and turned to Kaido. It seems we should thoroughly review all these ancient texts to see if there are other similar cases. Agreed. Kaito said. He was reminded of certain fragments of lore and felt that saving Hikari could lead to a brighter future for her. Her Mangekyō abilities might even be useful for him in the long run. If he could deduce methods for mastering Mangekyō abilities, it would be a valuable asset. After securing all the scrolls, records, and the Uchiha fan into his spatial storage, Hashirama remarked, This storage technique is incredible. Mido, can I learn it too? Hashirama, ever the curious type, couldn't hold back. You'd have to ask Kaido about that. Mido Uzumaki said, gesturing toward Kaido. This isn't really a jutsu or sealing technique. Mido explained. It's a special ability Kaido shared with us. But there are certain conditions to qualify for it. Really? Hashirama scratched the back of his head and turned to Kaido with hopeful eyes. Kaido, grinning slyly, replied, Yeah, I don't mind sharing the ability with you, First Hokage. But like Lady Mido said, you'll need to meet some conditions before you can form the contract. What kind of conditions? Don't worry about it for now. Kaido reassured him. As we spend more time together, you'll naturally fulfill the requirements. Once you're ready, I'll let you know. Then you can decide whether to sign the contract. Fair enough. Hashirama said with a nod, though he was visibly eager. How long will it take to meet the conditions? Kaido checked Hashirama's bond score, 65 points. Not bad at all, especially for having only met earlier that day. Hashirama's trusting nature and their current camaraderie had clearly worked in Kaido's favor. Shouldn't take too long. Kaido said thoughtfully. It might be as quick as a couple of weeks, or at most a few months. Hashirama's eyes lit up. That's great. Then it's settled. Looking around, Hashirama asked, is everything here wrapped up? Where are we heading next? Mido responded before Kaido could. Hashirama, you'll come back to Hidden Leaf Village with me. And as for you, Kaido, head back to Hidden Rain Village and gather everyone to return to the frontline camp. Check on the Sand Village situation while you're there. Mido continued. If possible, negotiate a peace treaty, or even an alliance, with them. But if they refuse, don't waste time. Leave Tsunade, or Orochimaru, or Sakamo in charge with a portion of the forces, and bring the main troops back to the village. The matter of you officially taking over as the fourth Hokage cannot be delayed any longer. Mido's voice took on a sterner edge as she added, we also can't afford to let other villages like Hidden Clouds Village or Hidden Mist Village exploit Hidden Leaf Village as current power transition. Hopefully, the victory in Hidden Rain Village will give them pause, but if not, we might have to deal with them as well. Kaido nodded. Understood. I'll take care of it. With that, Kaido deactivated the 4 Red Yang formation and bid farewell to the others before teleporting away. Mido grabbed Hashirama's arm and teleported them back to Hidden Leaf Village, while Nari Uchiha stayed behind for one last sweep of the area. Confirming that Black Zetsu still hadn't returned, she sighed with regret and departed. At Hidden Rain Village, Kaido found that Tsunade and the others were still waiting for him, even though the peace talks with the Rain Village had already concluded and the supplies were packed. The group lit up as soon as Kaido appeared. Kaido. You're back. Tsunade exclaimed, rushing over. How did it go? Is Madara Uchiha dealt with? What about Black Zetsu? And where are Grandma and the others? Kushina and Mikoto joined in, fussing over Kaido and checking him for injuries. I'm fine, really. Kaido said, a little flustered. Once the commotion died down, he explained, Madara has been completely eliminated. As for Black Zetsu, he managed to escape. But without Madara, he won't pose much of a threat for now. He added, Lady Mido and the others have already returned to Hidden Leaf Village. How's everything on your end? When can we move out? Already. Tsunade replied with a big smile. We were just waiting for you. Good. Kaido said. Let's head back to the frontline camp. I want us there by nightfall. Though some wondered if they'd use mass teleportation, Kaido decided against it to conserve chakra. After a couple of hours on the road, the troops finally reached the frontline camp. Orochimaru and the camp's ninja, mostly Uchiha, came out to greet them. Looks like a solid victory. Kaido said, glancing at the troops' high morale and the wealth of spoils they carried. So, who's going to brief me on what happened? Let's take this to the command tent. Orochimaru suggested. We also need to discuss the Sand Village situation. The group gathered in the tent, where Kaido and Tsunade recounted the events of their mission. They described how they took down the Kazekage and numerous Sand ninja, crushed the Rock Village forces, forced Hidden Stone's villages surrender, and even eliminated Madara and revived Hashirama. Orochimaru was thoroughly impressed. This changes everything, he said, a sly smile forming. Chapter 137, Reviving Madara. Uchiha hiss. At first, Orochimaru couldn't help but suck in a cold breath after hearing what Kaido had done. With a look of shock, he licked his lips and said, I never expected that during this trip, you'd pull off such insane feats, Kaido. Unbelievable. He was starting to regret not tagging along. But, is Madara Uchiha still alive? Orochimaru was genuinely stunned. Actually, it wasn't just him. Almost everyone present had the same reaction. About that, you'll learn more in due time. No need to dwell on it now. Kaido said casually, not bothering to explain Madara's situation in detail. It was too much hassle. And honestly, it wasn't something they absolutely needed to know. By the way, suddenly, an idea popped into Kaido's head. He turned to Orochimaru and asked, there should still be some prisoners from other ninja villages in the camp, right? Do we have any particularly nasty ones, those who've committed heinous crimes? He figured it was best to revive Uchiha. Madara through Edo Tensei as soon as possible. He didn't need to awaken the resurrected Madara yet, but pulling his soul back first would prevent Black Zetsu from making a move. Huh? Orochimaru was slightly taken aback but nodded. We do have a few. But why are you asking about them? I need one. As long as we have one, it's fine. Without further ado, Kaido stood up, placing a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, and told everyone, Orochimaru and I have something urgent to deal with. You guys discuss the situation with the Sand Village for now. We'll be back soon. With that, Kaido and Orochimaru vanished from the command tent, reappearing outside the prison in the camp. Could you help me pick one of the particularly nasty prisoners? Kaido asked Orochimaru. Alright. Orochimaru replied, though he was still trying to process the sudden turn of events. He signaled to the ninja guarding the prison and entered. Not long after, he came out with a rugged, sinister-looking middle-aged Hidden Stones village shinobi who was a chunin. Orochimaru turned to Kaido and asked, "Here's your guy. Now what are you planning to do?" "Not here," Kaido said, shaking his head. "Let's head to your lab." With a flash of his Sharingan, the Hidden Stones village shinobi was instantly hypnotized and completely under Kaito's control. Placing a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder and another on the prisoners, Kaido teleported them to Orochimaru's underground lab at the front line camp. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, Orochimaru shook his head in resignation. Sigh. It's like my base is practically a free-for-all for you. You come and go as you please. This makes me feel so unsafe. Kaido glared at him and said, "What do you even need security for? You're under a contract with me. What am I gonna do to you? Besides, you can teleport now too using Space-Time Gate. And soon, you can also learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu." Kaito knew full well what Orochimaru had been up to. Ever since they signed their contract, Orochimaru had been obsessively teleporting back and forth between dimensions. The reason was obvious: to speed up the development of his space-time talent. Each cross-dimensional jump slightly boosted the contractor's space-time talent, and Orochimaru was milking it for all it was worth. Hee hee. Just kidding. Orochimaru chuckled, then asked curiously, "So, what's the plan? Why bring this guy here? Don't tell me." Orochimaru's eyes widened as he began to piece things together, glancing at Kaido with a questioning look. "Exactly what you're thinking," Kaido confirmed. "I'm going to Edo Tensei Uchiha Madara right now. Better to get ahead of Black Zetsu before he starts causing trouble again." With that, Kaido moved to the center of the lab and knelt down, placing both hands on the ground. In an instant, countless runes flowed from his palms, forming a complex and mysterious sealing array on the ground. Hiss. Seeing the familiar formation, Orochimaru clicked his tongue. As expected. "I didn't think you had even mastered the Edo Tensei technique, Kaido. I've always been interested in this jutsu. Mind teaching me? Oh, and the spirit transformation technique too. Speaking of which, I'd actually struck a deal with Danzo before you killed him. I was supposed to help him with wood-style experiments in exchange for the spirit transformation and other forbidden techniques like Izanagi. But before we could even start, you went and killed him. Now I can't get my hands on them." "Wait, what?" Kaido, who had just finished setting up the array, stood up and gave Orochimaru a confused look. "Didn't I already teach you the Life Force technique and its upgraded version, the Eternal Life techniques? You can just use those if you want eternal life. Why do you even need Edo Tensei and the spirit transformation technique? Especially the spirit transformation technique? It's so suspicious. Don't tell me you're planning to go back to your old ways, like in the original timeline, researching the eight-headed serpent technique and swapping bodies all the time? Are you secretly a woman or something? Or do you prefer being a woman?" Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Orochimaru, despite having better options, was still obsessed with these two outdated techniques. Hearing this, Orochimaru's face turned dark as he exclaimed, "Of course not. What the hell are you even talking about? While I'm not overly concerned about gender distinctions, I'm definitely a man, through and through. As for my choices in the original timeline, I can understand them. But that doesn't mean I plan to repeat those decisions. The future me only took that path because he had no other options. It was a road of no return. But now, as you said, I have better alternatives. Naturally, I'm not going to mess around with body swapping and all that anymore. Still, I think those two jutsus have a lot of research value. They can help me explore the nature and application of souls in greater depth. Plus, I'm pretty curious about resurrection techniques and want to study them as well. You can understand that, right?" For a researcher like Orochimaru, the allure of such forbidden techniques was irresistible, even if he didn't intend to use them for body swapping. After all, the eight-headed serpent jutsu wasn't just about body swapping, it was a powerful life-saving ability too. "Fair enough." Kaito nodded, raising his hand and tapping Orochimaru lightly on the forehead. "Since you're interested, I'll teach you my improved version of the Edo Tensei technique. Just be careful when you're practicing or researching it. Don't end up killing yourself. As for the spirit transformation jutsu, I haven't learned it yet. Once I return to the village and take over as the fourth Hokage, I'll pass it on to you." In the next instant, A stream of light shot from Kaito's fingertip, entering Orochimaru's forehead. Orochimaru immediately felt a surge of knowledge and experience about the Edo Tensei technique flooding his mind. Thanks. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Kaito before closing his eyes to focus on absorbing the new information. Meanwhile, Kaito moved the controlled Hidden Stones village shinobi to the center of the ritual array. Clapping his hands together, he activated the Edo Tensei Ray. The array began to glow as countless sheets of paper emerged from it, crawling up from the shinobi's feet and wrapping around his body. Ah! The Hidden Stones village shinobi let out agonized screams as his body was consumed by the technique, and in his place appeared the towering, commanding figure of Madara Uchiha, exuding overwhelming presence. Even Orochimaru, hearing the commotion, paused his study and opened his eyes to witness the process. Soon, Kaito confirmed that Madara's soul had successfully entered the Edo Tensei body. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. Good thing Black Zetsu hasn't used Edo Tensei on Madara yet. That would have been a real headache. A fully revived Uchiha. Madara in his prime with infinite chakra would have been an absolute nightmare to deal with. However, Kaito didn't awaken Madara. Instead, he waved his hand, storing both Madara's soul and Edo Tensei body into the space-time gate. There, he created a small isolated space where time was frozen, effectively sealing Madara away for now. Without Madara's soul, even Black Zetsu wouldn't be able to revive him. Wow, so this is the Edo Tensei technique. Amazing. Orochimaru marveled. But I bet Black Zetsu is going to be absolutely furious when he realizes you've summoned Madara's soul. Without Madara, reviving his mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, is going to be a lot harder. Of course, it wasn't completely impossible. Madara's Rinnegan was still in the ninja world. Black Zetsu could guide Uzumaki Nagato to wield it and collect the tailed beasts for the revival. The results might not be as perfect as using Madara, but they wouldn't be too bad either. Well, assuming he could even gather all the tailed beasts. At least, the Nine Tails was off the table. The best he could do was use the Nine Tails chakra within the Gold and Silver brothers as a substitute. Isn't this better? Kaito smiled. Rather than letting him revive Madara to fight us and cause chaos? Without Madara, things will be peaceful for a few years. At least, that's what Hidden Leaf Village needs right now, a few years of stability to grow stronger. True. Orochimaru nodded. No war meant more time for him to research the things that interested him. To Orochimaru, wasting time on a battlefield was a pointless drain on his life. Oh, right. What's your plan for Madara's Rinnegan? Since the Uzumaki clan survived thanks to your intervention, what's the deal with the Rinnegan? How did Madara arrange it? Orochimaru suddenly asked. After all, it was the Rinnegan. He was very interested in the most exalted eye amongst the three great dojutsu. Chapter 138. Orochimaru's hidden interest in the brain fruit. Kaito raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's this? Interested in the Rinnegan? Thinking of studying it? Isn't that obvious?" Orochimaru replied with a shrug and a smirk. After all, it's the legendary Eye of the Gods. Who wouldn't be interested? Well, you're going to be disappointed for now. Kaito said, shaking his head slightly. Uzumaki Nagato does exist. During the attack on Hidden Edi village by the three major villages, Black Zetsu captured his entire family. The Rinnegan is likely already implanted in Nagato at this point. But when I used my teleportation ability to scan all of the Land of Rain earlier, I didn't find any trace of him or his family. Clearly, Black Zetsu has hidden them for now. That guy isn't stupid. Ever since he noticed we developed countermeasures against him, he's been getting more cautious. Even after we started a war with the Land of Rain, there's no way he'd risk us finding the Rinnegan. So, if you want to study it, you'll have to wait until we locate it in the future. Or, wait until someone from the Uchiha clan successfully awakens the Rinnegan. Alternatively, you could dive into the topic of artificially creating bloodline traits. Maybe, in the future, you could develop a special Uchiha bloodline serum. With that, you could awaken the Sharingan, or even evolve it to the Rinnegan, on your own and conduct your research. Because of Kaito's presence, many things had already deviated from the original timeline, including the fate of Nagato and his family. However, Kaito suspected Nagato's parents had likely been arranged to die by Black Zetsu. He also hadn't found any trace of Konan or Yahiko in the Land of Rain. That was unusual. Surely, they hadn't died prematurely because of Kaito's interference in the timeline? While it was possible, Kaito believed it was more likely that Konan and Yahiko had also been taken by Black Zetsu, along with Nagato, during the 2 months before Kaito arrived on the front lines. Huh? Orochimaru licked his lips and asked curiously, "So, Kaito, who do you think has the best chance of awakening the Rinnegan among the Uchiha right now? You? Or perhaps Lady Nari?" Kaito shook his head. Who knows? I haven't awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan yet, but that's only because I plan to skip that step and go straight to the Eternal Mangekyō. That requires time to dig deeper into my Sharingan's potential. As for my mother, she's already close to achieving the Eternal Mangekyō. But unlocking the Rinnegan is far more complex, so don't get your hopes up anytime soon. Of course, if we could get our hands on Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan, it might speed up the process. Orochimaru let out a disappointed sigh. So, it's not happening anytime soon, huh? He paused, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. As for artificially creating bloodlines, now that's an even more ambitious and complex endeavor. But it's certainly a fascinating research direction. For now, I'll focus on the training methods you've given me, to enhance my strength, refine my talents, and extend my lifespan. There's no rush for this. It can stay as a side project for now. His expression shifted, a calculating grin spreading across his face. Still, while our world's understanding of genetics is limited, the pirate world has made remarkable strides with their work on lineage factors. Perhaps I could track down one of their leading scientists, like Vegapunk. If I could recruit him or even just gain access to his research, it would be a game changer in developing Uchiha bloodline serums you want. What do you think, Kaido? If Orochimaru could truly master the secrets of the Uchiha bloodline and inject himself with it, he'd be all for it. That would be far better than the future path where he resorted to body snatching to gain Uchiha body. And if it worked, why stop at the Uchiha? Orochimaru could replicate the Senju, Uzumaki, or even their bloodlines combined. Better yet, what about directly replicating the Otsutsuki bloodline? That would raise his potential ceiling astronomically and allow him to grow stronger even faster. Not a bad idea, Kaito said with a grin. I've always been curious about Vegapunk, too. Additionally, Vince Smoke, Judge and Caesar Clown are also brilliant researchers worth looking into. Recruiting them could be incredibly beneficial. But the pirate world side hasn't advanced to that stage yet. For the next several years, maybe even a decade or more, my focus will be on rebuilding and developing Hidden Leaf Village and stabilizing the ninja world. I won't have much time to search for or recruit these scientists myself. If you're interested and have the time, I wouldn't mind you taking on that task. There was no way Kaido could handle everything himself. Even if he delegated much of Hidden Leaf Village and the ninja world's direction to others, he still needed to focus on his own training. Strength was the foundation of everything. Got it. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. When I have time, I'll work on it. Vegapunk might be tricky to locate and convince, but Vinsmoke Judge and Caesar Clown should be much easier. I could probably start by acquiring the lineage factor technology, the related equipment, and the fish fruit replica at Punk Hazard, Orochimaru mused. While I'm at it, I could also snatch Caesar's devil fruit research and the equipment he's using. These would be more than enough to keep him busy for a long time. Not only was he interested in the ninja world's bloodlines, but the devil fruits from the pirate world fascinated him too. If he found a suitable fruit, he wouldn't mind eating one himself. After all, wasn't it a great way to boost strength quickly? Look at Kaido. After eating the rumble fruit, he dominated the battlefield, effortlessly wiping out thousands of enemy ninjas. But what truly caught Orochimaru's eye was Vegapunk's brain fruit. If I ate it, wouldn't that push my intelligence to its absolute limit? It seems like a perfect fit for me. With that fruit, deciphering the mysteries of bloodline limits would be a breeze. The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more conflicted he became. Kaito noticed his ever-changing expressions and couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you thinking about? Your face is changing faster than a lantern show. Hee, nothing much. Just thinking about a few things. Orochimaru said with a sly smile, waving his hand dismissively. For now, he kept his thoughts to himself. Alright, we've finished up the business with Uchiha Madara for now. Let's head back to the command tent, Kaito said. With that, he teleported away, reappearing outside the tent. Orochimaru followed closely behind. The two entered the command tent, where several others were deep in discussion. When they saw Kaido and Orochimaru return, they were momentarily surprised before greeting them casually. Yo. We're back, Kaito said, taking his seat. He glanced around and asked, how's the discussion going? Tsunade immediately spoke up. Since we're not clear on the Sand Village's current situation, we plan to send scouts to gather intelligence first. Once we've got a clearer picture, we'll decide what to do. If the Sand Village decides to retreat, we'll send emissaries to discuss re-establishing a peace treaty and alliance to rebuild our relations. But if they still want to fight and seek revenge for the Kazekage and their fallen shinobi, we'll be more than happy to teach them another lesson. Of course, she added, turning to Kaido, given the situation in the village, you could head back first to report and help handle things there. We'll stay here for a few more days to monitor the Sand Village's movements. Once we've assessed their stance, we'll decide whether to return triumphantly or prepare for battle. Whatever happens, you'll be the first to know. If it came to war, they'd undoubtedly need Kaido's strength. Not just because of his power but also because Tsunade wanted him to continue building his reputation and achievements. The more accolades he earned, the stronger his position would be, and the more support he'd gain within the village. This would make his future reforms much smoother. Fine by me. That works. Kaido replied, nodding. He turned to Orochimaru, raising an eyebrow in question. Sounds good to me. Orochimaru said with a grin. Deep down, Orochimaru hoped the Sand Village would be smart enough to back down and sign a peace agreement,